doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na makakill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Hi, ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSD.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga, may yakap yung isa.
Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena pero nandoon si Tangsilot! Tangsilot Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron!
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi pag napag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na makakill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung clash na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos na lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack no, patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL at saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss S. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit brand ng malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest. Every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back to prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Alecto final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Tapusin na, sinabol niya! Triple kill for the XP layer.
On the 4th spot is Boy at DR's Do or Die Lord Steal nung Day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boy at DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Next Play Evos. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para ikat ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the 2nd spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, balak kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny Cutie at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord, Sanford and Benny Cutie will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. 1 Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kaka-respond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny Cutie, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Apart memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines makukuha ang panalo na to.
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Hi, ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSD.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa. Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban sa Lord kasi baka pag nakapag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung crush na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung champion ngayon. Tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack nung patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL. At saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan. Saka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and sa kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit brand ng malakas. Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niya.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Oss! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikaan.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Electo final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boy at DR's do or die Lord Steal nung day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boy at DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Next Play Evos. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the second spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, balak kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny Cutie at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord, Sanford and Benny Cutie will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. One Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kakarespond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny Cutie, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Apart memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines! Makukuha ang panalo na to!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako pinaka naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSD.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa. Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tignan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot Ryzen! Nice shutdown na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalunan ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi baka pag nakapag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako pinaka naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung crush na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung champion ngayon, tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack nung patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL at saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan tsaka sa Joten ko. Shoutout din po pala kay sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and sa kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Gumuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit brand ng malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon nyo makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masya-share.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikaan.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back to prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Aleto final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boy at DR's Do or Die Lord Steal ng Day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boy at DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Next Play Evos. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the 2nd spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, bala kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny QT at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord. Sanford and Benny Cutie will go for
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming dahilan kung bakit ang Philippine meta ang kinikilala bilang pinakamabisa sa buong mundo. Yan ba ay ang ating mechanics? Check. Theory crafting? Check. Rotations? Check. Pero sa lahat yan, ang pinaka hindi matatawaran ay ang husay natin pagdating sa retrihan. Magandang araw, Pilipinas! Ako po si Mara Aquino and welcome to Week 3 of MPL Philippines Season 11. We ended last week with intense lore dances and we're looking at opening this one with another as Sensui faces not just any jungler, but the king of the jungle himself, Wise. Will the sophomore be able to prove that his instincts are sharper than ever against another world champion juggler? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blacklist International versus ONIC Philippines. Casters, pasok.
Back in MPL Philippines Caster Search Season 1. I'm part of Team Rob. Me and Nice are both of these teams to hone the next generation of casters in one of the biggest leagues in the Philippines. I remember correctly that one of my toughest moments in the final simulation of MPL was the final test of becoming the next play-by-play and the anchor. His 2 words until day marks a new reminder for me that I can carry on with my challenges. 2 words. OSX, blow up. And that gave me the push to get through the next step of challenges.
I remember that, man. I mean, we're here sharing the desk now. It's been an emotional few days, right? And we can only celebrate what we learned from him and everything else, of course. Learned a lot, basically.
Yeah. You know, we want to celebrate, right? Like, I remember in MPL Season 6, it was 5 seasons ago, more than 2 years ago. It was one of the seasons where there were only like 6 casters for us, and we became very close. I remember like teasing him all the time, like it's Rob Luna all day, you know, because he starts the day streaming, so that's around 8 a.m. until what, 12. Then he'll travel from from far away city, maybe like 2 hours away from the studio.
Yeah.
When he gets there, he's gonna cast in the afternoon, and at nighttime, a vlog will be posted on what went through the day. It was Rob Luna all day, but I guess the story of that is that it was very important when it comes to his grind and hustle, and that is what he left with us.
He's a friend, a brother, a coach, and a mentor. We'll remember you as we continue your teachings with us from this day forward. Thank you so much, brother Rob Luna. And going back to the colors that he gave to the league, it's Blacklist International versus ONIC Philippines today for the first match of week number 3, followed by TNC Pro Team versus Echo for this match. Both came from a challenging week. From those 2 matches, Blacklist and ONIC Philippines, now they want in for the points that they can get up against this team. If I can remember, Sensui continues to go the distance with his instincts, but now he's going up against Wise, who's also one of the world-class jungles with the newly recoded Blacklist International.
I said it last week, right? With Blacklist International now having basically 2 variations of the code. Who knows if they have more, right? But the fact that they have the ability now, the option to switch things up and actually be successful with 2 different versions of that roster, it's actually refreshing to see. Especially, I'm sure if you're a Blacklist International fan, if you're one of the agents out there, for a while, people were like, man, Blacklist International, it's boring, but they win, right? Might be boring, but hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. But now they're kind of forced, along with a lot of these teams so far in Season 11, to make some of these changes and adjust to it.
Yeah, we saw that in the performance during the win of Blacklist International, most particularly when they went up against a very difficult team to face with. It was Omega. Was off of a win. Then they were really on a hot streak. Game number 1, they were leading by so much, but Blacklist International stuck to their roots, right? That quote-unquote boring gameplay that they call, but it wasn't at all boring because it was very high level, if you think about it. There's a lot of layers to it, and what we saw from the previous week was the invention of the black box that maybe we're going to be talking about later, but let's talk about the data that we have from last week, right?
In this week's data dive, let's take a look at how we're having the longest average game time since Season 8. That graphic posted on MPL Philippines Facebook page. You can find data dive and other league content on the official MPL Philippines social media channels, but now on the Facebook page. Now going back on those data dive, we have doing research. We're looking for another ways on how each team could grow from each of the challenges. You've mentioned the black box.
Yeah.
How about ONIC Philippines now? They had 1 score up against the world champs, Echo.
I think that was a big morale thing, right? So to speak. But ONIC in general should be happy where they are sitting. I mean, they're in the middle of the standings right now, but so far from what we've seen, especially from this man here on the screen, Sensui, I say a man because he's grown since the last season, right?
You're right.
But the thing is, he's done so much better, and I feel like he's really settled into this jungle role. And even just looking, at the successful heroes he's played back in Season 10, we see these heroes quite often, and I feel like specifically now we're in this kind of meta where you see a lot of Fredrins in the jungle, you see a lot of Marches in the jungle. That objective-based security is big here.
Yep.
And you're going against Wise, who is also known exactly for that, right? So I can't wait to see this unfold here.
Yeah, you see good jungle stats and also good neutral objective stats like average shorter kills and average lord kills. We know for sure that Wise, the player that he will face now, is also very good at securing these neutral objectives. But at least when it comes to the league, you know that you can depend on Sensui on how he's able to rally the team around those neutral objectives and play off of that. And I see that ONIC Philippines have gotten from where they left off in MPL Season 10, where they were the team that had good runs when it comes to their Lord dances.
Yeah, the objectives, it's Sensui. They call it Sensui instincts for a reason.
Okay.
And in ONIC's match versus Echo, Sensui had an intense showdown of retribution against Carl Teasy. They may have lost, but he proved that he can go up against the world's best, Wise included, which is now.
Yeah.
This is another test, right, basically for Sensui. And I feel like eventually Sensui is going to be regarded as a jungler that can stand toe-to-toe with Carl Teasy and Wise. He's already on the path there, right? He's already started that trend. And now this is yet again another test. And for the rest of the team, for ONIC Philippines as a whole here, we've even heard it last week, right? And that's saying it's just a normal day. We're going to go against Echo. So
if
we'll
I can
see
say
how
it
this
once
plays
again,
out.
yeah. Now for the player feature, we're looking at Sensui, right? You've mentioned Nets that we featured last week. So in the side of Blacklist International, how's the new code going with Renny J's, Yue and Super Red?
You know,
from the last match.
I did say during the Tagalog broadcast when I was there for the Blacklist match, it was just like very plug and play. Like Renny J, it's as if like Edward was playing. And that's also true with Verd and Yue as well. Every time that there's the code is already there, everybody else is plug and play to the Blacklist code.
Now, as we continue to look at the new program of Blacklist International, let's throw it over to Manjin for a new courtside report for this week.
Maraming salamat, casters. Isa sa mga nagsashine na players ngayon para sa ONIC Philippines sa kanyang sophomore season ay si Sensui, ang kanilang jungler. Nakita nga natin na siya ay nakilala para sa kanyang mga utility jungling heroes like Akai and Sho at meron pang Karina. Last week ay nakita natin ang mala-anime na retrihan na laban nila ni Carl TZ. At naalala ko pa noon, nung MPL Season 10, nung in-interview siya ni Mara Aquino against RSG-PH, ay na-mention niya ang salitang, hindi ko na nga kinol yun, instinct ko na lang. At doon nabuo ang salitang Sensui Instinct. To talk about, to tell us more about Sensui, atin pong kamustahin ang kanilang coach na si Coach Blapsy. Hello, Coach.
Hello.
Parang may
all good.
Onting ka ba nga? Describe mo naman si Sensui nung first time mo siyang na-meet. At kumusta ba? Ganun na ba talaga siya kagaling mag-retry?
Si Sensui kasi way back nung amateur season nila talaga. Kilala siya bilang utility user na jungler. Kumbaga, yun nga, Akai, Karina, lalo na yung Karina. 'Di ba? So, minsan dumating yung point namin na parang gusto niya mag-assassin talaga. Tapos sabi ko, yun nga, i-maximize natin yung yung utility tsaka yung paggamit niya ng tank fighter na jungler. Tapos, yun, kumbaga nag-excel siya sa pagre-retry Magaling talaga
Talagang trusted.
Proven and tested.
Proven na trusted. Ano ang nagbago kay Sensui simula nung na-meet mo siya nung una last season at ngayon parang mas naramdaman namin na lumakas siya. Anong nabasa mo? Anong nakita mo na nagbago?
Si Sensui kasi siguro nung mga rookie season niya, sobrang yung mental health talaga niya. Sobrang sensitive niya. Talaga, sobrang sensitive niya. Tapos, madali siyang malungkot. Tapos, yun yung mga bagay na winner-out namin. Tapos, malaki yung parte din ng mga kasama niya talaga doon sa confidence niya talaga. Kasi may mga times na, yun nga, kapag talo, kapag na-invadean siya ng jungle, lalong-lalo na yun yung mga bagay na winner-out namin. And then, moving forward, yun, na-develop. Tapos, yung confidence level niya, tumaas na tumaas. Siguro din, dahil din sa mga nakakalaban niya na junglers.
Kaya naman pala nangyari, if I'm not mistaken, 3 to 4 times ay tinalo niya si Carl TZ nung nangyari yung laban nila against Echo. But unfortunately, hindi nila nakuha ang huling panalo. Now, up against King Wise, ang king of the jungle nga mismo na tinatawag nila. Tingin mo, gaano kataas ang chance na manalo si Sensui kalaban si Wise sa retrihan?
Laban Hindi ko papalag naman
Papalag naman.
Papalag. So, bigay natin yan yung 50-50 pa rin, syempre.
50-50 pa rin.
50-50 pa rin.
Mataas pa rin ang respeto ni Coach Blapsy. Maraming salamat, Coach. Mataas pa rin ang respeto ni Blapsy kalaban ang Blacklist International at mukhang tumaas nga ang confidence ni Sensui para sa laban na to. Ikaw ba, napabilib ka na rin sa Sensui instincts? Balik tayo sa mga casters.
I truly believe, Manjin. Thank you so much. Together with Coach Bluffsy, man, the character development of this player, Sensui, gone the distance from being a rookie to a sophomore. Now he doesn't give a chance, like having that hesitation to go up against one of the world's best, right?
Hesitation obviously is going to be there when he had to go through that development stage. I mean, that was last season specifically, right? But now, that's what I'm saying. When you watch ONIC Philippines play, there's a certain confidence in the whole team, and probably a lot of that had to do with, let's get our jungler mentally there, right? And I feel like Sensui obviously is at that point. Now, is it, again, the question was, can he actually now face against the king of the jungle, Wise, and the rest of the agents here? I think he can. Sensui has pretty much everything he needs to be able to do that. It's just, can the rest of the team help him get there and get this series victory, possibly?
The last time that ONIC Philippines were able to win against Blacklist International, it was through that Nets play, the rapid boots play that he did.
Yeah.
And then they eventually defeated the Blacklist International in a full series. So this is the thing, right? We are saying that the composition of Blacklist International when it comes to their lineup is plug and play. So we can assume that it's almost the same, a little bit improved maybe from the previous season. That means that there's a legitimate win condition for ONIC Philippines when they're now going up against Blacklist International. Be it through their lore dances, through the Sensui instincts, they do have all of their ways to go up against Blacklist International, and I think that it will not be impossible for them to take the series as well.
I say that could happen, right? Because now, if I can remember, as Leo wrapped this, 11 games before ending back in 2 seasons before, ONIC made so much good impressions to other teams. And back in Season 10, they also made a good entrance as they conquer world champions and also the strong teams back in the season.
I think that's just overall, especially what we saw from previous season, ONIC Philippines obviously stepping up, right? Now, the thing is, do we see that play style adapt from themselves? Because you can't, yes, you've won some games with that split push, right? And it does work out, but, can you actually bring that against a team like this Blacklist International team, even if they've had some changes themselves? I think that's one of the biggest questions we'll have to see unfold for this series specifically.
Well, as we look into ONIC Philippines, I believe the new mix of Yue, Drenage, and Super Red is really mixing good. Now, let's call on the teams up on stage. Looks like they're ready for their first match of the day.
After a decisive sweeping victory last week with 2 variations of the code, will it be enough to win the battle ahead of them against a formidable opponent? Let's welcome to the stage Blacklist International.
What time is it? It's ONIC time!
The Hedgehogs kicking off the week refreshed. They've got a hard battle ahead of them. Is it just another day, or will the agents have something to say? Give it up for ONIC Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Bluffsy and Coach Master the Basics. Which team will start the week off strong?
Two teams back again, black and yellow. From what I noticed here, there's no hitman present for Blacklist International. It's Edward for this match.
I think this is maybe maybe it's a trend they're going to start, right? Game 1, they start with this lineup. Super Red, Wise, Edward, Yue, Oh My Venus. And then, if they get that win, we see that other version of the code here.
Variant.
Yeah, maybe a variant, right? But I always say, I mean, honestly, this is just about the being plug and play, particularly for both Edward and Ren and Jay. That's really what I felt last time. It's like, okay, Edward played well.
Yeah.
Ren and Jay comes in. Okay, Ren and Jay plays well.
You know what I think?
Same result. Same
I
results.
think it's same result in plug and play, but like Renegade specifically being called like the hitman, you add a little bit different flavor to it. But yeah, essentially he's still very similar to Edward, right? So,
right.
But I mean, looking at this ONIC Philippines lineup here.
Yeah, Blacklist with a newly recoded and different program to win. But for ONIC Philippines, maintaining also their own flavor to go up against the new code. Netson, Ryota, Super Prince, and Kekadut. How's this up against Blacklist?
Oh, okay. So Ryota actually is the only player that has been swapped around between him and Dare. But when it comes to the actual lineup of ONIC Philippines, you will always look at Sensui, as we've talked about earlier on. But another player that we have to look at is Nets. How he's able to just be that damage dealer for ONIC Philippines, but at the same time also an objective taker, because they go hand in hand with Sensui, like when control those neutral objectives, and it's very similar to what Blacklist International will be operating with.
Yeah, and looking back or looking at the team head-to-head, I just noticed the hero pool, ONIC Philippines has much larger choices in going up against different teams.
Wow. That is an advantage, right? I mean, anytime. But then again, too, they have, they've played 11 games, right, to Blacklist 6. So the thing is, even with that advantage of having that hero pool that big, it adds a lot of variability, right? You're able to go ahead and play around that on top of it. Now, even looking at the charts here and how this all plays out, Wolf, you're the man to do it. How's it looking?
Okay, so let's look at kill participation. ONIC Philippines seems like they are the team that has more group ups together, which is interesting because we know for sure that Blacklist is a team that likes to group up. But when it comes to turtle control, that's going to be on the side of Blacklist International for a little bit. Heavily on the tower secured ratio at 40% compared to 28%. It means that Blacklist International knows how to use those timings. And the Lord control was actually also double what ONIC Philippines can do. So when it comes to like all of those objectives, you will be going and leaning towards Blacklist International as we know of them.
Yeah, the team fight for Blacklist is all about crossing the bridge while one member is gonna have a good time in their own lane, because on the other, kill participation is closely the same. But as we look at the keys to victory for this match for ONIC and Blacklist International, let's throw it over to Midnight for that one.
Maraming salamat, casters. Blacklist International versus ONIC. Kailangan nilang gawin para manalo ay sundin ang ating Infinix keys to victory. Dito naman for the side of Blacklist International, kailangan nilang tignan yung hero pool ni Kekadut. Again, napag-usapan na ng mga casters natin kanina na sobrang laki ng hero pool actually ng ONIC. And even si Kekadut, I remember clearly, meron pa nga silang lapu-lapu before nung siya pa ay part ng MPL Season 7 with Signal. And ngayon makikita natin na talagang iba yung pinadala naman niya dito for the side of ONIC, kasi nandyan yung flexibility niya pagdating sa pag-pick ng mga roamers like Natalia, Ruby. Hindi pa nga natin actually nakikita yung mga Atlas, yung mga Cho, pero may mga panglaso na existent. Actually, pwede nga sila magkaubusan dito ng hero pool ni Venus dahil ginagamit niya rin yung mga tulad nila Diggy at pati na rin nila Kaja. So yun ang kailangan abangan na Blacklist. Na for ONIC naman, ay kailangan hayaan nila si Sensui na sumayaw around the Lord. Again, this is the guy that we're talking about with ONIC, yung Sensui instincts, yung kakaibang presensya niya pagdating sa mga Lord dances, his capability to secure Lords for this team, ay yan ang kailangan nilang palabasin up against the king of the jungler na si Wise. Now, for both teams, gold laners, be wary of your positions. Alam naman natin na mainit ang dugo ng mga teams ngayon sa mga gold laners, but I'm really surprised na sobrang taas ng damage output na nilalabas ni Net. So yun yung kailangan tignan ng Blacklist, while sa ONIC naman, kailangan nila tignan yung positioning naman ni Super Red. Yan ang kailangan yan ang kailangan gawin ng ating mga teams dito sa laban na to upang manalo. Now, casters, back to you.
Let Sensui bring out his Lord dance moves. It's not yet Saturday Night Fever, but this might be a chance for them to have a showdown, especially for the objective taking, right?
I think we have the best dancers in the world, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Lord
I agree.
dancers. I think we do, because
I agree.
How many times even on an international level, you know, these Filipino junglers, they might not all be on Filipino teams.
Yeah.
But how many times have they outperformed in those Lord dances? And they're super crucial. They're super important. And the funny thing is, I think even last week, if I remember right, we saw a game-ending Lord, and it was the first Lord of the game, right? But still, it's a sight to see when it does unfold.
Oh, look at that. Player head-to-head. Two of the great dancers here in the Philippines, albeit the inventor of the Lord Dance. That's Wise. Well, we don't know if he invented it, but they are the ones who kind of standardized how you should be dancing.
Yes.
And it's going to be playing up against Sensui. Better KDA, better damage per game, but when it comes to teamfight participation, you're going to have to hand it to Wise. So, although we know that they are both good dancers around the neutral objectives, but there's a stark difference between like kill participation as well as like killing potential. So, do we look at this this team, like ONIC Philippines? Are they going to go for more kills while Blacklist International are going to go for more punishes? I think that will be the trend for today.
Team fight and kill fight participation. We have talked about it earlier on how the roamers of these two teams can make a difference. Something tells me this gives me more interest on digging on the roamers of these two teams. Now, to go up on our first draft of the weekend, they ban out the Diggy, respect for the Queen, and something tells me they want to open up slowly on their comfort pick. So they ban out the 1-1 for this. So ONIC Philippines gets the upper hand on what to have one first.
The designated 1-1 ban for Blacklist International, the red side. Still not going to see it. I think it's still 100% ban rate for the 1-1. And then if you're looking at Blacklist, ONIC Philippines going to be banning out the Estes, right? So
Yeah.
I think that this checks out. This is the signature picks for Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean they had a little swapperoo there, but yeah, eventually it's ONIC Philippines here. They're banning out those picks, right? They don't want to give the hands. I would say Diggy has been a thorn in the side of a lot of teams so far, so not surprised it's going to be banned out there. Also because it's just a go-to pick as well for Oh My Venus.
Yeah, it works well with a new code. Now ONIC Philippines bans out the Valentina. Something tells me, do you want to open up Fanny or Kadita for their first one, or maybe even Fred or Brody?
Yeah, Fanny is an interesting choice here. I think that it might be considered by side of Blacklist International because it is also a hero that you don't want to pick up and you want to play against. But then again, there's like Glue, there's Kaja, there's a lot. Like Eve is also there.
I don't know. I mean, we have built up this, the battle between the two junglers here. I see ONIC Philippines probably just going with the Fredrin, right? If this is, depending on what this last ban is, I don't see it being the Fredrin ban here. It is the Kaja. I see ONIC Philippines just taking the Fredrin so they at least have that safe start, that safe route, because again, even as comfortable now that Sensui looks, you still want to. Never mind.
It's the
No,
joy.
But they take the joy.
The joy.
So
that
do we see
forgot.
Wise take it?
Well,
yeah, probably. And even the Glue is there, right? You don't want to give both Joy and Glue to your opponents. There's also that Faramis that's also available for Blacklist International. With all of the heroes that are opened up, it's going to be great. I think that the highest, the better way to look at it is to go for the Glue or the Fredrin.
Yeah.
And it is indeed going to be the Fredrin. So it's Farsa for Yue.
Yeah, for Blacklist, the trend mostly it's all about possibly prioritizing their jungler pick and their mid lane hero than the EXP. Now the Joy, we kind of forgot it on the first options that we were trying to see for ONIC Philippines, but usually they actually get either the mid lane or the jungler first. So now, will they go for the EXP?
Oh, it's Akai immediately.
Or a tank.
The answer to the Fredrin.
Yeah.
It's a straight up. Do they go for a Melissa right here? Because what I noticed about Blacklist International is that they want to engage all the time. 5v5 engage.
Yeah.
Kind of means that Melissa is a great hero to answer that because when you're all grouped up together, damage. But instead, it's going to be carry.
Yeah, okay. ONIC Philippines goes with the one of the possible nightmares of a marksman choice in the Land of Dawn, carry. But something tells me it's one of the most studied possible heroes that you can prevent for having a good snowball. If you're up against Blacklist International, how do you counter this? Because seeing up on screen, we're looking at Wise's stats onto the Fredrin.
Yeah.
Because on the headline of today, it's all about being the utility jungler choice of these two players for ONIC and Blacklist.
I think you go Brody or maybe Melissa here if you are Blacklist International. So there's a lot of choices, a lot of comfort. And maybe go for Lolita, maybe, immediately now for... So it's going to be the Melissa, as we have predicted here.
Probably one of the best options, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know that you don't want it to be banned out in the second phase.
Yeah.
Because they already locked in the carry here for ONIC Philippines. You at least now have this Melissa here, who your ultimate alone is going to be crucial, especially with, so far, I mean, it might be the Akai, right? The Akai looking to get the heavy spin lockdowns here. So at least you buy yourself a little bit of time with that. But my biggest thing is, you know, with Joy, is she worth that first pick?
Yeah.
Most teams will argue yes, just because of the fact that it's very strong when it comes to lane. There's no direct counter to it. And also, it's a flex pick. You can play it in a mid lane. Some teams do it. You can play it in jungle. But yeah, XP lane is the typical choice. So for all of those reasons, combining it together kind of gives you all the merit that maybe we can just pick up the Joy.
Yeah, still a flex pick for ONIC, still making the good moves here up against Blacklist International. The respect though, the 4th ban on Kadita, that also one of the priority picks of ONIC Philippines.
Right.
Exchange also with the Lolita, since Oh My Venus still doesn't have a tank choice for this game. So what's left for the table for the last ban for these two teams?
Maybe Eve for Blacklist International could be good versus the Melissa, or maybe Alilia, in fact. Both heroes that can be used by Super Friends to help ONIC Philippines deal the nuke damage against the Melissa, because that's the way for you to take down the Melissa. Straight up, like, marksman versus marksman battle, Melissa will win it mostly in a 5v5 situation. But you have a nuke mage. Now you have a way to pierce through the backlines and get that damage in. Instead, it's going to be Natalia, which is one of those pocket strats that ONIC Philippines have.
Yeah, I was about to... I had 50-50 thoughts in sharing the Natalia pick. So they respect it once again for ONIC Philippines. Something tells me they don't want to be disrupted early game. Because since they still don't have an XP lane hero for Edward, Glue is still open for the table.
Yeah, surprisingly, right? Surprisingly that Glue is still available, unless this is going to be the last ban here. But ONIC Philippines might just be okay with that, right? Especially if they do decide to park the Joy in the XP lane. They know that that should, at least for the most part, be a dead lane. Joy shouldn't die to the Glue, right? And then you can kind of cause havoc later on throughout the game. So, last ban here.
Faramis, maybe? So instead, it's
Melissa,
Matilda, of course.
Or, Matilda.
The
this
Queen
is blanket
Venus.
bans.
Yeah, for sure. So that means Eve will be picked up.
Oh, okay.
Instead.
So this could be a XP lane.
Okay, so the Farsa position 5 already existed before.
Oh no, really? Position 5 Farsa?
We'll see. All my Venus can play it. Good defense. Even Farsa, it's the Squid Game strategy. All they needed is a triangle now. Maybe Lancelot as their last pick. That would be.
This is a different black box.
Yeah, a different black box. It's true. ONIC, okay, what do you do now? You have been snatched by Eve. I think the best case is Lilia, perhaps, for ONIC.
Oh, I had a
then
feeling.
They go for Ruby.
Okay. Going back for
Xavier?
Ruby Sensui.
Xavier or Lilia. Only one's left here for ONIC Philippines. Faramis. Okay, they snatch it up.
They're lacking that magic burst damage for ONIC Philippines, but how is this going up against this lineup of Blacklist?
The way I see this is like, if you're, I mean, burst-wise, yeah, you might not have the burst damage if you're comparing it to like Farsa, and you know, Eve is kind of more controlled damage there, but it's kind of bursty as well. Whereas with ONIC Philippines, I think they're just trying to outmaneuver Blacklist International here because they know that they're going to be pressed to fight in objective kind of boxes, if you will, or circles, if you will. It's going to be tough to fight that, right? So you've got to outlast it. So you have this Faramis, and you've got to hope that somehow your carry and nets can get online as soon as possible.
If they, okay, I was going to say, if they do pick up the Benedetta, it's all about like floor skills here for Blacklist International. All of that, the shapes. It's the Squid Game composition. You have the circle, you do the Farsa, you have the square. You have the rectangle. You have the triangle from the Appraiser's Wrath, too. And you also have that models in everything's
a shape.
It's a shape. It's a floor lineup.
The geometry of AoE damage and burst of Blacklist International. I say they're setting up a ballroom or even a disco night for this match, man. Like, having it all together, that triggered Wolf on what could happen with this kind of plug-and-play lineup. But let's see. Look at our prediction. Oh, we have our faces on the screen as we flash our own predictions for this match. Blacklist International. Whole straight casters for this match.
I do want to say, with this prediction, I do say this favors Blacklist International because of all the geometry that Wolf just mentioned here.
Yeah.
That's going to be really hard to fight in the objectives, and we know as we were painting this whole story, that's what it's going to come down to, I feel like, with these two junglers, right? And now with this first draft here from Blacklist International, you actually have a huge advantage when you're fighting in those turtle pits, in those lord pits later on, with any shapes that you decide to choose, if not all of them.
Ooh, there's a lot of area and zone control that can come out from Blacklist International. And if they do come away right. But the question still remains, who is going to play position 5?
Yeah. I'm really curious. That Eve pick. And that also got me the idea that if Oh My Venus gives a throwback on the Farsa roam, will that be a bit of a risk early game as you rotate?
Thinking about it, between Farsa and Eve, like if they both go together, which hero is not dependent on item compared to the other? I think Farsa is more item dependent because you want to burst down heroes. You only have like 5 ultimates, like 4 nukes. But when it comes to Eve, if you just play like a little bit sustain, you play a little bit like just you're slowing people down with the crystal. Yeah, with poke, maybe you can play the hardcore support role.
Not just that, but you have the box. Right? And then you just rush, probably, you have your own, but your first item is the Ice Queen Wand.
Yeah.
And then you've got Unleash Slow, basically.
Exactly.
And which will allow you to let your Farsa just pop off with the damage, right? And have a lot better time. So I'm actually really interested, to see how that interaction between just the Eve and the Farsa plays out.
Man, this is the first time I've seen this once again in the same team lineup. And okay, so Oh My Venus now, if ever she's taken the Eve with her, it's all about border control, right? Border control plus you have ways to slow down possible ganks because they have Joy on the other side, right? And now, since they have Joy, I believe this is the first time we've seen ONIC Philippines get their hands on the Joy.
Well, statistically, I don't have the stats in my stat book here, but I would say that it's not. Again, Joy is usually banned out. I would say for the most part, she's usually banned out. She hasn't been able to be picked much, right? But when she does, I feel like more often than not, you do see her in the XP lane.
Yeah.
And it's again the analogy of Joy basically being like a mosquito is something that I think it resonates well with the hero because she whittles people down, especially when they build that Genius Wand and then starts to interact. Even that reduced damage or reduced magic resistance, right? With the Genius Wand, she plays around really well with that. Probably running the Vengeance, I'm assuming, and then you have a Fairness there to help you poke people down. You're all relying on that to happen, and then just again for Nets to kind of sweep in somehow and provide all that damage with carry, which we've seen before, but. I still say that carry is more so of a hit or miss because a lot of the times when carry is shut down, it's also just because of the range. You can't get in range. So now, going back to it, the fact that you have to fight either in the box, in the circle, whichever, the positioning for Nets is even more crucial now, and it's like playing on very hard on any game out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do agree with you. Specifically because of the limited mobility that can come out from the carry. You have to constantly hit people so that at least you're going to have a little bit of move speed in you. You have to pop the Phantom Step. Maybe the only saving grace here is that there's a Faramis. But apart from that, once you enter that box that Blacklist International plays around with, there's no escaping that. It's like a cage without actual limitations. But when you get out of there, it's like when you get in there, there's no going out.
Yes. Something tells me that when even Farsa gets to level 4, ONIC Philippines might play it safely. Because how will you get enough ways to actually penetrate the back? Because as Wolf mentioned during the first pick of ONIC Philippines with Joy, there's no direct counter for this Mosquito. And how would you ever attract one if you have the chance? Will it be damage? Will it be burst? Right?
Yeah.
So I think Blacklist would have an upper hand, or maybe their mindset is to up their pace and getting their lanes progress correctly.
Upping their lanes could work, but I still think the game plan here for Blacklist International is just win all the objectives because that's exactly what they've drafted, right? And that's what's going to work for them as the game unfolds. So I feel like even in the case of the Joy pick alone, right, you would think if the Benedetta wasn't picked, then yeah, Joy could possibly put some pressure on the side lanes, put some pressure on the top or bottom lane, push it, right, get those turrets down. But now you have a Benedetta to worry about too, who's probably going to be doing the same thing.
Yeah, and we're going to go up against the first match, and at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S11. So be sure to keep an eye on the poll because you might win a redeemable in-game code. One lucky commenter who guesses it correctly, well, you have a treat for the day. And I believe the game is almost ready for the first action that we will serve in this weekend.
Well, here we go. Week 3 kicking off, and we can see, like we mentioned, both junglers here going to be crucial for either team's victory.
Oh my Venus, rocking the Encourage instead of Conceal as his Roam Blessing. Okay. Already, the position 5 Eve is it's a little bit weird already. And then you paired up with Encourage instead of Conceal. So I wonder what Blacklist International, in their laboratory classes maybe, what have they figured out with the physics of Mobile Legends for them to think this way?
Yeah, since Encourage is up for Oh My Venus, maybe something tells me that they might need that extra boost in terms of team because they have the AoE. They have setups once they hit level 4, and maybe we can play it or say it's plainly that they might want to cover all corners if ONIC Philippines goes in advance.
Not only that, but the fact that, if you're encouraging here, we've seen what Melissa can do, just auto-attacking in general. Every little bonus is going to make that much more, devastating. Not only that, but inspire as well.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think now that makes a lot of sense because Melissa, if you keep them together, if you activate your models and just connect on more people, you want to take them down as soon as possible. And having both Inspire and Encourage at the same time, it means that you max out your attack speed and also max out your damage output from all the members of ONIC Philippines. So I think it makes sense in the end. But then again, not having the Conceal is, teams always move around the Conceal timing.
Yeah. With that being said, Kekadut might have a chance in having a good setup. So since most of them are all in an Ube form, so maybe this will give them another chance for good setups.
Well, Edward quite low there, so he's probably going to check out of this first turtle fight. So there might be the numbers advantage that ONIC Philippines is looking for. Wise going to get zoned out here a little bit. Kekadut doing the job, and Ryota now. They do find a little bit of damage on Wise, but ultimately, Sensui secures the first turtle of the game.
Folks, what's most important for ONIC Philippines, first they made sure that Edward is very low. So at 40% HP, had to commit the final blow, and that meant the Blacklist International lost influence around the turtle area. You saw that how well they managed to apply pressure onto Wise, so that Wise will back down, and that meant free turtle take for Sensui. Already ONIC Philippines with a great start.
Yeah, great start and coverage on the map as they try to give a vision for the team. Maybe now Blacklist is trying to see some potential on how to counter this one. As early on, they have a lot of CCs from ONIC Philippines, so they need to watch for such as this.
Well, there is a lot of ultimates out here. The Retribution does come out, but they're going to be focusing on everybody. Wise quite low, half health here. They're still going to be looking for the kill. Appraiser's Wrath, not able to get Kekadut. They're going to force him back a little bit now. Ryota in trouble, pops the Vengeance. Falls there in the river. First blood for Blacklist International.
My God. I think that Kekadut just focused on physical defense, or maybe just focused on magic defense. I mean, because of physical damage of Wise, that one ultimate put him from 100 to 20 in a snap. And Tenacity didn't kick in enough because, of course, he was very high level. That though.
I think he got him back, Wolf.
Okay.
I think that just pretty much makes up for the last interaction between Kekadud and the team.
I agree.
This is one thing I was talking about earlier, right? How Kekadud will have a great chance or a higher, play up against Yue and even Oh My Venus. But if they're trapped in one place and they can't go even escape, this is the mobility problem that Blacklist needs to address.
Well, now they're going to lock down Wise here, fighting for the orange. Feathered airstrike going to come down. It is secured, though. Wise still on the hunt, looking for Sensui. He's in trouble as he falls in the river now. Turtle up, Sensui down.
Oh, what a bad decision from ONIC Philippines to fight and invade Blacklist before the turtle fight happened. Fortunately, Briota is going to put Wise low, so that means that ONIC Philippines might be able to catch up unless Blacklist International bursts down the Lord.
Yeah, that's just going to be a turtle going to the hands of Blacklist International here. Wise able to survive quite a bit, right? So now it's even across for the Turtles. He's going to lose his purple, though.
Oh, yeah.
Although,
Kekadud got it.
Yep, Kekadud able to grab that. That's going to give him a little bit of an advantage here. So, ONIC Philippines making a play themselves.
Great coverage and great way to trade with objectives. Now, as 5 minutes go, look at another pull from Kekadud.
Wise, there you go. The heavy spin, gonna lock him down. Can't get anywhere. Appraiser's Wrath.
Wow,
Not gonna
misses.
connect though. Wise still up here. Now Edward joining the party. They get Super Prince. He's in trouble. Punished here as he falls. How did he survive that?
They're still alive, Wolf.
Wise! That was a beautiful set of moves. He went in, stepped on the Cyclone Eye, activated the Appraiser's Wrath, so he gets lifesteal. He anticipated the flicker from Super Friends.
Talking about instincts, Wise has it first.
Wow! That was nuts.
That was mind-blowing.
I was Wise.
That was
That was a Wise move.
That was a wise
Can't
move.
believe it. He positioned himself specifically where the flicker will land and timed it so well so that he can taunt him. Why is he on a
Amazing.
different planet? He's on a different planet.
He's way too thinking farther up against those specific play, man. I can't help but just to watch and enjoy.
Something like that, though, is that just freak mechanics, or is it a little bit of luck as well? Because, yeah, ONIC Philippines should have at least gotten Wise down, right? There should have been something there, but I guess many people would argue that, I mean, that's just the king of the jungle for you, right? I mean, Wise has done things like that multiple times throughout his career, and, you know, small things like that really do build up as the game transitions onward.
Now we're going back to the action and how that play gave way for Blacklist International to cover more on the map in the first 6 minutes.
I'm still in shock right now of how that play went, how mechanically freakish that is. And I don't know if it's, at this point you don't know if it's luck or both.
Or
right?
both.
Could be.
You know, that's just pure athleticism, basically.
Yeah.
You know?
One of the world's best, man.
That's right.
You know, that's just, at the end of the day, sometimes you just be like, man, I'm just athletic as hell and land on. That's all it is.
Experience translates to what? Pure high mechanic play. ONIC Philippines destroy a tower down bottom, as well as Edward going for the cut lanes up top.
Okay, so this little bit of the dust will settle, but ONIC Philippines with that push onto the bottom lane is really massive. Now, you're gonna have to think, do we fight the next turtle? And if you're ONIC Philippines, you kind of have to. Your timer will expire. Surely there was a time where you can burst on both UA and Oh My Venus in a snap, but when the defensive items come in, now gonna have a bad time. So they have to press on, especially when they're facing up against a Melissa.
We're talking about windows on how to defend up against Oh My Venus and Yue, but look at that Ryota poking on Edward.
On point, Ryota.
Poking him down. Edward quite low here. Can't elect the final blow out of there. Now they're going to be setting up the box here around this turtle. It's the third one of the game. Who's going to be able to grab it? The feathered airstrike zoning him out, and it goes over to Wise pretty easily, despite Sensui being there as well. Bottom side, though, 1 versus 1. marksman versus marksman, and Super Red comes out on top.
All right, two things. First, we did say during the draft that when it comes to a marksman versus marksman battle, it's going to be Melissa who's going to be having a better time because you need the nuke mage, and I think that was a mistake, a misjudgment from ONIC Philippines. Second point, when they do find the kill onto Edward, it looked like ONIC Philippines had the advantage on the turtle, but you saw how much slow there was from OI Venus. He didn't even have the Ice Queen 1 when that fight happened, but it was already very sticky around the box of Blacklist International with all of the slows that they have.
Just imagine how you would survive in mid-game. This is the one that we're trying to discuss about, right? The magic damage in ONIC Philippines. Since it's mostly, we could rely on Super Prince, right? When will be that time? Because he only has the Clock of Destiny to really suffice the damage up against Blacklist International's mid-game power spike.
Mid-game power spike's going to be crucial, right? For, I mean, Blacklist International in general, now that the turtles are pretty much done with, right? The next big objective is going to be the Lord here. I can see both teams full force fighting it. They don't want to give it up, but hold on. Action in the mid lane. Super Prince has to flicker it out. Colt Alter as well. Kekadute a little bit late here. Electo find a blow under the turret. They find Super Prince. They're still going at it. Nets joining the party, trying to decide an angle to enter from. Can't find it, though. A little bit too late. It's Super Prince that falls.
Wow. Great clash from both teams, but ultimately Blacklist International likes what is happening. Then again, most of their turrets are now falling down. This is one thing that ONIC Philippines can have.
Kekadute gonna find Oh My Venus. They get the lockdown with a heavy spin. Now working on Wise. They're gonna back off for now. Happy with the one. Lord now spawning a couple seconds away. ONIC Philippines with a numbers advantage.
Great activation of Carry. They actually ported him in the mid lane. After the kill onto Oh My Venus, now they have access to the Lord. Without the box from Blacklist International, this is more winnable for ONIC Philippines.
They might wait up until Yue uses that ultimate, but I believe they won't risk it.
Oh, they're going to
Kekadute and Ryota being trapped.
Edward now coming from the backside, looking for Kekadute, does find him. Lord, though, secured by ONIC Philippines, so they grab that first big objective here. Can they play around it despite losing a member?
Wow. I think that they can. Maybe they can get a outer turret into the mid lane or maybe up top lane. A Pit Master. Wow, I love it. Ranked first in total turtle kills, and they take out Super Red up top. One thing I want to say, Ryota has been playing well this game. Was on point. Took down Edward in the second turtle take, and now during the Lord take, he was the one with Kekadute to force Wise to actually commit the retribution in the purple buff, which meant that there was no contest at all for Blacklist International.
Since ONIC Philippines has so much mobility and damage up against Blacklist International, I say this is how they countered the geometry of damage that they have, right? The plug and play and how they wanted to peel one. Edward!
Oh, Edward barely escaped, but here comes Sensui under the turret with a heavy spin. Able to find Edward. Still looking for more. Oh My Venus gonna be in trouble, quite low. They don't get the kill. The burn's not enough. And now Wise trying to zone everybody out the best he can with Yue. Oh My Venus there to back him up, but can't help enough. They back off.
Whew. See how Wise holds his ground. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off that ONIC Philippines would love to have, especially because they are able to utilize the Lord in a cross-map kind of way. They took one turret only, however, but they did take out a very important hero, which was Edward. Now they're leading by 2.1 thousand, so ONIC Philippines are happy about the results.
As the progress goes for the yellow Hedgehogs, I say this gold lead, they need to hold this until we go further off of this game, because the problem is the ultimate of Yue is much more faster up against, well, Super Prince. So as we see the damage from the burn and also from Wise's ultimate, I say they have more coverage if ever they lose one set from Kekadute, right?
Yeah, they got to be careful, though. Even with that being said, you know, Yue able to provide a lot of burst, but what's happening is ONIC Philippines is just finding their own setups, right? Even with this poking that Blacklist International can do, you have to keep an eye on Kekadute, because a lot of the times it's him and Sensui finding targets, locking them down, and allowing Nets to just pretty much unleash.
A bit of battle there, as you saw, from both junglers as they want to aggress each other. But, you know, Blacklist International been doing a great job defending this mid lane. Well, they do have two nuke mages, so it's not a very difficult task to have. But keeping that means that Blacklist International will have some farm choices, especially protecting their jungle from the mid lane path.
Yeah, they have wave clear. They have a good push from Yue and Oh My Venus. I say the problem for Blacklist International is the surprise setup that Kekadude has. He's been saving that flicker for the most important moments that they have, because to see Super Red is on Inspire, man. And well, the ultimate could be the one saving him, but Ekadude's presence right now, he gives a lot of coverage for those ways that either ONIC can bounce back.
That's unfair, right? If you're inspired and encouraged, right? So,
yeah.
But it's not working so far for Super Red. He's really got to have the advantage here. But right now, it's been all ONIC Philippines as they find Wise. Wise is taken out just like that. So this could be a good position for ONIC Philippines to be in. They're going to go ahead and work on this Lord here. They get the flicker around from Super Friends, but there's nothing Blacklist International can do to contest this Lord.
Oh, Ryota.
Ryota getting the flicker out from Oh My Venus. They're on the run. Too much damage, though.
Woo!
Ryota with a play.
How do you stop a moving Joy? No. You can't.
That's the answer?
Yeah, you can't.
Even with all of the encouragements and all of the inspiration, you can't.
This is the problem now, because the damage even for Ness is really showing up for Blacklist International. They have setups from Kekadude, but he's not using any flicker yet. So how is Blacklist International sees a chance here? Super Dad has claws, but is that enough up against ONIC Philippines right now, Wolf?
I think that they need all of the items that all fully packed items, and I think Wise also needs to tank up more. He's not able to farm up as you would expect him. He doesn't even have like magic defense, like outright magic defense, right? Surely you can get that from both Molten Essence, but look at him go.
Oh.
Look at him go away.
That has happened time and time again. Wise getting locked down here. Yue escaping with a little sliver of health. They're going to lose their inhibitor turret mid lane. ONIC Philippines just unleashing on Blacklist International. Begs the question, is this double mage setup in the mid lane worth it here? Right now, it's a tough time. Edward trying to do his best, going to get quite low. The boxes came down. Super Red defending the best he can. There's the feathered airstrike. They get the immortality out here. Oh My Venus still looking to clean up. Super Red able to get the kill. They lose 2 turrets in the base, but hold on for longer.
Wow. You can see the defense from both Farside Eve is just almost impenetrable. Although
really strong.
ONIC Philippines did take out one hero, that was Wise, and they took out 2 inhibitors. But, you know, this is going to be good for Blacklist International. They have great defenses. And ONIC Philippines, they lead by 7,000, but that doesn't mean that all of their troubles are over. They have to find a way to take out both Oh My Venus and Yue out of the equation before they are able to completely push through the base of Blacklist International.
They're not out of jungle yet, because if ONIC Philippines want to secure this win, whoa, Sensui!
They're going to get the Colt Altar out here from ONIC Philippines. Ryota jumping into 4, gets the flicker out, and out Net's there as well. A lot of resources here expended by both teams. They go back. Lord still 40 seconds away here, while Edward holds down that bottom side.
It's still an even ball game, right? But now Nets really had a chance to pile up those gold, ranking #1 up against the gold laner of Blacklist International. How is this?
Oh. Well, they need to utilize that in 30 seconds, or 20 seconds, say that. Long lane going to be controlled by both the XP laners. You can see that Wise and Kekadude might touch shoulders in a little bit. Nets showed himself kind of baiting Wise in this, but they do know there's a lot of vision for Blacklist International.
They're gonna go there, Wise. Taking the brunt of the damage, gets pulled with I'm Offended. Immortality going to be popped here. Ryota making his way to the fight as well as Edward. There's the response. They back off for a little bit. They're going to pull the Lord out of the pit here. Which team wants to commit here? Ultimate's down 3 for ONIC Philippines. They still got the advantage, but Wise not going to let this one go here as this Lord dance ensues.
That was a good pull from Wise, man. I mean, the peel and the pull. He get 2 ultimates out. Now, how will they manage to steal it? It's Sensui and Wise. The retribution battle is on, but Blacklist International is all over the place.
Blacklist International going to push them back here. Look at Super Friends going from the angle. Still,
Wise,
they're going to have
Sensui.
to fight for it. Wise and Sensui. It's going to come down to that, and
No
it's
way.
Nets again.
No way.
Pushing into
the
the face. Nets again with a normal day as he takes game #1 in Nets fashion.
I'm going to say it again. Nothing but nets in Season 11.
Wolf's reaction.
We
How
were
you feeling,
so
Wolf?
focused in the Lord fight, right? In the Lord pit. The pit master being in there, that's Sensui. And all of a sudden, you see this play once again from Nets. No, not even needing the rapid boots, or did he? We don't know. But I don't remember. Another day at the office at ONIC Philippines, at least for Nets. Yeah, a guy from the office is Nets.
It's another normal day for Nets.
Yeah, that's what he means, man. You know, I'm just going to put on my shoes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make my way to the base.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
We were looking. We were talking about how the Lord dances would work against Sui. Oh, you forgot about me.
Oh.
I'm still here. And this shows something different from ONIC Philippines, because on the previous season, it was like there's one player who's shining through the games and teamwork. Now it's all of them functioning as one unit.
I think it was, for me personally, I think this was Ryota's game.
Yeah.
Surely we saw that Nets was the one to break the base, like what we saw with that winning play. But Ryota, all throughout the game, was very instrumental to their victories.
That's correct, because I even questioned, you know, is it worth the Joy priority pick? Well, Ryota, I see now.
I see
now. Great job there, because yeah, he was that mosquito all over the place, right? He even got, like you said, the solo kill, you know, from Edward. And I'm surprised too that this wasn't even a back door. It was literally straight up the mid lane.
Yeah. They saw avenues, saw potentials. How is game number 1? It's ONIC Philippines. Just got scored against Blacklist International.
Well, that's very true, casters. As we saw in that previous game, it was definitely the Nets another day in the office kind of move we saw from ONIC Philippines, but it was weird because it's not even a backdoor play. It's not a segue. It's literally in the middle. And how come Blacklist International forgot about that? Well, they didn't. It was more of the result of what happened in the early stages of the game, adding up all together, piling up to go and go up against Blacklist International. Let's look at the stats here. I want you to look at Mr. Ryota himself, 2-1-1 with a lot of gold, with the choice of going for the Vengeance and the Magic Worship, allowing from him to be the pressure, apply the pressure onto the 2 nuke mages that's available for Blacklist International. That's Farsa as well as the Eve. So you're not always safe if you're playing Yue, if you're Yue or Ome Venus, not having a good time in this game, just because of the fact that was Ryota being a problem for them. And not only that, even Weiss as well as Edward suffered the consequences of giving out the joy to a team. And this is probably the reason why it's always banned out. In fact, he dealt the most damage in this game. That's Ryota, the ace for this game. Let's look at Sensui as well. Being the Guardian, Akai eventually just being very crucial to the first and the third Lord. The first and the third turtle take, as well as the Lord takes, coming out from ONIC Philippines. And then, of course, the rich guy, Nets, the carry, ending the game eventually. Now, why do we say that this is just a result of what happened in the the early minutes of the game? Because that's what I saw. Nets, although he landed the killing blow, all of those things that ONIC Philippines built up was the real reason why they were able to end the game. And it's all because of how they managed to take resources from the game one after the other, particularly taking all of those Lord takes, then eventually just securing that lane advantage in the mid lane, pressuring that, fast pushing that so that nobody will be taking care of the neutral objectives for Blacklist International in the last minutes. Nets will be the MVP. 2-1-3 with all of the items he has right now. The Trinity that they have been calling, it's the Golden Staff, Demon Hunter Sword, the Corrosion Scythe. Perfect for attack speed based heroes. Let's look at the highlights now. As Kekidut just picking up the stack after being killed with First Blood, they take him off. And this was one of the bad decisions from ONIC Philippines, just trying to invade when there was a second turtle that's happening. Fortunately for them, for the Yellow Hedgehogs, they did not get punished afterwards. They do secure the turtle, but it's not going to be enough to take the victory to Blacklist International afterwards. Weiss, this is the great play that you saw. Cyclone Knife fade away. Look at him go. Look at him. Position himself here. And look at that timing with the taunt. after the flicker. Why am I doing the play-by-play here? I should be doing the analysis.
It's
but
so
that was
amazing.
You're doing a great job.
yeah, thank you. But that was great that you can see coming up from Wise. It wasn't enough though. You can see the pokes on my Venus gonna be exposed and eventually a kill. Even after a wonderful taunt here coming out from Wise, ONIC Philippines still manages to win the battle. Again, catching off Wise here, bursting him down. Look at Ryota go, just making sure that there will be no steals on the Lord whatsoever. Still even secures the kill onto Oh My Venus. Another snag that Sensui isolating Wise once again. Great defense coming out from Blacklist International, as they do have 2 nuke mages to clear the waves, but it will not be enough as Nets assured all of the lanes from the middle with super minions in there because they have already taken out the inhibitor turret. Anyways, you saw how it was good for the side of ONIC Philippines. And let's look at the checklist, right? So far, they were able to recognize Kekadu's hero pool, but they still gave him the Ruby, which was one of his, I would say, one of his favorite picks. And also, the Lord Dance coming up from Sensui and gold laners and their positioning. There was one time that there was a great duel between 2 marksmen, but eventually it was Nets and his macro positioning to secure game. My goodness, what was that?
I feel like the biggest key to victory there is gold laners positioning.
Yeah.
You know, maybe behind everybody else and looking eyes dead set on the base. So I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like at that point it's like, how many times has this happened? You know, and I know that there was like, I think it was season 10 where there was that patch with the turrets and everything, right?
Yeah,
That changed everything. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we need to revisit that. I don't know.
Are we?
It is a strategy. I get it. It's a strategy, and it's something that teams should always be wary about. You know, so definitely is something possible up the sleeves that any team honestly can do.
It's all about watching your 6 if you're up against ONIC Philippines, because if you want to check your recall, you might watch your 6. Because in this match, you talk about positioning, right? Just notice how Joy or Ryota got his hands on the Divine Glaive in Genius 1 first. Talking about burn magic damage, scorch magic damage, and the positioning, the mobility was lacking in the side of Blacklist International. You can't escape that, man. They were all burning.
Yeah, they were burning, yes. And another part of it, of that whole picture here, OSX, is this is, when you were looking at the highlights, right, you saw how many times Wise got locked down. And I feel like that was the risk here, right, with this lineup specifically because when you have Oh My Venus and also UA on 2 mages, yes, that can work great. But if Wise is getting pretty much locked down every time, he's dead before the objective dance starts, it's really tough to deal with. So I'm sure they're going to fix that going into the next game.
Well, as the game goes today, experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. The tickets are available now at tickettome.net, so get yours today. Just imagine enjoying the crowd here right at our backs, enjoying the game, and as the weekend goes, man, reserve your seat.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to the topic, right, about Wise, because now I think it's one of those like typical analysis when you see like a no tank setup wherein you don't really have a way to alleviate the pressure away from your jungler, right? So because surely you have tank junglers, but it's also coupled up with another tank like Lolita, for example, or maybe something like a Cho or some another support hero. But this was one of those games where you say that both Eve and Farsa needs cover, so who now covers the jungler, right? There's nobody like taking care of the jungler. So I guess that's one thing that ONIC Philippines have exploited.
I felt like Edward was trying to do that.
Yeah.
You know, like he was trying to provide at least a little bit of that support to Wise.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's just kind of distracting people, trying to land the electro final blow and things like that. But unfortunately, it just didn't work. And it was also, again, because of a lot of the lockdown potential they had. And then while Edward and Wise were in the front and, you know, you had the rest pretty much trying to get space, that's why Ryota did so well, because he was on the Joy and he would just make a beeline to the backside, and then it was just, you know, chaos from there.
Yeah, there was still frontline defense for Blacklist International. As this being talked about, right? Lolita could be a good option, could be a great, counter to protect Oh My Venus and UA. But how about what we talked about in game number 1? What if we see the variant now for Blacklist International, a change? What if Renegade goes out? Will it work up against ONIC Philippines?
I think so. You know, I always say, I mean, at this point, whenever you ask me, anybody asks me that question, I always just say, no, they're just plug and play, man. It's like
still the same.
It's like playing on a, you know, you have your own, like I said in the Tagalog Filipino broadcast. they have a computer already, and between Renegade and Edward, it's just a different mouse.
So it's like changing your mouse.
It's just literally just changing your mouse.
Changing your mice.
The DPS, yeah.
Mice.
Either you have one, or no. Actually, I guess since they're more plug and play, they're pretty much the fancy mice.
Yeah, yeah.
That you can you have all the buttons.
Yeah.
Maybe not having all the buttons in a hologram, right?
Yeah.
It's all about advanced technology.
That's not plug and play yet, and we don't know that.
What if it's just a port in the computer, right?
I don't know.
Who knows?
I don't know what kind of mouse you're playing with, man.
Yeah, it's more of like a touchpad for some reason, or a mouse. Depends.
Oh.
But I get what you mean about mouses or mice.
Because you're because you're using the the high end computers, perhaps.
No.
We go traditional.
Yeah.
I go with the wired one.
My mouse is a mouse ball,
Really? You still have it?
Yeah, I
really?
still have
Wow. It brings back so many memories.
I don't even have a computer.
Really? You don't have a...
I'm living in 2023 without a computer.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't imagine how your day goes. But if we go how Nets, I can imagine how his social media will blast after having a normal day.
Yeah, his tagline needs to be like, it's just a normal day.
Normal day. I show my shoes. I walk, go to studio, go to Makati, and
It's the employee of the month. Yeah.
Nets.
Yeah.
Could they actually change or trim down choices for Nets or even for Kekadut?
It's not even about the heroes.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just the mindset of Nets to be like, all right, this is, and the rest of ONIC Philippines be like, all right, this is a great moment for me to, do what I'm known for. You're marching the base while everybody's so sent. I mean, even I'm sure viewers out there, ourselves as casters here, again, we built up the story of the two junglers going head to head, and that's kind of what we saw with that Lord fight. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way,
I'm here.
Yeah.
By the way,
Just saying hi, just gonna go to work. And okay, this confirms it. No change. It's still Edward for the EXP lane of Blacklist International. So this changes if there's new ways of getting that first pick, right? Will be Blacklist International now on the other side up against ONIC Philippines. So let's see how the problems will be solved into game number 2.
Well, you can see they're going to start with the same sides here, right? ONIC Philippines also. I just see them doing very similar bans. If you notice from the previous game, they like blanket banned Oh My Venus, which is what a lot of teams do against Blacklist International. And in a way, that was kind of effective, and at least in the last game, because it forced Blacklist International to be like, let's just try this. Let's just try the roam, the roam Eve. And unfortunately for them, it didn't work out the way they wanted it to.
Yeah. I think that they had, we did say that could be Lolita or Melissa during their third pick or the third slot for Blacklist International. They opted to go for the Melissa, understandably so. But that meant that the Lolita was banned out by ONIC Philippines, and it could have been the perfect play. And that's also true with what Blacklist did. They picked up the Eve because it will be great for ONIC Philippines' lineup. But them, snatching that pick kind of didn't help their course. So I think that there will be a lot of changes for Blacklist International. More like they want to be more conventional in their drafting pattern here.
Yep.
So expect a more, standardized gameplay from Blacklist International.
Could we see the lapu-lapu, right? And mostly the glue. Glue wasn't even banned, right, on the first game. So with Kaja being banned here by Blacklist International, Valentina could either be chosen here. ONIC Philippines banned out the Joy themselves because they don't want to have that trade up against Blacklist International. Naisu.
I think they're going to maybe they take the Fredrin this time, right? But I like that you pointed out that glue was still open previous game. I feel like it would have been better if Edward had just picked the glue, because then at least you provide some of that front line-ness that you need, right? You need some of that beefiness in the front line to help Wise not have to worry about everything. Like Wise last game had to worry about securing the objectives and staying alive and not getting locked down.
Yeah. There's a lot of things, or there's a lot of responsibilities with Wise onto game number 1. Or the respect ban carry from Blacklist International. So would it be the XP lane or will it be the Fredrin for ONIC Philippines?
Valentina, there's
oh yeah, it's open.
That wasn't even considered previously. Well, now it is. Okay. Well, so do you still pick up the Farsa if you're Blacklist? Fredrin Farsa, perhaps?
You should. Okay.
100% ban rate. Still picking ban rate. I mean, just tells us that Fredrin was present in all of the drafts.
When Fredrin first came out, I never thought that he would be this of a hot commodity pick.
I agree.
I just never. I mean, when you first see Fredrin as a hero and like his kit and everything, you're like, all right, he's pretty good.
It's all right. It's
Very
all
cool.
right.
But then he fits so well in like today's meta.
Yeah.
Which is just win these dances.
Yeah, in team fights, man.
Yeah.
It mostly is a really versatile one that can work with everything.
Wow.
And Melissa for Blacklist International in the second pick.
You notice the hierarchy of Melissa now in week 3?
Yeah.
Right?
So it's already a priority pick.
I believe it's one of the strongest ones. No, early game it was a good run for Super Red to use the Melissa. Now it's still Akai for ONIC. Will they go up against a marksman pick if you're ONIC Philippines right now?
Yeah. So what do you, I mean, you kind of want to think about your XP-laner now if you're ONIC Philippines. Consider it. Lapu-Lapu is there, but you know, between Lapu-Lapu and Yuzhong, both those heroes don't really act well versus this Melissa. So what do you pick up now? What if they pick up the Charizard last? But instead they are gonna consider the Brody.
Okay.
Decent matchup versus the Melissa.
Yeah.
I say this is the classic priorities of ONIC Philippines back in their days, in their games from week number 1. So this is one of their strongest comfort picks. Now Blacklist International, would they go for the position 5 now?
I think they go Lolita this time.
Wolf.
You are correct, sir.
The overseer in our casting table. I'm happy to be here.
Happy to be here with you too, Wolf.
I'm inspired and encouraged by you guys.
I just want you to share, inspire, and encourage.
Yeah.
I just want you to share some of that IQ.
Yeah. He doesn't have the conceal, he has the encourage right on his shoes, right? Just imagine
Yeah.
it's being amplified like this. Energy. Now going to the second phase of banning. Who do you ban out on your blacklist? Since in the side of ONIC Philippines, they don't have their EXP lane yet.
Yeah. So you ban out the KK heroes, perhaps? Maybe Ruby from the
I was going
previous
to say,
game? Yeah.
please, like, I would, personally, it would be great if they do ban out the Ruby, because then it does force Kakadu to play something else here. And I always said, with Kakadu specifically, he kind of has 50-50 games on the Rubies, right, so far. He's had amazing games, and then he's had games where it's like, Kakadu, what's going on here? You know, so I feel like you could actually just leave that open because you know that's kind of the case for Kakadu. But even
Good
last
day and
game,
a bad day.
Yeah, last game, you know, he had a heck of a start on that Ruby.
Yeah, for sure. So what do you ban? Like maybe Grok, Ruby. Yeah, there's really not much that you can. Maybe Cho, as KK kind of, if I recall correctly, that's also a pick, or maybe Franco even.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we haven't seen
could be
Franco
good.
because clearly, well, this Akai would be on the jungle, right? So if they want pickoffs and there's a Lolita on the other side, a Franco would be a good choice for ONIC Philippines. So if you're Blacklist, do you shorten out the choices of the EXP lane or the roamer? Well, yes. Wolf said it again.
Wow.
Double the encourage boots, man.
Okay. It's the band Feramis. So no, you still have the Farsa if you're Blacklist International.
Yep.
Gonna be good, or
But you know that's going to be, you know, stolen from you, and then you're going to have to fight against that too,
For
right?
sure,
So
for sure.
it's in a way it's kind of a gamble.
Oh,
There's the glue.
yeah. There you go.
Okay.
I love that answer. Glue for Blacklist International. So it's
Okay.
open for Edward. And up against these three picks of ONIC Philippines, I think it would actually work.
I think you go Grok if you're ONIC Philippines on the X lane so that you can match up against the glue, and then you're gonna be looking for a roamer. I think Atlas could be good for ONIC Philippines. It's gonna be their last choice since Franco's not available anymore. So that could be the choices here for the set of ONIC Philippines, like Atlas as well as the Grok. So much beefiness and so much strength in the early stages. But instead, it's going to be...
I think it's still a Ruby for ONIC Philippines, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I think this is still a Ruby.
It was a Ruby, and then the manly voice,
Manly voice.
Yuzhong.
Oh, okay. You have backline defense, and you're still
The
going to go
Farsa.
with the Ruby and up against a
The Farsa,
Farsa.
okay.
Okay. Final pick for Blacklist International. How's this for game number 2 for the recoded team?
Okay, maybe what they should for the recoded team. This is very standard, as we expected, right? This is what Blacklist International wants to do. They wanna just pick up the standard box type kind of strategy that they have. Gonna be playing around this Melissa, and then of course just play together so that they can take the objectives. While for the side of ONIC Philippines, they do have the same, and it's kind of similar kind of strategy. The only problem here is how are they going to take down the Melissa? Surely they have the Brody, and at a certain point, like the Yu Zhong will not have any problems from the go away of the Melissa. But once they don't land those ultimates up and combo up and control the Melissa, they might not have enough.
Well, how will Blacklist bounce back in game number 2 with the lineup up against ONIC Philippines? Let's see how will they make it work in this game.
Well, I think already, specifically for Blacklist International, again, with just this draft and allowing Wise to focus on what Wise has to do is already a good step in getting us to a game 3. Right now, ONIC Philippines, on the other hand, like you said, Wolf, if you can still get those lockdowns with Sensui, you have Kekadu once again. If he has a great game on this Ruby, you're going to be able to set yourself up for possibly sweeping Blacklist International here.
This could be a balanced attack if you're Blacklist and up against ONIC Philippines, because there were a lot of ways that they leveled the playing field now. My Venus on the conceal, so maybe they could be more busy in getting those rotations quickly for the vision where Wise needs to have a good target for a lane gank, right?
Yeah. Which kind of means that the first movements of the junglers will be so crucial. So far, Sensui is already able to reach level 4 after this crab. This 41 seconds off, and he actually stole one scaled lizard. So between the two, it's actually ONIC Philippines that will have more jungle creeps compared to Blacklist International.
Talking about advancement on the early game progress. Look at that, the pokes from Edward. This is what I'm saying, right? The glue on the hands of Edward really works well. Now it's mid lane pokes for these two players or members of ONIC and Blacklist International. I say they're just leveling up the time to get on the first turtle of the game.
Yeah, everybody pretty much rushing right here at this point. 10 seconds till that turtle comes up. You can even see Kekadu going to go ahead and reset here. Ooh. And they might look to trade a little bit, but I still see it coming down to this turtle dance pretty much for now. Yeah.
So look at that. Well, the pressure up top, I'm feeling with the Melissa and the far side. Oh. There you have it. Talking about AoE and early game damage, right?
I mean, I was going to say looking for a trade, but instead, Blacklist International gets the turtle plus the kill. Hold on, they're looking for more here. But it's actually Edward that falls. A mistake by Blacklist International, but they're still going to be going. Oh, my Venus, not going to connect on that noon on Blast. So right now, ONIC Philippines able to get a kill out of all that. First, it was just Blacklist International with an objective and a kill. Yep. But now, ONIC Philippines on the board as well.
Honestly, Blacklist International going to be pretty happy with that. Edward did his job. Have lost one lane of minions, and that will be bad for sure. But when it comes to what his actual goal is, he's doing a great job. And taking down nets first for Blacklist International, that's the most crucial one. You feed off of your gold laner if you're Blacklist International, and having the lead over the Brody means that you will have a better shot at the late game. We know for sure that between Melissa and Brody, Melissa has the better late game.
Yeah,
there was nothing he could do.
Yeah, that's the AoE burst right there from Yue's feathered airstrike. And going back to Wolf's thought there on the gold lane, yes, that forces out Kekadu to aid nets because they need a good time here. If you're a Brody, you need to have a good scaling advantage. If you're up against, well, Super Red.
Oh, hold on. Wise.
Oh, pinning down.
Not sure he's going to be able to get out of that one. In enemy territory, gets punished for it. Falls in the jungle. So now, kill-wise, even across the board, ONIC Philippines still could be looking for more here. But it looks like Blacklist International also knows what's up. They're still going to be putting the pressure, but nothing for now.
And so much pressure on Blacklist International to put up the top lane. Kekadu will be staying up there as well. Going to be a 1v1 between Ryota as well as Edward onto the bottom lane. So it's really just them waiting for the next neutral objective. The game is equalized because of the kills that ONIC Philippines were able to get. But let's see. Might not be the case.
Wow. Nets able to survive with a sliver of health. Now the second turtle going to be up here. Sensui going to go and start this fight up. Super Prince also with the feathered airstrike here. You can see as well Ryota making his way. They're going to have to rely on that Black Dragon form as well. And it's going to be a full-on team fight for this one. As the dance ensues, both teams trying to get the vision they need here. Here's Ryota, the Black Dragon form. Going to push them back the best he can. Feathered airstrike coming out. Super Prince is secured by Sensui. And they give it a call back here. They're happy with the objective.
Ooh. That's the instincts.
Beautiful control from ONIC Philippines. They snagged the aggro of the Lord, of the turtle, I mean. They took it away from Blacklist International. And the moment that they saw or felt that there will be Numinum Blast, they backed down all together in good unison. And at the same time, Sensui still managed to find the right angle so that the turtle will not be reset. And he gets it away from Wise. Great plays coming in from ONIC.
And this is a focus on the top side.
There's 4 members here.
4 on 4. There's the Appraiser's Wrath. Still going to be looking for more. The turtle finally goes down. Super Red unleashing here. All members are quite low. Able to find Super Fritz. Finds another. Nets falls. Making a third. Kekadut still alive. Never mind. Oh My Venus comes in. It's 3 down for ONIC Philippines.
What a massive swing for Blacklist International as they took the turret and then takes 3 members of ONIC Philippines. Yue was on point even with the follow-up stun. And now, you know what time it is for Blacklist International. It's not ONIC PH's time, it's the Ube time. We're going to see it once again. Look at how Yue connects with all of those stuns. Of course, Super Red just connecting with the muddles. Yue with the stun onto Nets. Beautifully done. That's to control the enemy Brody. And this means Blacklist International will be basking in Ube's timing.
Yeah, they're seeing light from that gameplay. It's Blacklist International's slowly taking good progress and damage. See, that's how you have the advantage of having a Lolita on your side, having glue. But now pickoffs is the answer of ONIC Philippines.
There's going to try to get Oh My Venus down. 1 hit away. Going to charge up. Has the shield. They get the flicker out. Ryota able to get Oh My Venus. And now the focus here on Wise. He's going to fall as well. ONIC Philippines with a massive play getting 2.
Wow. And this is going to be coinciding to the turtle timing. Great move coming out from ONIC Philippines. And once again, the timing coming out from Ryota. I mean, he was a little bit slower this game compared to a Joy because he's playing the Yuzhong compared to a Joy, but his timings were on point. And that meant that he was able to cancel Oh My Venus' ultimate.
Well, Edward getting poked down here, but most likely just going to have to give up this turtle over the hands of ONIC Philippines. They're slowly gaining some control back into the game, but still gold lead in favor of Blacklist International.
They're seeing hope here on the lineup of Wise and Super Red because in team fighting perspective, there's a lot of things at stake if they go straight and how Blacklist defense is going to be. Because now we were talking about items. Is this enough already to give an exchange or even trades in the first 8 minutes, Wolf?
Yeah, for sure. Let's just compare the matchups, right? You can see that overall from Blacklist International, they do have the better gold. Big difference, though, when it comes to gold laner's almost 1,000. And that's something that ONIC Philippines will have to shake off. Wow, that was a very early Numinum Blast.
Aggressive.
Wow.
But
thought about clearly.
Okay.
Oh My Venus.
Early.
I think they're still going to go ahead and just press the situation here. I mean, there's no Lord for a minute plus here. They also use the Conceal, plus that ultimate, the Numinum Blast from Oh My Venus. So right now, ONIC Philippines knows this information and might play around this if they can, but they don't have the space advantage, and that's what's crucial here as Blacklist International has those 3 turrets down, possibly another one soon.
Yeah, will they risk it, though? Because Blacklist has continuous good pressure and lockdown right now. If ONIC Philippines decide to have a good chance, though, did Sensui? Oh, why still managed to secure that purple?
I think, okay, Oh My Venus going to charge up once again. Still going to be able to get out of there just fine. Also, notice Nets not part of this whole fight just yet, so they're lacking some damage here. And right now, slowly but surely, Blacklist International just taking parts of the map here from ONIC.
Yeah, they have good mobility, and there's still no defenses has been taken down on the side of the code right now. So this forces out ONIC Philippines to have enough damage items, because if Nets has so much delay, how is this going to go up against this matchup?
Okay, they get the heavy spin out of Sensui. That is perfect timing, as now this Lord is up. So Sensui without an ultimate here. Just got to be careful how he approaches it if he wants to actually contest this one. Kekadut providing the vision. Edward there as well. Blacklist International in clear green signal to take this one.
You're not
first
risking
Lord.
it.
ONIC's not going to risk it. Wise secures first Lord of the game.
I say time for ONIC Philippines. They want more time and damage here. They want to take it more further heading into late game because they have no pushes yet, and the control of and coverage of Black International right now is just so high. There's a lot of things that they can answer.
There were so many things that went badly for ONIC Philippines too. You saw Sensui getting picked off, and of course they already committed the stolen Numinum Blast from Super Fritz. Just 11 seconds before the Lord timing, just right before Sensui was taken out. So a lot of like misfortunes here.
Okay, heavy spin's gonna come out. There's Kakadu with the I'm Offended pull. Not enough damage just yet. Super Red unleashing. Look at the damage, it's too much. Sensui's gonna fall. Super Red as well. They find Ryota. A trade though. ONIC losing 2. Kakadu running for the hills.
Trade of 2 to 1. Suddenly that didn't turn out good for ONIC Philippines. It's the damage right now connecting up against Sensu and Ryota, Wolf.
Oh man. See, ONIC Philippines just, they connected their shots. The timing was just off. You saw how Kakadu was able to find 2. Had it been that he was able to jump with Ryota, it could be a total disaster for Blacklist International, but it wasn't. In fact, Blacklist International themselves will claim 2 bounties. Even after losing Super Red, it wouldn't matter as much because now it will take all of the outer turrets for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, how to get the good setup because Oh My Venus has a lot of space. She doesn't have a flicker yet. It's an open window for ONIC to take because Super Friends has been eyeing the ultimate. He's been eyeing for the good setup. But the taunt is really working well for Wise. Look at the burst to peel.
They get the feathered airstrike again. Heavy spin. Sensui able to survive, but now it's Blacklist International knocking on the doors of ONIC PH here. They hold on to the inhibitors for now, but still, they can't match the full-on team fight potential from Blacklist International.
How do they separate this? How do they isolate the most important member of Blacklist International? Because in team fighting capability, they need to have good space for nets. They need to have a good setup from Kakadu. So how do you even penetrate the backline now with the momentum of Super Red right on top of the player's gold?
It'll be very difficult for ONIC Philippines. We did say that you have to find a way to pierce through the backlines and find the Melissa. So far, they have only found it once. They need to find more. And I think that there should be a shift for Super Fins. Maybe he's going to consider taking the Farsa ultimate and not the Lolita ultimate. As it stands, though, he does have Phenomenon Blast.
Edward, he jumped into the bush there. 3. There's the feathered airstrike. Sensui with a heavy spin, trying to cut off Edward. Can't land it, though. And now in trouble. Ryota is going to go down. Super Red finding another. So 1 member down for ONIC PH. They were looking for any setup they could find. And unfortunately, it's just showing they're lacking the power here.
And good spacing, though, for Blacklist. There was no setup or follow-up, so they're not really risking this Lord, but they're really focusing on the wave clears here, right? Up top and also in mid.
Yeah, they're just going to give this one up again. ONIC Philippines knows that they're quite behind, right? They've got to defend and hold on for this, allowing, especially in this case, Nets to get the items that he needs. He's actually doing all right, though. It's just Super Prince hasn't had the potential with this Valentina that he's looking for. And now on the bottom side, they're going to be putting some pressure here. And they get out. They had to, it looked like they had to use that flicker as well.
Yeah. Is the defense right now enough for ONIC Philippines to hold if the burst from Yue and Super Red comes in at the right timing, Wolf?
We'll see. I think they do, but they have to find the right timing, as you've said.
Yeah. Well, the right timing is now. They lose the inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Kakadu not able to connect with the I'm Offended. Still going to work on this Lord here. They're going to be whittled down slowly but surely by Blacklist International. They've got the wave on the top side to handle now, too. They finally get rid of the Lord. Blacklist International now waiting for these minions here. They're going to be knocking on the door top side. Let's see if ONIC Philippines can defend this. Feathered airstrike comes down. There's the charge up. Nice cancel. Sensui, though, with the heavy spin. They're all caught in a bad situation. Ryota on the backside, still looking for Edward, but they don't have enough damage.
Oh, you're still holding on.
Ooh, could have been really massive for Blacklist International. But then again, you saw how Sensui was able to cancel it. Unfortunately, his own ultimate heavy spin was also just cut short. And there wasn't any follow-up from ONIC Philippines. Now ONIC, the Hedgehogs, will have to deal with the minions once again.
How do you penetrate the backlines now if you're ONIC Philippines? Look at that. There's the charge.
Kakadu gets the pull. Can they grab the kill? The charge up's there. Oh My Venus finally falls here. And now Super France on the backside looking for Super Red. Gets the stun off. Ooh. They have the CC. Do they have the damage? They can't get past the ultimate. Super France falls now. Still looking for Edward. Wise and Super Red there as well, but they have to deal with the minions in the base. And ONIC Philippines still struggling to hold on in this game.
Oh, great control coming up from Blacklist International. Super Red just coming up clutch, pushing away. Super Fritz with the ultimate. And although we are seeing like good pickups coming out from ONIC, they still lost their turrets. So even when Blacklist International loses 2, positions 4 and 5, they don't really care that much. They still have a lot of advantage over ONIC Philippines in this game.
And they have a lot of answers, right? The control, the push, and now ONIC Philippines is worrying about how will they gain control of the lanes because it's still up. The defense is still up for Blacklist, and now they're being trapped. Look at the macro movements here of Blacklist. Edward and Weiss for the charge.
Oh, looking for a play on Nets. Nets could be in trouble here. Can he survive the onslaught here? He can't. Wise able to get the kill. Ryota there trying to cause the distraction, but they lack the damage. Nets is nowhere on the map here. He's dead. And member after member of ONIC Philippines is going to be chased down by Blacklist International as they find the third. And that looks like it's going to be it as Blacklist International takes us to a game 3 here. They've got another wave of minions. Feathered airstrike comes down. Base being worked on here. And there you have it. We're going to game 3.
You hear the agents cheer and scream. That's how the code bounces back for game number 3. Completely answering the problems from game number 1.
Yep. Game number 1, they were being poked and zoned out by Ryota. In this game, they did it so well against ONIC Philippines themselves. They pick up the Farsa as well as the Glue, 2 of the heroes that we recommended for Blacklist International. Even the Lolita was there. Everything that Blacklist International picked up this game, very conventional, very Blacklist way. The way that also they team fought, is that a word? Team fought?
Team fought, yeah.
Yeah. So the way that they team fought against
there you go.
ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, it's past tense.
It's very, very standard. Yeah, team fought, word of the day.
That's good English.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
I
Thank
love
you,
it,
sir.
right? You learn new words every day with Wolf. Just plug and play the way of the new code for Blacklist International, answering a lot. And talking about how Super Red bounces back into Melissa, right? He never gave up on those choice. He never gave up the Melissa.
And it's not, yeah, he had an amazing game, but I just feel like in general, what this was is Wise was able to secure the objectives because he didn't have to worry about being that sole front liner as well for Black
number 1. Yeah, compared to the previous performance, this is a better code that we're seeing. If they're going up against ONIC Philippines, they know who the right targets are. They know how to secure the areas of, well, Fredwin or even Wise, because they were mainly answering the problem. And yeah, in some days there's a good or bad situation for ONIC Philippines, but let's break it down with Wolf and on how Blacklist International bounced back for game number 3.
I guess put simply, they just went back to their winning ways. Blacklist International just drafted a very Blacklist kind of draft with all of the heroes that we prescribed for them. That's Lolita, Farsa, as well as the Glue, and them playing it like a very well-oiled machine. As Blacklist International just dismantled ONIC Philippines in that previous game. Let's look at the other stats here. Look at Yue as well as Oh My Venus just contributing a lot in this game, particularly Yue just applying so much pressure into the top lane so that ONIC Philippines will not be able to farm as easily as they did in the previous game. In fact, when it comes to GPM and hero damage, it was Super Red who was activated in this game. Because of the rotations that we saw from Blacklist International focusing onto the top lane, they made sure that Super Red had a great time. There was an early, maybe 3-minute or 2-minute rotation up top where Super Red, together with Yue, was able to take out Nets on the Brody. And from then on, they just controlled the map afterwards. Wise was pretty on point in this game as well as Oh My Venus. But everybody from the side of Blacklist International does just play their usual code, the way that they operate. And what is that way? Well, they start with just poking out ONIC Philippines, and they also started with just taking out one member of the ONIC Philippines after the other. For example, there was a fight in the mid lane. Imagine this. ONIC Philippines are leading by 3 turtles. They were controlling the turtle dance and neutral objectives, and the gold was even. And Blacklist International makes a move in the middle. They have found out that the stolen Numinum Blast was already used maybe 20 or less than 20 seconds before the first Lord fight. And they also found an opening onto Sensui. The lone death on this Akai was still pretty important because that was the time where the first Lord was about to respawn. Despite that being just a pickoff and that one forced ultimate, it was already enough for Blacklist International to take over the game afterwards. Let's look at the MVP, however. It's Super Red with the holy trinity of the attack speed items. That's the Golden Staff, as well as the Corrosion Sight and the Demon Hunter Sword, making sure that Melissa is actually one of the top heroes to be considered in the gold lane. Let's not be surprised if this will be a priority come the next bout. Let's look at the highlights, of course, brought to us by Smart. Let's focus onto Super Red being activated in the top lane, as we've mentioned. Of course, Super Prince, great play with a snag on the Numinal Blast. Eventually, ONIC Philippines will find an opening, but this was the massive play from Blacklist International. Taking out turret and then taking free kills afterwards, with Wise and the UA just connecting with all their crowd control. Oh My Venus eventually taking him down with a charge. Then they snag Oh My Venus, or will they? So Oh My Venus will survive for a bit. Ryota will be able to pick up the slack. But unfortunately for ONIC Philippines, they're giving so many free things to Blacklist International. Kekidut with the jump onto both Super Red and Yue. Best heroes to target, all things considered. That will be the perfect initiation for ONIC Philippines, taking out both the damage dealers of Blacklist International, but there wasn't any follow-up. And ONIC Philippines, without having any follow-up to take out two of those important heroes from Blacklist, they still lose the fight. Eventually, ONIC Philippines, they will suffer the isolation play coming up from Blacklist International, poking and pop from Blacklist International, as they were taken out one after the other. Eventually, Blacklist International will take over the game. It was nothing really that ONIC Philippines can do, as they are being isolated by the side of Blacklist. Like this one, right? It's one after the other. You see, they focus on Ryota and Kekidut first. Ryota being taken out, and then Sensui couldn't do anything. He survives afterwards, but they can't stop the push anymore from Blacklist International. It was really the only thing that's special here for Blacklist International is the fact that they keep on doing this and they know how to do it. But when it comes to how they operate, this is just the Blacklist way. If there's another day at the office for Blacklist International, this is that day.
So this is it's just a normal day.
Yeah.
You know,
for us, for them, it's the same program.
Yep.
Yeah.
Program to win.
Just another code. Program to win. It's a different team. By the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right.
It's from Indonesia. So.
Right. Program. It's all about program because they won game number 2.
They're coded to win.
They're coded to win. Right. I stand corrected. Right. So, by looking back on how they answered the problems in game number 1, I see the focus now is going to the gold lane. Right. The marksman. We have Super Red, and also on the other side we have Nets. So I say it's more of the contention, right, on how they balance the playing field, because they answered a lot, right?
They answered a lot, but I do want to say that it's weird because when you look at the team composition that ONIC Philippines had previous game, you would think they wouldn't have as hard of a time finding the targets that they needed against Blacklist International. But when it all unfolds in a team fight and you see how that kind of plays out, what Blacklist International was doing a lot of was they were getting certain ultimates, or let's say even the flickers down, the resources down from ONIC Philippines. Yep. They knew they had that advantage. And then you kind of have this setup where you have too much tankiness to deal with, to even get around. And it just allows pretty much your Super Red to pop off at any given moment, because he doesn't have to worry. And not only that, if someone did get near him, then you have the Melissa with the way that she works, the get away from me.
Yeah.
And that works so well.
Yeah.
Completely.
I think I like that that ultimate better. I think it's called Go Away.
All right, get away from me. Yes,
get away from me is better.
It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, I like
Go away, get away.
Get away.
I like it. I like
Stay
it.
away.
Basically, the idea is get out of here.
Get out of here.
Oh,
right.
Get out of here. What's number 3?
That could be the ultimate name too. Get out of here.
See, just imagine being used in a play-by-play situation.
Now I'm actually
get out of
that.
here. Yeah.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. It's a perfect answer, right? So this is the problem of ONIC Philippines that they need to have a solution for. So they were on the game 1, they had a lot of magic damage, but now how do you target down this if they have Lolita? Because they didn't ban on the first game. So will they go full on ban on Oh My Venus this time for game number 3?
Well, I think game 1 they did ban out the Lolita, right? So this time, we were even saying that would be a good choice to bring it up.
Yeah, they never picked it. Yeah.
We saw how devastating it was, right? Yeah. Because even if you didn't land your Numenor Blast, the threat of that being there and causing ONIC Philippines to pretty much move away from it, right? Get away from it. At that point, it's something that you have to deal with. So what I see ONIC Philippines doing is possibly maybe they decide to switch sides, right? So they give up that priority pick to that first pick, whatever Blacklist International wants to take. And then I could possibly see them either taking away the Melissa this time, or going back to just pretty much blanket banning out Oh My Venus's picks.
Yeah, the marksman. How about that?
I think it's true. The Lolita was a problem for sure. I don't think that will be banned out though. They have to find a different solution for that. Maybe secure their Kadita earlier on because it also combos up to kind of answer the Melissa. From that draft in game number 2, the real lesson for me is you have to find a way to pierce through that Melissa. They had the chance, like Ruby plus the Yuzhong, but that was so telegraphed. That's so one-dimensional. You know it's coming, right? You know that the Yuzhong will eventually be there. And also, the way that they played it was Valentina that has access to the stolen feathered airstrike, but he chose to go for the Numenon Blast.
Yeah,
so they have
most of the time
more problems and difficulties playing against the Melissa, so that's one thing that they have to improve on, I think.
On drafting, so if they change sides, it could go in a better situation. So we might see the Kadita because it was prioritized ban for Blacklist International, even Natalia, right? Because as how Blacklist International rotates, it's more of like if ONIC sees this as a threat for all of the games that they had with the code, I say disrupt the early game, right? With Natalia being straightly banned by Blacklist in 2 games now, maybe that could be an option if they take the other side.
If they even go the route of not banning it, right? That's something that is kind of up in the air because so far from what we've seen, at least for the majority of both these teams, is very similar bans at this point, right? And they know what they like to play, right? Now, I think, so what that would force ONIC Philippines to do specifically is, and again, you can't completely rely on Nets to do what he did in Game 1, right? You can't rely on him to push the lane and win by the split push, basically. You actually have to be able to have that idea on how do we first contest the objectives, right, against Wise and deal with that overlappingness, because what happened is, again, you just give up so many tanky options over to Blacklist International, and they're able to CC or counter CC or even bait out your own CC kits, right, that ONIC Philippines should have been able to have. And I think you made a good point, too. If they decide to go with the Valentina again for some reason, what we're seeing with teams that play against the Valentina is, especially if they have a Farsa picked, they do such a great job at, I know the saying in Filipino, it's like, you toggle the ultimate. You hide the, you hide the ultimate.
You wait for the right time for
Yeah, and that's what they were doing, man. You know, they parked the Farsa in the bushes, so your Valentina can't actually grab that feathered airstrike, and then you're kind of forced just taking what we saw in the previous game was the Lolita ultimate.
Yeah, I agree with you. So, you know, like we always say, like, we know how the team fights can go as casters, but it's a totally different battlefield when it's actually the execution. Looks easy to us because we're only talking.
Yeah.
But of course, for all the players out there, they're going to be the ones to play it. Still, we are going to be focusing on draft soon.
Well, our eyes now are on Coach Bluff. I believe Wolf also had a chance to work with this amazing coach, right?
Yeah,
and
twice,
going
in fact.
through the mines right now. So, is it right? They're prioritizing the ban onto the Franco.
Yeah.
From Blacklist International.
Knowing that Keki
They did switch.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a switch that you're talking about early on.
I think it's best, honestly, for ONIC Philippines. You know, you go ahead and give something up here, and then you secure yourself those 2 picks, and you can kind of build around that, right? So I assume we're going to see very similar bans, at least from ONIC Philippines. Blanket bans towards Oh My Venus, maybe one up in the air here, but there you go, right? Even the Natalia is going to be taken out here again from Blacklist International.
Yeah, we were expecting more that it might show up, but this
Joy.
turns out, Joy
is
Fredrin
Yeah.
open as well.
I think it's much better if you pick up the Joy here. No counter, like we said. And for sure, Edward can play it. We know that.
XP lane Joy again, yeah?
Yep.
It worked wonders in game number 1. So if Blacklist would steal that, it would make total sense to force out something from ONIC Philippines. So yeah, you have it, right? It's Joy for Edward.
We Joy. So, do you snag the Fred in here if you're ONIC? I think that's a valid way to go. And if we're following the narrative here, maybe Melissa. So, not be surprised if it's Melissa and Fredrin as the first 2 picks.
Melissa Fredrin, yeah. It's either like, do you take the Melissa Fredrin? Do you take the Farsa Fredrin? Maybe you're comfortable not playing against or not getting the Fredrin, so you take a Melissa and Farsa.
Yeah, Melissa Farsa.
Melissa Farsa.
Yeah,
so you cover your
would be a
damage
good
bases.
option, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put my bet on that too.
Yeah, in most of the games that ONIC really prioritize their first picks, it's either the mid lane or even the jungler or even the Marks, depending on the situation. So that could be an answer, but yeah, Valentina and Melissa.
Yeah, it's the same. Just give the access to the far side to the opposing team. Just steal it away with the ultimate. So you now go back to Fredrin if you're Blacklist International. You still have the Lolita. You're not hard pressed on taking a Nuke Mage here because there's still plenty of choices. There's like Lilia still, even if it will be banned out. So I think that it gives merit for Blacklist International to pick up both of the Lolita as well as the Fredrin for the second and third pick of the team.
Also, Glue open for Blacklist, right? Well,
they do have the Joy.
Yeah, but yeah, sometimes I don't see Blacklist flexing this hero, right? So maybe it's Pradas on the XP lane instead. So Brody or Marksman in the farmers. Okay, still the same picks for Blacklist.
Okay.
Brody Fairness.
Okay, Fairness is kind of as a way to get to the Melissa because of the Shroud. And you also have your snack. But you give a big ultimate to the Valentina. I do like the Brody because it's we saw in the previous game that there's decent matchup. There will be a +1 for Melissa. Of course, he will win. And if there's a +1 for the Brody can win against opponents. So I think overall this is a great answer from Blacklist International. And what could be the other pick here?
So they might do what happened in game number 1. They just exchange heroes. We have Nets and Super exchanging one, but they took the Lolita for themselves for ONIC Philippines. I say it's a good answer as well.
I think that was a smart decision.
Yeah, I like it. Especially, most likely going in the hands of Kekadute, of course. And we've seen him play so much Ruby from game to game, series to series. And now he gets his hands on the Lolita, which I think the pressure, the presence of having the Nuno on Blast is already a big factor for Lolita's success. And then of course you can help block, the front especially.
Alice.
Okay.
Alice. They don't want the Alice jungle.
We saw that. We saw that last week against Mega. That's right. So you don't want to suffer the same consequences. So great heads of play coming out. Maybe now you consider, do you ban out Fredrin if you're Blacklist International? Then just not give it away to ONIC Philippines. And XP lane options that can match up against the Joy. I think Glue does not counter the Joy, but it is at least a pick that can be.
Yeah. So they're stopping the penetration from the backlines. They've taken out the Yuzong. Okay. A lot of buffs and inspirations right on the crowd here. But going back on ONIC Philippines choices, what's up here for the table for the Yellow Hedge? What could they take since there's no jungler yet for Wise? Will they keep going that route?
I think you ban Barrett's or Martis, then take the Fredrin.
Oh yeah, and
so that there will be no counter
the utility, right, for Wise.
Yep.
Oh, Eve, they're letting the Fredrin loose. Okay, I say they have answer. Oh, okay.
There's some familiar faces.
Yeah.
Is that? Oh.
Okay.
He's telling us what time it is.
It's 5 something. Yeah. So thank you so much, our idol right in the audience. So going back to the draft here, Blacklist International. So will they shorten out the choices of Sensui now for the last option?
Yeah, I think Glue still is a good ban just because of the fact that it's not, again, it doesn't counter the Joy, but it's a hero that can play against it. Maybe Benedetta. But yeah, you just ban out the Glue.
Okay. Fair enough.
Okay.
It's something to aid to catch the Joy, right?
Yeah.
The Glue.
I think you go Benedetta if you're, or Brody, or Lapu-Lapu so that they can go to the Brody.
I
think Lapu is great.
Yeah, Lapu. I would rather see the Lapu because when it was flip-flopped, right? Edward was playing against the Joy, and that was just, no fun. That's how it looked, right, from here. I mean, it didn't look like it was any fun. So at least this time with the Lapu-Lapu locked in here, you should have, I would say, somewhat of a better time against the Joy. And then still, you also help provide, once again, a little bit of a tanky layer to protect that Melissa.
Yeah.
And not to mention the CC and burst if you're Lapu-Lapu. So, talking about like early game not dependent on items, right? And if you're a Lapu-Lapu up against, Edward, it's a good answer. But Federin, you're not letting it loose. Why takes it for himself?
Frederick Farsa. Oh, there it is. Frederick Farsa. So
That's so weird seeing Frederick pick that late.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the second phase?
Yeah.
For ONIC, you would look for the Frederick counters. I'm only looking at either Barrett's or the Martis. But we know for sure that ONIC Philippines like to play the Akai, as we've seen.
Yeah.
So that would be a third option. If I were to choose, I think it would be beneficial to get the Barrett's. Yeah, the Martis. As
The
we
Martis.
mentioned. Yep.
Called it. Wolf called it again.
Yep.
Okay.
It's just how it is.
I think this is how will they answer lineup of Blacklist International right now. So you have the burst, you have the AoE. So what could go wrong, right? Since they have all coverage on team fighting capability now.
Honestly, what could go wrong here? ONIC Philippines, Super Friends having a hard time at which ultimate to take. You take the Feathered Airstrike, you take the Colt Alter. You know, we've even seen situations where Valentinas do take even that Joy ultimate, right?
Yeah.
And then they try to play around with that because you know they're going to be able to actually provide quite a bit of damage the way that, that whole interaction works here. So if anything's going to go wrong, OSX, I think it's Super Friends having a lot of responsibility on what ultimate do I take for the advantage.
Yeah. That's sometimes the dilemma, right? When the way that you play around against the Valentina, it's either you give him no good ultimates to pick up or a lot of good ultimates. That's right. Ready to win the team fights.
Well, I say they might get the ultimate of the Farsa, beneficial for how the AoE team fights will happen. They need that burst, right? Because that was one thing that was lacking on how ONIC Philippines game number 2 went, right? Yeah. So maybe that could answer a lot of options. They have the Lolita on this. They have good knockups and CCs, and not to mention they also have the Lapu-Lapu as well.
Yeah, this time they have ONIC Philippines specifically has a lot of layered CC they can use, to win those. Hopefully those objectives for them, those team fights, and convert around that. But like I said, one of the biggest things that they have to watch out for is actually Blacklist International playing that game where they bait out your ultimates, they bait out your resources, and they try to get that advantage before they even get to the fight. So ONIC Philippines has to be cautious of that and wary of that to not basically play in the hand of their plans from Blacklist International.
It still is a very Blacklist draft, most particularly because of the Faramis ultimate that we have available for Oh My Venus. If I'm not mistaken, it will indeed be like a Faramis on the support role. So it is indeed going to be Oh My Venus with a Pull Yourself Together on the Faramis. This is a very good teamfight tool, and in hindsight, it can answer the Melissa because Melissa wants to take out people with his models and his combo with the Inspire, right?
Mm-hmm.
But once you don't have that ultimate anymore, you don't really deal as much damage. Well, even if you don't have the second skill, I mean. So what I'm trying to say here is if there's a second life for his opponents, Melissa might struggle. So if Oh My Venus plays this correctly, this could be good for Blacklist International.
I love that you pointed that out because it's either they wait for the resources to be used and then you strike.
Yeah.
If you're Blacklist International, let's see how this game goes. Will it be Blacklist? Will it be ONIC Philippines? I'm excited. It's game number 3.
Yeah, I'm just glad, we made it to a game 3 here to kick off week 3, especially with these two teams who are, quite honestly, they're battling it out, in pretty much the middle of the standings, really trying to set themselves up, the momentum for points and everything else. So you can already see tensions are going to be high here. Mid lane, a lot of poke back and forth. It's no one, though, going to be able to get that first blood. Kekadu, though, quite low. Still trying to get anything out here. Super Prince poked down quite a bit, holding on to the flickers.
This is an early game combo, right? Farsa and a Faramis. Early game. How to hold the lane, how to clear minions, they answer it correctly. And that forces out ONIC Philippines to not really engage in this pokes that Blacklist International is setting up.
Gonna be a lot of pokes, especially with the composition that we have from both teams. You see this Faramis plus Farsa, great at poking, great at out-sustaining your opponents. Also very true with the Valentina. So that's one thing you can expect. I wonder how they are going to utilize the Super Friends in this game, though. It's always that's the dilemma that we talked about earlier on. But additionally, will you also pump up some farm on Super Fin so that he will have enough damage come the mid game?
Yeah, since the mid lane right now is the focus of Blacklist to easily pressure on, right? We have Yue and Edward, so that makes sense. If you delay the EXP of a Valentina, well, you can slow down the magic burst potential early game.
Yeah, and
Edward.
That's what you want to do here. Edward, though, half health, going to be poked down quite a bit. Doesn't have that level 4 yet, so he's got to be careful here. Sensubi on the hunt, looking for Edward still. Can he bob? Can he weave? Vengeance comes out. The flicker comes in. Super Prince with a big pickoff early on. That's going to be crucial, as you just talked about, Wolf. Early kill, Super Prince, Mystery Shop, going to be crucial. Another flicker comes in. Wise is stunned. Kekadut with the kill. ONIC still on the hunt here. Domai Venus trying to just give some vision on this turtle. Might be better if they give it up. Edward now back here. Still, ONIC going to be pulling it. There's the feathered airstrike. Going to be secured by Sensui with the retribution.
Sensui says, thank you for that bonus damage you get. Great decision from ONIC Philippines to actually turn onto heroes instead of focusing onto the turtle take. So there's always that, I call it the 3 T's when you're doing the turtle dance. Or
what is that?
What's that?
It's take, turn, or trade.
Oh.
So take is like when you take the turtle, right? Focus on putting the neutral objective down, like focusing your damage on that. Turn is if you turn onto heroes instead. And trade is just give the turtle, skip it, just take another objective part of the map. So ONIC Philippines decided to turn in that case, and that was the best decision because now they take 2 heroes before they took the turtle.
I love the T's right now.
3 T's.
The 3 T's.
Of the neutral objectives.
The objectives.
Yeah.
The elements on how to get the perfect objective things. Thank you so much, Wolf. That's Wolf 2022.
That's free, by the way. That's free.
That's free.
That's free strategies.
A master class.
Wolf usually charges for that information.
Yeah, right? A beautiful way to win your games.
I'm pretty sure if you go into your games, guys, 3 T's.
Yeah.
3 T's.
They're not going to know. But right now, bottom side, looking for a play. ONIC Philippines, though, actually going to get poked down quite a bit. Edward making his way to. Nice Numenor Blast. Kekadu going to be in trouble here. Edward on the hunt. There's the ultimates. Can they escape this? It looks like they do. ONIC Philippines able to get out of a bad situation.
Well, good shield, though, on how Nets used to land that ultimate to defend the fallback of ONIC Philippines. And the pokes continue.
Pokes are continuing. Super Prince going to be just fine, though. Now Yue with that feathered airstrike in return. And still, no one going down here on both teams.
Yeah, still Farsa is the best option for the ultimate that Super Fins can use early game. That's how you make AoE and how you secure, well, border if you're Onyx. You have ONIC Philippines lineup. You want to have that space for Kekadu to have a good angle to land those ultimates, knowing that there's Joy on their side. There's a lot of things to really catch to level up the team fighting here.
Well, right now they're going to be battling for the second turtle of the game. 1/4 health here. Going to come down to the retribution battle. It's Sensui that secures it. Now Kekadu, though, has to flicker out. ONIC Philippines playing the discipline game, gets the objective, and gets out here.
So it was a gamble from ONIC Philippines and Blacklist, as both Wise and Jitsu are both level 7 and decent control out there. But yeah, I think that's the key, right? For ONIC Philippines, discipline. Whether or not they take the turtle, they did not give away any free kills to Blacklist International, even committing the flicker onto Kekadu. It didn't matter if they get the kill or not. As long as they get out there alive, it's going to be great. They're going to be maintaining their lead, and that's 1,500 gold on their side, and also a lot of experience for both Sensui and Nets across the map.
That's how ONIC Philippines catches up on the 3 T's, right? That's a trade that you don't want to give against Blacklist International, but all they want to do here is really take this give pressure rather onto the mid lane.
Sensui trying to back off here a little bit. Wise has the taunts that he needs. They punish him. Sensui gonna fall along with Kekadu. It's a double for Edward.
Yeah, look at the positioning of Blacklist and how they are able to trap Sensui, knowing well how to master or control the Martis. Timing out after all of the Shuras as well as the Mortar Coil so that they can get out and control him afterwards. Great movements coming up from Blacklist. And now they have diminished the lead out to 400 in just one fell swoop.
Also, good setup on how they would want to counter the the engage of how ONIC could contest this second turtle. But looking at the items here, Joy has the Divine Glaive. You have the Scorch Power now. And also Tower Down up top.
They're grabbing the objectives that they need, right? Playing around it. And they can pretty much take that advantage that they have now. It might be even across the board in terms of gold. But slowly, Blacklist International still trying to find space advantage, right? That's something they want to play around with. But ONIC Philippines, if they can secure this next turtle, at least they've got the 3 clean sweep for turtles, and that is up to Sensui here. So as they fight for the positioning, Oh My Venus pulling the turtle out for now. And now the battle ensues. Edward there as well. Everybody pretty much here. And right now, Super Red might want to wake his way to this fight. There's the feathered airstrike coming out from Yue. Turtle still being worked on slowly, but Shuri Ryota gonna jump in. There's Kekadu too, taking quite a bit of damage. Sensui can't get close enough. Super Prince with a feathered airstrike there as well. Turtle gonna reset here. No one able to grab it just yet. Edward quite low as well.
Yeah, 2 flickers used, ultimates burned down. No turtle to contest.
How very, very sweaty turtle number 3 from both teams.
Oh, this one, though, it just looks like it's going to go to the hands of Blacklist International. Wise able to secure it. Now Edward pushing the backside here. Nets could be in trouble. Look at the damage. Can he survive it?
It's alive.
Barely does, but Nets able to survive.
Man, okay, so well played coming up from Blacklist. They snagged the lead once again. 800 gold, or almost 1,000 for them, as they have managed to put ONIC Philippines very low. Nobody was killed in that sequence. But Blacklist International gets the economic advantage of that, and it was because of Ryota just mastering the joy.
Boom.
Wow.
I mean, that's why it's really good.
Still a cautious mindset for ONIC Philippines. They want to maintain this discipline if they want to go up against Blacklist into the later stages of the game. Because if the items is concerned, I believe they're more focused on amping up the damage of Nets and as well as Ryota, right? So how is this now?
Well, we do know that ONIC Philippines are quite a little bit of a trouble right now, because the later the game goes, you can see that Blacklist International with both Faramis and Farsa can be good. ONIC Philippines, they need really a lot of items onto Nets. Eventually, Sensui will be more of a tank, not a damage dealer anymore. If he gets maybe the ultimate connection with the resets, maybe sure they will have the damage, but will not have it in the latter portions of the game. So it's going to be really dependent on Nets and how he's going to be able to position himself well and make sure that he is the damage dealer for ONIC Philippines.
So the question is, can they hold it though?
Okay, they get the flicker out from Super Prince. There's the feathered airstrike in return. Kekadu has to flicker out as well. Still going to be able to survive. Quite low himself, but still a lot of resources out once again. 15 seconds away from this first Lord of the game.
Well, slowly, they're eyeing onto this next major objective. With no push coming from ONIC Philippines, I say Blacklist would want to secure this one because they're letting so much problems right now for the Yellow Hedgehogs, right? So what could be the next move here if you want to go up against them?
We'll apply pressure on lanes. First, you can see Lord Dance, but already a 4-1 movement coming up from Blacklist International. 4 in the Lord side and then 1 up top. That's Edward. Making sure that Lapu-Lapu will have to answer for 2 lanes. So that will take a lot of time, and they will inch their way onto the Lord once again. Look at the lane pressure from Blacklist International. They are making sure that all of the lanes are shot. A perfect 4-1 strat from Blacklist International.
Yeah, keeping their eyes on the possible split up top. So ONIC right now is looking forward to secure this one because space is onto the hands of the ultimate of Kekadu that can make, but there's no flicker though.
All right, now still Lord gonna be half healthier. Wise quite healthy still. Oh My Venus looking for that stampede. They pull him back. Sensui could be in trouble. Gets the Colt Altar out. Now it's gonna be Wise on the focus. Nets trying to unleash. Doesn't quite have the damage just yet. There's the Appraiser's Wrath. Yue finds Sensui. And that's 1 down here. Blacklist International with a masterful fight. They get the advantage. Can ONIC actually contest this Lord? Do they just give it up?
No, Sensui.
Sensui is dead, so there's really no chance. And even that, even after knowing that the Lord Dance is already safe, Edward makes a move so that Nets and the rest of the gang will not be able to follow up anyways.
Yeah, they need more time to get back on the trade and objective now, as the 3 Ts is needed for the side of ONIC Philippines. What do you get for the objective? Would you do a cross-map trade? Well, now they're seeing more of the chances of getting focused on the objectives. If you're Sensui, if you're the other members of ONIC Philippines, laning is concerned, there's a lot of ways that they could actually bounce back, right?
Maybe if they do find a big open, they need a team fight. ONIC Philippines, they cannot play the 4-1 game, and that's really what Blacklist International is exploiting now. You can see Joy with all of the mobility, he has a big map traverse, good movement speed, of course. With all the dashes, you can just get from one lane to another. Applying the pressure up top, and it's a slow push top lane once again. Just Blacklist International controlling the minions. It's such a beautiful cross-map play and sight to see.
Yeah, problems also brewing up against ONIC Philippines. They haven't spotted Edward yet, though.
Yeah, they're going to lose another turret topside, too. They've got to pretty much give up these Tier 2 turrets, right, over the hands of Blacklist International and just hope to defend in their base at this point, right? If they get caught out, they're going to be in a bad position here. Net's still trying to hold it down in the Tier 2, but it's ultimately going to go down here. Lord, though, should be taken down shortly. Net's still holding down the mid lane. Super Prince does go in, but it looks like ONIC Philippines just looking to hold on here to get in position for the next fight.
Yeah, they just keep on waiting. I think this is also a bad thing if you don't get those trades, because in the player's gold, Nets is not too far, right? Well, he needs more time mostly to give the other members of ONIC to give space for Nets, because Super Red, if you're a Brody, this might be the way to get those damage in, right?
Yeah. Interesting, Blacklist onto All My Venus shows the fleeting time.
Wow. Edward, though, just doing Joy things. Look at all the damage he's able to provide against 3-4 members of ONIC Philippines. That's so hard to deal with here.
Yeah. That's the problem you give the Joy. That's the reason why it's almost automatically banned.
Yeah.
Gives so much of an opening against ONIC Philippines. You see how he's able to just pressure the backlines for ONIC Philippines, and that allowed Blacklist to be more comfortable, especially during this macro objective plays.
Yeah, with Joy on Edward's hands, you need to answer catch, you need to answer magic defense. I believe he got already 2 most important core items if you were a Joy, so he could actually deplete the resources in the side of ONIC Philippines, and if they wait for that time where everybody's ultimates is out for Blacklist, it might be too late for ONIC to bounce back. So maybe this Lord could dictate their way of like having a chance of, well, taking 2 turrets from mid to bottom.
This might be their chance, but also notice Edward's still top side, right? Going to be putting pressure there. Conceal play does come out, but ONIC Philippines still looking for any moment they can here. Super Fritz unleashing. Can they grab the kill? Wise falls here. Net's able to finally get a point on the board. UA flickers out of the Newman on blast. Edward still backside. Got to be careful. Kekadu falls, though. Now Net's on the run, trying to help the team. The flicker comes in. Oh my Venus on the hunt, gets the drag. Nets gets taken out. Look at the damage coming out from Super Red and Edward. ONIC Philippines on the run. Ooh. Feathered airstrike comes down, but it's not enough to get the last 2 kills.
Massive positioning plays coming out from Blacklist International, even after losing Wise. You'll understand why ONIC Philippines start to go for that play, just all in against the world. And unfortunately, they were punished afterwards. They keep Sensui, a retribution holder, but they weren't able to keep their damage up. It's all because of Edward zoning out the members of ONIC Philippines, and then UA following up. Of course, Oh My Venus, you saw that drag, the Shadow Stampede, to be on point and be a reliable stun against Nets. Well, it isn't really a stun, but a reliable dispositioning against Nets. And that allowed Blacklist International to take the Lord once again. And this is really a big advantage for them.
Oh, Blacklist. Now with all of the items locked in for Joy and for Edward, I say this is a very hard way of bouncing back. With the lead of 6.3k, how do you target one against Blacks? Would you target Super Red? Would you target UA? With this, or with the pressure of Oh My Venus using Deferens, I say they always have this second chance of turning things around, right? So if ONIC Philippines would rather hold their way of defending inside the base, because Blacklist keeps on baiting them to go out because they're hungry. They're hungry for objectives. They're hungry for kills. And if they keep on answering to that, that will be a big problem just like now.
Well, right now, they're going to be trying to defend this top side. They're going to lose the turret here. Wise able to grab it. Kekadu takes quite a bit of damage. Falls ultimately to Super Red. They're trying their best. Nets has the damage, but just not enough. Wise finally falls. UA also quite low. Flicker to defend, but look at the triple from Super Red. Can he grab some more? Sensui falls. Still looking to end the game here. 4 down for ONIC Philippines. Super Red was finally taken care of. 3 members for Blacklist International still up, and it's Super Prince. Can he defend by himself? It looks like he can.
He's holding on. 2 supers, but 1 stayed up top. Blacklist International with the push, leaving so much problems for ONIC Philippines right now.
I'm actually surprised that ONIC Philippines hang on.
Yeah.
It was because Super Prince, his positioning and his on-point usage of the first and the second skill, dashing through. And Blacklist International popped the ultimate onto UA, the last ultimate, just way too early, so that they will not be able to zone out Super Prince, but it is what it is. Blacklist International is still winning the team fights. And the only reason why ONIC Philippines held on was because of the heroics from Super Prince himself, but it was almost a perfect Lord push coming out from Blacklist International.
Now they're answering it on the late game. Can they hold it, right? This is the problem. This is the thing that I was speculating early on. Can ONIC Philippines hold the damage right now of Blacklist? Because will they deplete resources? Will they take one? Will they isolate one? Because also, they really have a good chance of clearing their lane. It's just a matter of maybe isolating, right? Will that be a good answer?
Yes, but it's so difficult. It's easy for us to say that they have to isolate people, right? And this is a they are trying to do it against a Faramis lineup. This composition from Blacklist International, they will not leave each other. They're going to be rubbing shoulders all throughout this game, just because of the nature of their composition. But if they do find it, yes, ONIC Philippines, that's a great idea.
Ooh. Well,
Until
right now,
then, only Edward is exposed.
Yeah, if they can find a kill early on, maybe they catch Edward. I don't know how you'd be able to do that, because you have to throw a lot at a Joy to actually catch her here. So it might be something that ONIC Philippines plays around. But right now, if they can somehow also win this Retribution battle, they have a clear signal to march in the base. But you also have to look at Edward, right? He's looking to make a Nets play here, right? He's looking to put pressure on that back lane.
They found Edward.
Look at ONIC Philippines.
Did he spot one?
No,
Is
Edward's
this
there. The charge up. Oh, he's gonna miss. Can Edward survive this? Yes, he does. Bobs and weaves out of there. 1 versus 3. So now it's ONIC Philippines on the defense. Lord is being worked on by Wise. It's still pretty healthy here. ONIC Philippines can actually contest this one.
Yeah, they forced out 2 ultimates.
My God. I mean, Edward just utilized the crowd control immunity of the Joy to its full potential. After learning that he is being slowed down because of the Numinal Blast, he decided to just dash forward. Eventually gets hit, but because of the crowd control immunity, he gets away.
Okay, conceal play comes out. Edward still top side.
Wait.
Gonna be looking for the base here. Can he get it in time? He's just a big distraction. Doesn't have the damage just yet, or the minions. So Ryota able to hold his own.
Saying no.
Still the fight. Both sides cross map here. They know the conceal's also down. They got to be careful. Oh my Venus, gonna get trapped a little bit, but has the immortality as well. Still able to push and pull between both teams. Super Prince goes in, looks for something, has to flicker out. It's Edward now with the beats off and looking for more. Can he find it? Kekadut goes with immortality. The Wise in trouble. Prazer's Wrath comes down, but Kekadut's gonna fall.
Oh no.
Very, very close fight in there. There's a lot of immortalities popped, but unfortunately ONIC Philippines will lose Kekadut. That's a massive ultimate to not have in this game.
No ultimate, no flicker, no setups for ONIC Philippines. How to counter this? Edward's dropping low though.
That is just insane. You know, Edward able to do that on this Joy. Jump into a bush of 3 people. Get out fine. Still going to be going. Ryota flickers in. UA's in trouble. Unleashes Ryota, able to grab the kill. UA down now. And still the fight for the Lord ensues.
Wow, Super Prince now, for the first time, stole the Faramis ultimate. And it was all just to help out Ryota get out. Great jump from Ryota with the flicker and the ultimate, the bravest fighter, as he's able to take out Yue. Very important component in the team fight of Blacklist International. And so far, this meant that ONIC Philippines might consider just bursting out the Lord. It's now time to take the Lord if you're ONIC Philippines.
Man, I'm seeing a lot of problems. There are two members down bottom against ONIC Philippines' lane. And right now, Ryota's the only one holding the base. Is 4 members enough against Blacklist International right now? They're really playing the long macro game here, leaving one to defend the base of ONIC Philippines. All up to Sensui.
It's take time.
It's take time. It's the dance time. Who's it going to come down to? They're going to try to zone him out the best they can. Lord is taken by Wise as the Retribution battle is finished, but Edward falls. And oh my Venus as well. 2 down for Blacklist International. And now ONIC Philippines making their way down mid. They know they've got the numbers advantage. They're going to have to deal with the Lord as well. How many turrets, how much space can they grab from this play?
Great discipline. Maybe another one up top, but that will be it. They have to answer for the minions now. Fortunately for ONIC Philippines, even after Blacklist International took that away, it's a late respawn from the Lord. It's the reason why they can have a shot at defending this. ONIC Philippines not too shabby at all with the team fights.
And they can hold the line. But on the other end of this lane, Super Red not attempting to do what happened in game number 1, but still hoping ONIC Philippines would have a chance to clear this. They would need to be at the base. There's a lot of ways that they can distract their strategy right now.
Well, what we saw was pretty much the fact that ONIC Philippines can still win these fights, right? They are in a position now where pretty much everybody has all the items they need, and it comes down to just those micro decisions in these team fights. So it's better that they defend in their base where they're in an advantage position. They're going to go ahead and get rid of this Lord here. And then they've got to defend against the pushing minions. And then from there, look for another winning fight the best they can. They're going to lose that last turret, though, in mid lane.
Okay, ultimate has been used by Yue. Now an advantage. Blacklist International is letting everybody out of the base. I say they have complete defense right now. If we're talking about Kekadut, I think this damage reduction item could actually work with the burst right now on how Super Red manages to use that ultimate onto everybody.
Well, in a very surprising way, Queen's Wings picked up by Kekadut. That's a big surprise. Yeah, because he doesn't heal a lot, right? But I guess he will just want to stay beefy when he's low. Because you do have that passive, yeah.
The damage reduction with the immortality and also answers, well, everything for Blacklist's possible Wrath of taking 2. So maybe they could buy time and hold the line while Edward is just poking everybody and pushing everybody to a pressure, but they're spotting one!
Edward in trouble here. Gets taken out.
Went too deep.
That's massive.
60 seconds.
Yeah, TikTok timers right now, 24 minutes. It's over a minute. That Edward will not be a problem for ONIC Philippines, and he has been a problem. We've talked about how Nets is not able to get into position just because of the fact that Melissa is gonna be pressured by the Joy, and that pickup was massive on the side of ONIC.
You have 30 seconds to make that kill worth if you're ONIC Philippines.
If you're ONIC, you just burst it down, right? You utilize Nets and Sensui to just trickle down the Lord. Take it.
The work here is going to be in the hands of Blacklist International. If they can avoid this Lord being taken here, still 20 seconds for Edward to be up. They had to park Ryota bottom side, so it's not pushed out, but still, they're making it hard here for Sensui to finish up this Lord. It's still going to come down to the Retribution battle. Anything could happen here. There's the charger up from Kekadu. Going to get zoned out the best he can. Super Fritz quite low, but Sensui able to secure the Lord.
Wow.
And now they're going to be trying to retreat here, but they decide to fight. Nets unleashing, but look at the damage. Immortality going to be popped here. Edward just around the corner back for the fight. Look at the stampede. Fights 4 members in a massive play from Oh My Venus. And they're still going. Super Red able to find Sensui. Ryota with a nice stun, but ultimately going to get taken down here. And Super Red makes a beeline for the base top side. What a play from Blacklist International as they end the series 2-1.
Blacklist International with a reverse sweep, giving the perfect time for Edward to strike back. Amazing clutch. They're almost there. ONIC Philippines is almost there, but Blacklist had all corners answered from the last Lord take.
Whew. The stolen Farams ultimate went badly, well, not in the favor of ONIC Philippines, because what happens is when the shields run out because you get hit, you're essentially, when the damage output is there to take out the shields, what generally happens is that you get stunned in place for a second.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
I saw it in the bushes, right?
It was perfect setup for Blacklist International in the end. Shadow Stampede connects,
Man.
Taunt connects. You see all of those AoE damage because of the fact that they were stunned up. And it wasn't just because of the misuse of the Cult Altar, but it's also because Yue was able to connect with the damage, right? Because you utilize your Feathered Airstrike so well in that game that after the Cult Altar was used, you just trickled them down with the damage output coming up from Yue. Everybody just stepped up from Blacklist International.
Not only that, but that last Stampede, you know, from Oh My Venus, able to pull, what, 4? I'm not sure if that was 5, but it was like 4 at least.
In visual, it's like 4, yeah.
Yeah, and that alone then paired with that AoE damage you're talking about just was, I mean, that was beautiful to see, right?
But symphony, right?
On the Philippines, they were almost able to turn that around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost.
Almost, right?
Could have argued that they took that away. I think that in hindsight, it's good to take out the Farambis ultimate, but ultimately it didn't work in their favor. Maybe if it was like the Farsa ultimate,
Feathered Airstrike,
Feathered
maybe.
Airstrike would be different, or you know, maybe even what else? Actually, that's the only good spell to get. So it didn't work in their favor, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem was they were quite using the Feather Airstrike a lot from early to mid game, right? And it was just a matter of time that they had complete defense to answer the reef. Like if ONIC Philippines used it against them, and it was a ticking time bomb as well. If they wanted to have it for a greater push, but in that fight, Blacklist International turned out the better team in that defense, right?
Not only that, but just beautiful play from both teams.
Beautiful. Amazing. Putting it for a 25 to sweet like 26 minutes, but right now it's throw it over to Mara with a winning team. Blacklist International with the reverse sweep up on stage.
Thank you, casters. Woo, that was a tough game number 3. Congratulations, Blacklist International. Tanungin natin si Mom Shu yung instincts niya dito dahil sa kanya, ang galing, alam mo ba, sa likod, ang dami nagsabi, ang galing ni V, nahatak mo lahat. If you didn't get to do that, you might have been in trouble. What happened in that final moment? At gaano ka, ano yung nangyari sa'yo noon nung success mo ginawa?
Parang instinct na lang din talaga yung umano eh. And in-hit din kasi yung yung game. So parang, anong tawag doon? Adrenaline, yeah.
Sa moments na ganon, na successful ka, tapos na-wipe out yung kalaban, what is the first word na sinasabi mo sa comms?
Kalma lang.
Oh, kalma lang.
Yeah.
Oh!
Kasi madaming moment na kahit ganun na yung nangyari na pabaliktad pa din.
She does it with such grace. Kalma lang. Ito naman, kay Yue, kailangan natin, alam mo, ayan, sumisigaw na sila. Sabi nga ni Midnight kanina, ikaw daw, like you saved that game. Ang galing mo sa, I have to commend kasi pag nagpa-farsa ka, your positioning is so well na kapag nagpa-feather airstrikes ka, it was perfect, na hindi ka natatouch ng kalaban. How do you find the right position all the time?
Hindi naman po lagi natama kasi yung kanina po, napitas po ako sa 9 crucial.
Isa lang naman yun eh. Pero when you do it even in the previous games, like you're doing so well. So with that, how do you find your skills? Paano mo yun nagagawa?
Ano po, mapwesto lang ako sa tamang posisyon kasi alam ko naman pong may haharap sa... Andyan yung mga kampi ko, may tiwala ako.
And the trust that's paid off. Speaking of tiwala, may nangyari, I believe it was game number 2, na one of the reasons kung bakit talaga, main reasons kung bakit nanalo kayo is you protected Super Red so well. si Wise. Parang ginawa mo sa kanya what Mom Shu does for you. Ikaw yung naging guardian. So let's talk about that. Outside the game, in the boot camp, kapag lumalabas kayo, however your relationship is, how is Wise sa inyong dalawa? How is he like a guardian para sa inyo, especially kasi bago kayo sa boot camp? Para bang within the game?
Okay lang naman po, lagi lang niya po kami, ina-advisean.
Like ano?
Kunyari, kapag tatapak na po kami ng stage, sinasabihan niya po kami na gawin lang po namin yung best namin.
Ikaw, ano sinasabi niya sa'yo? Gawin yung best and specifically, has he ever put you aside?
Motivation, tsaka lagi niya sasabi pag nasa downside, bawi lang.
Mayayain ka, no? Laging yun ang kinakausap mo. No? Wise, ikaw naman, how protective are you and how much of a guardian are you sa mga younger players?
Hindi ko alam eh. Basta lagi ko lang sila ina-advise na ito na yung moment na pwede nilang patunayan sa sarili nila tsaka para sa future nila.
Very well said. And this is their moment. Blacklist International, everybody. Congratulations. You may now take your walk. What an intense game on number 3. Nakikita natin, Super Red Yue doing really well. Perfect fit para sa Blacklist International. Tulad nga na sinabi ni Wise, this is the moment para patunayan ang sarili nila. And now, what did they do right to win this series? Let's go back to our casters. Pasok.
Instincts, adrenaline, and chill, says Oh My Venus with the reverse sweep. As we look at the headline, Wise still holds the one standing up against Sensui. Show him who's boss in the retribution battle. That's how a world-class jungle Wise shows up against ONIC Philippines.
It was a great performance. Again, Sensui was, trying his best there, but I just feel like, again, the teamwork there, even like Wolf said, it's kind of plug and play, right?
Yeah.
Even with a little difference here, still very similar Blacklist International.
Similar Blacklist International, but how is this, Wolf, in game number 3? How did they make it win up against ONIC Philippines?
We can always say that, yeah, surely Wise have proven himself why he's called the king of the jungle. But man, that game, that was really close. You can even argue that there was a time where Sensui had a better control of the neutral objectives as compared to Wise. But one thing is for certain, Blacklist International knows how to team fight. Man, they're so good at this. And they're always good at inviting people into their own box. ONIC Philippines, after winning a decisive team fight around the Lord, when they picked up Edward, then win the objective battle afterwards, they were baited into the black box once again. And what did we say about the box that Blacklist International plays around with? If you get in, there's no getting out. That's exactly what happened on ONIC Philippines. Let's just say that if they decided to not go to the opposite side, Blacklist International might not have won the fight. Maybe they could have lost maybe just a few heroes, but ultimately they will have the late game, the super late game advantage. But that wasn't the case because Blacklist International knew this perfectly well. Look at all my Venus. 0, 1, and 14, prioritizing the fleeting time after the Oracle. So this pickup on the dominant side, that's not the first item that he get. He first picked the Oracle and then the fleeting time. The thing with the dominant size, why it was the second in when he saw his items, is because of the fact that he went for casual physical item first. In fact, he only died once in this game. In that last clash, made sure that he pops the ultimate. Even when it was stolen away from him, it was eventually his immortality that allowed him to stay for long. Position 5 Faramis, this is how you play it. You don't focus on magic damage because you don't want to be bursted down. You want to take as much time away from your opponents by tanking through and being the front line. As said in the interview, well, if you did not understand the interview, he trusted his teammates, Yue trusted his teammates as the Farsa because he knows that there would be someone fronting for him or manning the front lines for him. Let's start the bout between ONIC and Blacklist International. It was always the early game war of attrition between these two teams that ONIC Philippines eventually won, but in a snap, in one fell swoop after 2 kills. Coming up from Blacklist International, they even up the game. Come the mid-game, around the 7-minute mark, Blacklist International snags the lead and ultimately controls the game afterwards. Map control was theirs. You can see the 4-1 strat that Blacklist International can comfortably do because of the composition that they have was exploited overall by Blacklist International. Every lead was Blacklist International. And it will take ONIC Philippines to take away Edward from the battlefield for them to win a fight. Every time that Edward is available, they cannot win it just because of the fact that he is able to get through nets. And one of the premonition that we can see from Oh My Venus, great usage of the Shadow Stampede to take out one that's nets eventually afterwards. Look at the defense from Super Fritz though. You cannot deny the fact that he played well in this game. Only died once all throughout. Eventually, look at him go, just snatching the Predator strike, using the flicker to reposition. After being dragged and snagged, he focuses on controlling the minions afterwards. And look at this. We can see it. 20 minutes. There will be a kill onto Yue with one jump coming up from Ryota. Well done, but it was still wise to take the Lord away from ONIC Philippines with that retreat battle, favoring the King of the Jungle. Eventually, there will be another fight. And here we go. The Lord already taken by ONIC, and the 4-man snag coming on the side of Blacklist International. And the only reason why it was a 4-man snag is because Super Prince was already dead when that happened. A beautiful gameplay coming out from Blacklist International as a reason why they have so many championships on their trophy board. They have so good team fighting.
That 5-man pull by Oh My Venus, I still can't. Plug and play.
Plug and play.
Yeah, that's a word.
Well, regardless, this is an amazing performance for Blacklist International, but I gotta say, ONIC Philippines too, they can hold their heads high with this matchup.
They stepped up, yeah.
They did step up, but they're gonna learn a lot from this, and can't wait to see how they play the rest of the weeks ahead.
The learnings keep going for ONIC Philippines. Now, going on our next match, we have TNC Pro Team and Echo for the last match of the night.
Yeah,
we have the world champs up against TNC, who really struggled from week 1. They haven't scored, right? And this is one of the biggest struggles of the Phoenix I would want to, well, get a chance of. And if they do it up against Echo, well, why not, right?
Very important series for TNC. If there will be a team that needs to step up, we already saw ONIC Philippines. TNC, it's imperative for them to step up later on.
Well, we have a match coming up right up next. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Wolf, and we will be back for the next action of the night.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC. Dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Electo final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Alisin na sinabol niya! Triple kill for the XP layer!
On the 4th spot is Boy at DR's Do or Die Lord Steal nung Day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boy at DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Next Play Evos. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para ikat ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the 2nd spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, bala kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila ito gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si Benny Cutie at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord, Sanford and Benny Cutie will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. One Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kaka-respond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si Benny Cutie, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full firepower ni Nets and the rest of ONIC. The Hedgehogs will extend the series with a statement.
Apart memory, and finally, ONIC Philippines! Makukuha ang panalo na to!
At yan ang ating top 5 plays for Week 2. Let us know your reactions in the comment section at kita-kits ulit sa Friday para sa Week 3 ng ating regular season.
Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako pinaka naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Kaya ako si Kelra ng Smart Omega at iba-breakdown natin yung nagawa kong play ng Game 2 versus RSD.
Sobrang tapang ng Omega kahit kulang sila ng isang miyembro. Ayaw talaga nilang bitawan since andyan pa naman si Ryzen pero nakatalo na nga. May yakap yung isa. Ang ganda ng nakap ni Miko doon pero tingnan mo ang positioning ni Eman. Grabe, bumabarena. Pero nandoon si Tangsilot. Tangsilot, Ryzen! Nice shot down na meron.
Tinapos namin yung game kasi nung natalo na ni Miko kasi yung Yusong, parang feel ko na kaya namin lumaban kasi since Harit yung hero ko, kaya namin lumaban kahit 4v5 or 3v5 pa yan. Kaya namin ubusin. Try na namin lumaban si Lord kasi baka pag nakapag-Lord pa sila, kaya na kami tapusin. Nakita ko na namatay si Exort, doon ako pinaka naging confident na kayang-kaya talaga namin lumaban kasi siya lang may chance na maka-kill sa akin. Kaya siguro namin napanalo yung flash na yun, kahit kulang kami. Tsaka after ko maka-triple kill nun, naiisip ko na kaya na namin i-end yung game kasi -3 na sila, tapos yung natira lang nun is tank lang. Yung shot kill namin nun is mid na agad kami para wala na masayang na oras para matapos na agad namin. Salamat sa teammate ko kasi na-protect nila ako ng maayos sa lane ko. Mga gusto kong makalaban ngayon is Echo kasi sila yung nag-champion ngayon. Tsaka andun yung best gold lane, si Benny. Salamat sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin kahit wala na si Jack no. Patuloy niyo pa rin kami sumusuportahan. And thank you sa mga pumunta ngayon dito sa MPL. At saka thank you sa mga tropa ko din na pumunta dyan. Tsaka sa girlfriend ko. Shoutout din po pala sa pamilya ko and kay Boss Hans and kay Boss Hans. At saka kay Sir Pat and sa Smart and kay Boss MVP.
Lahat ng manlalaro, lahat ng teams ngayon ay gustong isemento ang kanilang mga sarili sa kasaysayan ng Mobile Legends sa Pilipinas at talagang uhaw na uhaw para matawag na pinakamalakas sa buong mundo.
Sa baluarte ng pinakamalalakas, panigurado, walang ibang daan kundi pataas. Sa gitna ng dismaya, pagdududa, pagkatalo at pagkadapa, bumabangon ng tunay na malakas. Itinatakda ang may sikmurang magpatuloy, pero basang-basa ka na nila. Wala ka nang mailalabas na hindi pa alam ng lahat. Wala ka nang maluloko dito dahil lumilipas rin ang mga alamat. Kumakalat ang kawalang katiyakan. Ito na ang katapusan ng mga nagbabalat kayong Diyos. Umuusbong ang bagong dugo para ibagsak ang nagmamataas. Kaya mo bang sumabay dahil walang naglalakad ng paatras at walang ibang daan kundi pataas?
Papaalala ko ulit sa inyo kung bakit brand lang malakas.
Hindi tatalab sa akin mga bala nyo.
Ang pagbangon namin ay ang simula ng pagbagsak niyo.
Takbo habang may lupa.
Walang dakil-dakila dito sa MPL. Ngayon yung makikita ang tunay na lakas ko.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong klaseng bangungot ang kaharap nyo.
Naglalaban lang kayo para second place. Umatras na kayo hanggat may pagkakataon pa. Pinaglumaan na kayo. Oras na namin to.
Pupulbusin namin ang bawat isa sa inyo.
Handa ka na ba?
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines' fastest and best mobile network. All it takes are 3 easy steps. First, secure your unique subscriber code from your current provider. Visit our website or any smart store near you. Lastly, activate your smart MNP SIM and you're ready to go. Unleash the power of the Philippines' best mobile network. Switch to the power of smart.
When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Sa 8 gigabytes, ang dami mong masashare.
Daming kontenta. Ganyan pagsikat.
TNT Double Giga Stories Plus. 8 gig, 50 pesos lang. Load na!
Day in, pay out. Choose the bank that gives you interest every day. With Maya.
Hey everyone, this is Sona at ito ang ating top 5 plays for week 2. On the 5th spot is Nats Benedetta counter go against TNC nung day 2. 2 minutes in the game, masasaksihan natin ang first turtle fight between RSG and TNC dahil sa tinamong damage sa top lane, napilitang umuwi si Nats to get some of his HP back, prepare for the turtle fight. At dahil malayo siya sa eksena, mukhang masesecure na ng TNC ang inaasam na pagong. With the right timing, pumasok si Nats with an eye for an eye na kinombo niya sa Electo final blow to zone out the enemy team. Makukuha ni sa Jago ang turtle pero mababawian agad siya ng buhay sa tuloy-tuloy na phantom slashes ni Nats. Itutuloy niya pa ito para i-pick off si Escalera at Riku, nullifying TNC's economic advantage in that turtle pick.
Si Nats, inaapol niya! Triple kill for the XP lane!
On the 4th spot is Boy at DR's do or die Lord Steal ng day 3 laban sa ONIC Philippines. 9 minutes in the game with already 3 turtles and 2 turrets, lamang na ang kupunan ng ONIC PH in terms of economy and map control. Outnumbered at malayo sa kanyang teammates, pumasok si Boy at DR to contest the Lord against the full 5 members of ONIC Philippines. Precise in his timing, nagpakawala siya ng Ashura Aura, sabay Retribution, stealing the Lord, sabay out gamit ang Mortal Coil to sustain crowd control initiations from the enemy team. On our 3rd spot is one hell of a great escape from Ding DR of Next Play Evos. 15 minutes in the game, pumunta si Ding DR sa enemy jungle para magbigay vision at dumiretso siya para i-cut ang bottom lane. Nang makita siya ng members ng Bren ay agad silang dumiretso sa bottom lane para i-pick off sana siya. With nice reflexes, knowledge of micromechanics at ilang side steps, he managed to escape a 5v1 situation. On the second spot is the infamous ecosystem of Echo. 9 minutes in the game, balak kunin ng Echo ang First Lord. Paano nga ba nila to gagawin? First mission, makikipagtapatan si BNQT at Yawi sa mid lane to poke their enemies para malugi sila sa possible contest sa Lord Pit. Meanwhile, nakafocus si Carl TZ sa pag-take ng Lord. Second mission, nasa bush malapit sa Lord Pit si Sanford to zone out possible enemy initiations. Pagkakita niya kay Ryota at Kekedut, agad itong nag-Black Dragon form para i-zone out ang dalawa at tumuloy siya para guluhin ang pag-take ni Sensui sa purple buff. Third mission, makukuha ni Carl TZ ang Lord. Sanford and BNQT will go for the aggro habang si Sanji ay makikita nating papunta sa backlines to flank for escaping enemies. One Lord taken, 2 enemies killed, all in one world-class ecosystem. And on our top spot is Nets Brody Bloody Massacre nung Day 2 laban sa Echo. Matapos ang mainit pero worth it na 3-member trade for the Lord sa kakatapos lang na Lord fight, agad na nag-gather ang kaka-respond lang na ONIC members sa Lord Pit sa top lane. Makikita ni Yawi ang mga ito at gagamitin niya ang Tyrant's Revenge kay Kekedut na nag-check ng bush sa mid lane. Magka-counter go naman si Super Prince gamit ang Feathered Airstrike para i-zone ang mga members ng Echo. With Kekedut using Conceal plus I'm Offended play, sasabayan ito ni Nets ng Torn Apart Memory na nagpa-critical sa mga buhay ng kupunan ng Echo. Flickering inside the turret, pinick off niya si Sanford at sinunod si BNQT, forcing the remaining Echo members, Carl TZ and Sanji, to retreat. Ngunit hindi sila makakatakas sa full
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. 2 weeks into MPL Philippines Season 11, and Biyaheng Tagumpay remains to be a bumpy ride. They have suffered their 8th consecutive game loss and have yet to secure a win. Bakit nga ba nata-traffic ang tropa ni Jesu at Cram? At paano nila lulusutan ang world champions? Let's see what the champions and the casters have to say. It'll be TNC Pro versus Echo. Casters, pasok.
There's no winning without failure and no winning without losing. Now will TNC finally bounce back up against the world champs tonight? It's Echo against the Phoenix Army. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the English Desk. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Wolf to give you the action of the night. Man, this is a David and Goliath match. TNC really had a bumpy ride.
David and Goliath matchup. You know, still trying to get on the board here. We've seen this from other teams in the past. And, yes, it's week 3, so you want to see TNC get on the board exactly. But I feel like they're still figuring a lot of things out. And now you're saying, they are against pretty much the Goliath here, the world defending champions. It's Echo.
Yeah. And we know that David comes out the victor in the end, right? So maybe that will be the case.
Well, when you switch with the power of Smart, you can do it without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. And going back in this David and Goliath match, Echo didn't lose anything from their run from week 1 to 3, Wolf.
Wow, I think that's already magnified in this before this week. We already know that Echo is very strong after winning the championship. Then obviously just just tearing through. And then of course for TNC it was the opposite end. They suffered a lot of losses, and even with their loss, looking at it, it looked really I can't think of a word, but kind of. When you look at it, you're not that happy for a TNC fan.
We're with you and the ones who's watching us right now. What's happening to TNC? They surprised us early week with the Zilong pick and also the Hanzo pick, but none of it worked. There is a struggle happening right now in the Phoenix Army. How are they managing to push this? How are they managing to fix this up against Echo, Naisu?
I feel like the biggest thing here is just experimentation. I mean, when you field this 10-man roster, we've seen teams do this before, and it gives you... You would think for a lot of people, it gives you an advantage. You have a lot to work with, right? And kind of build upon that. But still, we're seeing the struggles here that it can also bring to the table, right? And even looking at this quote here from Coach Ducky, he's been here.
Yeah, and after the Bren's victory last time, one of the things that he actually gave a tip to the players who could make their mental and also the preparations for next of their matches even now today, because there's always a struggle, right? There's always the challenge of getting the right groove in managing a 10-man team. I know, Wolf, you felt that and you're still going through that, right? So how's the experience way back when you were a coach?
Yeah, but I've said this before, like just maintaining, I had a chance to maintain 7-8 players.
Wow.
And even with just 7 or even just 6 players, it's already difficult. It's like twice the effort compared to just a 5-man team. Making it a 10, it's just I just can't wrap my head around it. I wouldn't want to be in that kind of position. It looks really good in theory when you have like a lot of players to switch up with. It looks really nice. Like if you think about it, oh, the idea is great, but in practice, you're gonna be losing a lot of time because you have to look at every 10 teams. I can't imagine to be in Coach Lift's shoes right now, looking at 2 sets of scrims or whatever. There's so much that you have to look at. It just doubles and doubles. It couples each other. It's a compound interest. Yeah, when you look at it.
It's not even just a fact of like, okay, we have 2 sets of 5 players. You also have to think about the combinations within those 5 sets, right? Like
it's a permutation.
You change things up, and it's not even just lanes. At this point, honestly, they could probably switch lanes and rolls up, So there's a lot here at play, especially for TNC and for the coaching staff.
Man, I just can't wait on how TNC would actually rise as they tell it in their Biyayang Tagumpay or their journey to success. And managing, 2 different 5-man switch also has challenges. It has pros and cons. As Wolf said it, it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing, depending on who you're up against. But now let's call on the teams right on stage, TNC Pro Team and Echo for their entrance.
Still on the search to gain momentum for the season, will a week of rest and adjustments be enough for the Phoenix to rise? Let's give it up for TNC Pro Team. Continuing to be loud and proud, the World Championship squad continues forward, looking to further their dominance in the season. Let's welcome Echo. And their coaches, Coach Lift and Coach Tic Tac. Let the battle to round out day number 1 of week 3 begin.
Who will rise up to the challenge? And looking at the roster of TNC, Innocent, King Kong as Cram, Escalera, and Ben Things. Is this a good sign for TNC right now?
I'm actually looking at whether this is like the combination that if this was like an actual roster that they will put up. I don't know how to answer your question, unfortunately. Does this look good for TNC? I am clueless because here's the thing: it didn't look good in the past 2 weeks. They had a lot of a lot of time to configure what is looking bad at TNC. So we just hope that it will be different, right? Even when they cannot take a series from Echo, the least that they can get in this matchup is to get 1 game. Get back to their winning ways. Remember how to win.
Lose and win. Now, Echo on their championship form, still looking good, flexing something up on the entrance. Nice. It's still the same guys that we see every day.
Yeah, there it is, right? They've literally played every game up to this point, and why not?
That
man?
100%.
Why not? Because you are the defending world champions here. And specifically, like Wolf said, I want to say the same thing. You know, now it is David and Goliath, like you mentioned, but at the same point, you can learn a lot from this matchup, right?
Yeah.
If you are TNC and you're also the coaching staff there and you're trying to put these pieces to the puzzle together, why not do it against one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team, right? They are the best team currently.
Yep.
And honestly, for TNC specifically, it's a good thing because, yeah, we don't know. Like, we don't know if this is going to be good or not for TNC. We hope that it is because a lot of us and a lot of the Phoenix Army out there who also rose and growing support want to see this TNC team get back in winning form.
Yeah, we all want to see them rise. As the great Kai Samuel, he's an author who told me that when you lose, you don't actually lose, you learn. So if there's one thing that you guys are not sure to answer in my question, maybe TNC is just using this as to answer the same lineup from last week, and maybe this could actually work. But let's throw it over to our keys to victory with Midnight. What do you have for us for this match?
It's a short task for Echo, but it's a tall order for the Phoenix. Para manalo sila, itong kailangan nilang gawin. Kailangan nila sundin ang kanilang Infinix keys to victory. Now, for TNC, they have to be the David against this Goliath. They are up against the world champion of the world, Echo, and lalo na mas better Echo na to dahil nga meron na silang ecosystem. Kumbaga may fundamental approach na sa kanilang sistema. So para maging David dito sa Goliath na to, ay kailangan nila mag-introduce ng panibago. And mukhang nakikita natin yung start dahil bagong roster to na i-field nila versus Echo, and baka makakita tayo ng chaotic gameplay once again para masira na naman yung system. Now for Echo, kailangan hindi nila i-underestimate yung upset potential ng TNC. Lalo na't may mga lason din na baon ang TNC. Nakita na natin yan in the form of Zilong, although hindi naglalaro si Ninja Kayla this time around. Pero again, nandun yung idea na pwede magkaroon ng disruptive gameplay and disruptive strategies coming out from the Phoenix, especially with the new roster that they are fielding in right now. Baka dito pa magsimula mabuhay yung biyahe ng TNC. Now for both teams, kailangan ay mag-organize sila ng chaos wins. Kumbaga ito yung mga chaotic team fights, chaotic strategies, and chaotic gameplays, but will net fundamental and systematic approaches, lalo na pa sa pag-convert ng objectives. Importante dito na magkabaliwan sila per se, na hindi sila mag-stick 100% sa fundamental gameplay, kundi kailangan din nila mag-break ng system upang magwagi. Yan ang kailangan gawin ng TNC at pati na rin ng Echo. Now, casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. So, looking back on those keys to victory, one struck the most is do not underestimate TNC's upset potential. Is this the cheese picks or the cheese strategy we're talking about?
Yeah, I guess if you think about like what their Zilong plays and all of those unorthodox picks, yeah, surely you don't want to be caught in this spot where you don't have that. But then again, for TNC, I think that they have relied too much on those pocket strategies, like trying to outwit their opponents and be clever with it. And when they went back to their traditional, their conventional meta hero picks, meta compositions, they looked like they didn't master it because they were so heavily dependent on their pocket strategies. I think that was also one of the what was that? The bane? What's that? The weakness of TNC.
Not only that, but if you're saying, you know, pull a pocket strategy or, you know, something crazy out against a team such as Echo that literally just recently, not too long ago, you know, went through multiple teams from around the world who had multiple types of pocket strategies, and we all know how that ended, right? So for TNC to be able to do that against a team like Echo, something amazing has to happen. Now, that's not to say it can't, because, yes, going back to it, this is a David and Goliath story. And what can happen here is if they... Let's just start with one game at a time, right? Let's not even talk about the whole series. If they can
Let's
win...
not anticipate. Okay.
Yeah, if they can win a game here, and specifically if it's game one, then that is a huge morale boost because we know that they need it here, right? So we can start there. We can start focusing on this first game draft as we jump into it.
Right, you are, Naisu. So let's just make everything happen, okay? By not thinking about anything, let's just enjoy this game. On the first one, it's Echo on the blue side, and we have TNC on the red side. So this sets up for their bans. They have taken out Faramis and Devani. Also seeing Staple Bands 1-1 and Joy as well, and the Kaja. Similar ones, and maybe this sets up for them to get the Fredrin.
Okay. With all of these banned all together, the idea of the Valentina as well as the Fredrin, what do you call it? The trade-offs.
The
we
Gambit,
see,
yeah.
Yeah, will be there. Unless there will be a Joy open up, which I don't reckon TNC will do. It's not advice. It's ill advice to give the Joy because it's just a strong pickup. Okay, I'm seeing this trend, by the way, of like teams just pulling up the binders. The clear books, right?
The clear books?
It's a clear book of secrets.
Okay, so it's a trend.
Yeah, and everybody brings it on the table.
No, you were the one. I think you were the one last week that talked about chapter.
Oh,
chapter 8.
Joy opened up. Oh no.
No, it's banned.
Banned out.
It's banned out, Wolf.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
The binders here, taking out that Joy. But yeah, I think you were the one, Francis, that said
the Book of Secrets. Yeah, it's from RSG.
Yeah. And specifically that chapter 8. Well, let's see if there's a chapter 9.
No, that they have. Okay.
For TNC,
Are we also seeing a trend here between so it's the white colored shirts versus the sky blue colored shirts.
We're just at this point we're just analyzing everything.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that, Coach Tic Tac.
You see the way
Coach Trevor. Amazing coaches, world-class coaches.
That is a stance of a world champion coach.
You're right? Oh, okay.
That's
Kind
not
of a
expected.
priority, yeah. So we were talking about TNC's upset potential on cheese picks or cheese strats. How about Echo doing this against them? Can it the first pick?
Wow, I can't believe it. But it's, I guess this is like the championship's confidence, the champion's confidence, because they know that they can work well with it. It's a position 4 hero that can also be played by as a roam. It counters some of the meta marksmen as well as meta nuke mages like Farsa as well as Eve. There's a good counter to that. In a way, Melissa is not safe when there's Kadita, because you can go for the one-shot combo, right? And you don't get pushed away just because you're under.
I was gonna say, how can you push her away?
If
with your go away from me.
Yeah.
If she's under you.
Yeah.
Right.
Logic.
Makes it. Yeah, that's the logic right there of Naisu.
Yeah, I agree. That's the main idea. And
you impressed, Wolf?
I am impressed. I
am too here.
I am.
Thank you.
Eyes were glowing.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
That's called the transference of IQ from Wolf sitting over here to my left.
Perfect way of explaining. How do you push away someone if it's under you, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, that being said, Echo is proceeding as planned with Yuzong and whoa. We have the Hayabusa from, we all know, King Kong. That's the only hero we only saw from the last 2 weeks that he's comfortable with, right?
Of course, it's a very early pickup, which will now be answered by a Diggy. But then again, you can see the Echo. It's just a combination of denial picks as well as confidence picks. Hayabusa on Carl TZ. How long has it been since we've seen an assassin from Mr. Carl TZ himself?
How long, Wolf?
I don't know.
You've been here long enough.
It's been a minute.
It's been a minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It's been a while.
Well, just for context, when people say it's been a minute, it's just a wide range of time.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
We're in a different.
It's not been an actual minute.
Yeah. Time runs different here.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this Diggy pick, what are they brewing here for TNC?
It's all they are going all in on the Melissa. They want to protect that, so expect that there will be something like a glue out there, as well as a peel kind of jungler like Karina, like your Barretts.
Okay,
will be there for the protection of this Melissa. Everything is on the Melissa's hands now for TNC.
Oh,
you know what bothers me about the Diggy pick though is because especially when you have a Kadita on the other side of you. You are, you lock in Diggy, there's great vision available, you have great poke, also the time's journey, right?
Yeah.
Now with the Kadita across from you, you've now made it to the point where, okay, if Kadita's hunting me down, I'm going to have to use the time's journey. So more often than not, you're not going to have that clutch ultimate for your team. Yeah. And so this leaves it up. I'm assuming the Kadita is going to be in the hands of Yaoi here. right? So if that's the case, it could be Yawi, it could be Sanji. We don't 100% know,
Yeah.
but either or, with a Kadita across from you, it makes it really dangerous to have this Diggy pick, because even if all you get is the Time's Journey, well, what if you die? What if you continuously die, right? And then you're feeding gold over here to Echo. That's why I don't really like this Diggy pick, although if played properly, then maybe it helps you withstand a lot of that burst damage and even some of the CC that's going to be thrown at you. But still, I see that being a very hard task ahead of you.
Yeah, it's Echo mind tricks to play with against that TNC. Why?
He posted a picture of Coach Lift back in his lifting days. And I'm not even joking. I think that he got lift from
lifting.
From lifting, yeah. Lifting
Really?
weights. It's actually a true story. It's an
Wow.
anecdote.
The origins of people in esports are just amazing, right? Just how us three, right?
What about
What about us?
What
three?
about the origins of
What
us?
Nothing. Like we all
have our own origin stories. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, I watched Wolf Blast in season 8, so it touched my heart. So maybe that's one thing that I'm inspired for, right?
One thing that did inspire me was it was winter of 2021.
Yeah.
When the Caster Search champion emerged.
Winter.
In the game,
Winter.
he had his own game banner.
Yes.
Winter
That's right.
2021?
No, winter in the Philippines.
Winter in the Philippines. Okay, I love that.
Gets quite cold here.
So if
that's our winter.
If Coach Lift transitioned from lifting, now we're transitioning to a different seasons in the Philippines. But how is this for TNC with the Martis pick? They ban out Yawi, so they might be expecting that. It's not yet Kadita Rome, right?
Yeah. And this means that Echo will have to have upfront damage. Like maybe they can focus on carry so that they can match up. Or maybe carry or Brody will be the choices here for Echo. There's some consideration of the Moskov, although that will be the opposite end of the stick. But I think that they have to have an upfront damage here. So it's going to be Claude instead.
And Glue.
Wow.
Okay, wait, who's going mid?
I might be a position 5 Glue.
I was gonna say, is this a position 5 Glue?
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly.
Because there's Kadita, so there's no place where to put it because there's XP.
Okay, they need
what does TNC need?
They need a front line apart from the Martis that can match up with Yuzhong. Unfortunately, the Glue was taken away from them, so maybe the other choice is Lapu Lapu for Cram. Yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe go Lapu Lapu. That matchup, though, is still kind of worrisome, right?
Yeah,
Lapu Lapu.
that's right.
Correct.
Having that against, especially the Yuzhong.
Benedetta.
He goes with the Benedetta here.
They go for Benedetta. I say it still works.
Yep. Okay, so Benedetta, at least you do have a lot of vision, and you have a way to kind of clear the lanes. Since this is a Glue that will be used in the mid lane role, apparently. I like it though. Mid lane role, so you get a lot of farm. You get very tanky
and money. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that Yuzhong is typically a hero that's not.
That's a nice picture.
That's a nice picture.
Look at our faces.
All Echo. Okay.
That's your smart talent predictions right there from our creative faces.
I was gonna say that's the right face for the team you voted for,
All
based
right.
on their emote. In game.
The sheesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I make my face.
Sheesh.
Yeah, sheesh.
Shoutouts to a season 10 photo of Naisu.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't
Wow.
here for
Just
the
imagine
photo
him,
shoot.
right? Being like in the perfect angles and form. Man, amazing. You're an amazing human. But now, in TNC, is this enough to bounce back against the world champs?
Well, we're just jumping into it, so we're gonna have to find out. Oh,
I wish I have the answer for you.
I'm just excited, man. Like,
it's like every time there's a question about TNC, it's like, well, hopefully we're gonna find out. Because
hopefully, okay. I would not skip a page. Let's just go through the story and let's find out on how will this unfold. Game number 1. Let's go.
Okay, so now the real position 5 is Yawi, so that's confirmed right now. Glue is gonna have a lot of items with the combination of Avarice and the fact that he is actually a mid laner. Look at him go. Damage is real.
Yeah, Ben thinks first blood going to the hands of Sanji.
Ow.
And you know, this is kind of the picture we painted here, especially when that Diggy was locked in. You know they're going to be hunting for those early kills, get that early advantage already for Echo.
Well, coverage right now. There's Echo starting how to poke and peel each and everybody's heroes in TNC. Will Bentings in this row? Oh, he's going to get caught down again.
Oh, no.
Another one.
Ooh. That's tough. Bentings, as I was just saying.
Falls down twice.
That's 2 deaths here, a minute and a half in. Ooh. And that one went in the hands of Carl Teasy here. And that's the thing. You actually don't see Carl Teasy pick a lot of assassins these days. So you know he's going to have a heyday when he gets these early leads going
100%.
on this Hayabusa.
Yeah,
100%. Because normally when you play the Hayabusa, you get like cornered in the jungle. Especially when you're playing like Martis versus Hayabusa, there's a lot of speed on the jungling of the Martis, and you do have the Diggy to kind of poke that through. But Carl Teasy getting 1 kill earlier on means more XP, more gold. Heading into this turtle matchup, surely it will be even. I think it still is favored towards the Martis in a way. But if you get poked by a level 4 position 4 glue, well, you're not in good shape.
Yeah, that's momentum building up for Echo. Now, in the first turtle of the game, looks like Cram is not letting this one go.
Cram's going to try. Look at that. The shadow kill does come out. Carl Teasy able to secure that turtle. And also on the backside, Sanford doing his job, zoning out Escalera. Echo, even with a little lead they have, they take the discipline route back off here. Sanford going to be just fine. Yaoi, though, deep into enemy territory, able to find Escalera. Now Cram and King Kong looking to pick a kill if they can. But Yaoi so far able to get away. Cram still on the hunt, going to try to bob and weave. Yaoi could be in trouble here. Sanji there to help him out. Cram able to get a kill, but ultimately gets punished by Sanford.
Oh, you see the roar of the crowd when they saw Escalera being one-shot by Yaoi. That low ooh you heard, because that is the correct reaction to that. Nobody explained that. That's a feeling. Then afterwards, he gets chased down by Cram, although he dies in the end. I think TNC, that's not a good trade at all, because that's a roamer with only 1 kill. If it was a shutdown kill from Cram, that would have given him so much more gold, but trading his life for a position 5, that's not a good trade at all for TNC.
Oh yeah, we're looking at the 3 Ts on the games of today. If you're TNC, possibly they would not commit in the traps that Echo is setting up, because the more that they answer, the more they got delays on how would they want to answer the composition, right? So if they keep on answering this, just as how Sanji's just forcing everybody here down bottom, Benzing just uses Flicker.
Yeah, that's, I mean, this is the danger of having this glue in the hands of Sanji this time around, right? So you can see how much just kind of poke potential there is, and forcing that Flicker out early on already kind of troublesome here for Bentings, not to mention the 2 deaths he has. So Sanji still making work. King Kong waiting patiently. Turtle going to be up in a couple seconds here. Sanji going to go ahead and use the split. Might look to bring King Kong back here. Escalade with a feather airstrike against Sanford. Going to pull him now. Here comes Carl Teasy and Yaoi joining the party. Still, Turtle going to be up. Look at Sanji and Sanford going with the San duo. Looking for King Kong. They can't. Oh, they get him as he falls. Now they're going to be punished. Sanford did fall, but Yaoi here for the support. Meanwhile, Carl Teasy secures the next turtle.
The trades are just going in heavily in favor of Echo. You see, Sanford, again, that's a XP laner compared to King Kong. And the fact that it was King Kong was poked down and just aggressed upon by Echo, no matter what the result was, Sanford was happy to just zone out King Kong. And a kill onto King Kong was already a bonus.
Wait.
And, you know, they didn't want to see us, they don't want us to see the violence anymore. They took away the visual camera. That's how violent that was from Carl Teasy.
This is rated PG-13, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Not R.
Shout outs to everyone who operates this view.
Oh my.
Well, at this point, right, you're slowly but surely losing control of this game here. Sanji, though, going to get poked down. So King Kong able to get a kill with a Decimate, able to find that. But still, we're seeing how much struggle is going on here for TNC right now. Echo, the one thing that could happen to them here, and the one thing that could happen for you guys watching at home is scan that QR code to win some game prizes, right? But still, going back to the point, if Echo gets a little overzealous and starts making mistakes, then that could build in favor of TNC. Right now, that's kind of not going to happen. But Yaoi, if he gets caught up here, That's that is what I'm talking about. Yawi not able to escape, showing a little too confidence there.
Yeah, went in too deep.
We saw King Kong just time the Ashura's aura just when the Kadita was there, and then of course the Mortal Coil to counter that the Ocean Oddity so that he will be CC immune. And King Kong just showing some mechanics in here.
Also, Echo with the push. Good placement with the get out of here ultimate from Innocent, preventing Carl Teasy to be
Get out of here.
Yeah,
Get out of here.
to get bursted down. Yeah, we need to stick it out. Yeah,
I like it.
So now an additional space for Echo to take this another objective. Is it worth for TNC to really contest this? I don't want to ask anymore.
Yeah,
no, don't.
I don't think you know at this point. The massive lead, especially between junglers, is already prominent, and so they secure the third turtle of the game. Mid lane, though, Carl TZ still waiting on the hunt, does have the Shadow Kill available to him, going to push into the deep. Under the turret they go, crashing down. Benny Cutie can't get the kill, they're going to get punished here! TNC punishes Echo's decision to dive under the turret.
The Sansan duo just overzealous in there, and this is what Nice to opened up earlier on, and that was a wonderful play from TNC, especially the way they utilize Innocent under 2 turrets so that the models will have its maximum value. Kraltisi got out of harm's way, but this means that they will be able to push unless Yaoi makes the best play in that situation.
Yeah.
Use your ultimate to clear the waves.
Yeah. Now they're looking for those kind of trade objectives from those deaths that TNC could do. So if you're Echo, don't be OZ or overzealous, right?
Yeah.
And just do what you need to do, because on the keys to victory, do not underestimate the upset potential of TNC. So in those small mistakes, they might actually have a window to rise back.
They still have their work cut out for them, right? But they're slowly but surely gaining a little bit of that gold lead that Echo had, and they can work around with it. Again, if you can allow Innocent to just farm up the best way he can and then pop off later on, we know how troublesome a Melissa can be, right? So that's probably the biggest thing that TNC has to do here as they transition, especially into that first Lord of this game, and not get picked off if they can help from it. But they're going to get poked down a little bit, but just going to be fine for now.
Going to be TNC just recovering from their abysmal laning stage in an early game. Now come the mid game. A first Lord take will be there. They have an equal chance, especially because Bentings have recovered as well. You can see some of the stacks from the time bombs already just hurting. Even Yaoi is receiving a lot of damage from that. If they do control the Lord with this, if they play this smart, and use their Cram to take care of the long lane, or the lane opposite the Lord, that will be all advantageous for TNC. What I'm trying to say here is they still have the chess pieces that they need to win this battle. If they play it correctly, even under the gold lead of Echo, they can do it. However, they burned Escalera's ultimate.
Oh, so it's all about making the right moves here if you're TNC, because Bentings is now saying to Yaoi, hey, if last time, early game, you got all the kills, right now you're going to feel the peel from my Bums Bunny, and this gives them an advantage to zone out members of Echo right now.
The peel.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's able to do that, because right now, TNC actually in a pretty advantageous position. They get the flicker out, though, from Sanji, so little minor win there. Bottom side, though, going to be focusing 2 versus 1 on Cram. Electo Final Blow going to come out. Be just fine. Meanwhile, top side is Carl Teasy. That falls as we made our way back to the Lord Pit. So now a huge advantage here for King Kong.
Wow.
Securing the first Lord of the game, and just like that, this is the David and Goliath story we talked about.
How did that happen, Wolf?
Well, we did not see it completely, but it was, at least if you're looking at the minimap, good misdirection coming out from TNC. They utilized Scrum into the bottom lane, had to spend his Petrify, but he attracted 2 of the heroes of Echo. That allowed a big advantage for TNC in the Lord fight, and now they have found one more.
King Kong finding a decimation, able to find that. Benny Cutie trying to get a kill himself, but he can't. Member after member going to fall here. Innocent down, still looking for more. Sanford, lots of low health bars here. Here comes Cram. Carl Teasy as well, but the damage has been done. 2 down for Echo. Lord now marching top side with TNC.
Well, TNC's looking good right now with this tug of war, and by these items, well, I'm not going to ask anything, but does this answer the defense of Echo right now?
Oh, for sure. I like Kram's itemization, going for the Athena shield. He's getting a lot of gold because he's dealing with the long lane. And the only problem he has right now is actually the damage from Yaoi with a Petrify combo. Now that is out of the table. He can survive through the combo, and he can stay in the long lane for quite a longer time.
Oh, Kram.
Nobody spotted Yaoi.
Almost finding Carl Teasy. Now Sanford on the hunt for Ben Thinks. There's the flicker. Can he get away? No! Runs into the wall with the boost. Can't get away from Sanford. So one falls, but still TNC now gaining some control in the game as they made that play with that Lord.
Oh no, Sanji steals the purple. Oh,
Okay.
what a blunder. King Kong didn't have the retribution for 3 more seconds. If he held on to that, it could have been totally different, but
oh no,
we'll lose it because of that.
Okay, so Echo sees light here on how they missed or how they created those mistakes. In few minutes, now Echo is trying to equalize the laning here because as of this time, we're receiving or we're feeling some damages from Kram, just as that. How Farsa or even Escalera manages to zone out everybody from Echo because right now they need time to make everything work, especially on their items. Now, especially Echo gaining control on the macro way.
At this point, though, look at surprisingly. I mean, look at the damage here, right? TNC. This is not something that we completely expected, and that's why I guess you can say, expect the unexpected, especially in TNC's case, because right now with the control that they were able to gain back into this game, quite impressive. I mean, given how that early game went in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Already past the road to recovery for TNC. In fact, they might be just in control of the game. And when it comes to like the macro scale of things, let's look at the hero composition for Echo. They want to go for pickoffs just because of the Kadita, but the other heroes, they need to combine all of their ultimates together so that they can have the team fights. They have assassins, sure, but they don't really have that big pickoff potential. TNC, however, they have a chance to go 4-1, and this is what they're doing. 4-1 strat, meaning 1 on the long lane, 4 grouping up together. Essentially what TNC is doing right now. The only thing that they need to do is to make sure that that things like that don't happen. Don't give away free turrets, TNC. But so far, so good. They do have some of the macro advantage now in this particular game.
Slowly rising, TNC Pro Team sees the potential of this Lord. And as Wolf mentioned, the CC right now is too strong for Echo.
Look at Yaoi. Yaoi gonna go with the conceal, looking for positioning. That's what he was doing the whole time. He was there for about 2 minutes.
Triangle of Death, everybody. Triangle of Death right here. How they cover.
Escalera, don't step. Don't step.
Be careful, Escalera.
Oh my goodness.
Wings by wings to safety. But he gets the feathered airstrike out too. Innocent now on the hunt here. Yaoi gonna be in trouble. Escalera. Oh no. Does he survive? He does. Innocent there to back him up. Gets the kill. Yaoi down.
For what cost?
Now can they secure the Lord here? TNC off to a great start for this next objective. Still going to be working on it. They push Carl TZ back, and that's going to be TNC securing another Lord here as they make their moves.
Look at this. They had just approached the second tall gate of this game. Slowly, as the item showing now for TNC up against Echo, Wolf.
Wow, for sure. Now they're feeling it already. Great answer. And of course, Escalera just picking up the Purify. Didn't have any magic defense, but will now have it because of the Winter Truncheon at least. You have a way to counter that Kadira, and everybody from TNC is just itemizing versus Yaoi. The Hero Ocean. I think we used this last season.
Yeah.
Right? The Hero Ocean.
The Hero Ocean.
Look at that guy's
Why
Hero
sell
Ocean.
for a pool, right?
Yeah. There's a pool, it's just a pool.
Right.
There's an ocean.
Well, Yaoi's
Thalassophobia out.
He's going to rely on the ocean here. Actually, he doesn't even need it, right? He's completely fine. Survives that cutoff, but still, Echo's going to have the work cut out for him defending against this push into their base. They got to deal with the Lord. A conceal play going to come out. Let's see if they can find it. Benny Cutie with a blazing duet, trying to push off as many members as he can. Carl TZ goes in, finds one. Yaoi is down though. Carl TZ, the next target, dashes out with a quad shadow, able to survive for a little bit longer. Now it's Sanji and Sanford, the San duo. Here comes a Benny Cutie to help out. TNC, can they survive it? King Kong down.
That's how Echo bounces back and clear the waves. Now TNC fall from mistakes there. Slowly, Echo is coming back.
Echo Express, that's what we labeled them in MPL Season 9, and we saw the glimpses of that once again in that team fight. Literally just going all in against Innocent. He can only fend for himself, but when you're going up against Hayabusa together with a Yu Zhong, all they needed to do was to just get in, and even after the get out of here ultimate coming out from Innocent, you cannot stop the quad shot or the shadow kill from the Hayabusa. You cannot stop the rough waves, for example. There's a lot of like invulnerability frames from Echo that pierces through that ultimate. But TNC had it all going for them, but unfortunately, when Echo Express goes in like a train, a freight train, they just go in.
Yeah, they go back aggressive. They go on hard. That's how Echo does it. In some fights, if they spot one secure kill, they go for it, because right now Sanji only has the flicker, right? Some has the mobility with Benny Cutie and Yaoi, but for Echo, they might secure those aggressive plays, but on how TNC manages to equalize the team fight, they might really want to make the right target. Who do you target here on TNC? Since Innocent has his own barrier, could be Escalera or King Kong, but if CC is concerned, well, they also have answers for that, but let's see how this Lord makes it.
Again, TNC, they do have the advantage in the macro skill of things. They can utilize their 4-1. If they play this correctly, it'll be good. Look at Yaoi in his positioning up top, just anticipating somebody to clear this wave up top, but it will not be to their advantage.
Well, right now, I mean, we've seen Yaoi do this before in multiple games and also cross-map with this one. So, still waiting patiently. I don't think we're going to see anyone commit to the Lord just yet. Both jungles here, actually just King Kong and Sanji.
Oh, Innocent.
Ensuing this dance.
Innocent already showing intent.
Yeah. But is it enough though? Sanji?
Ben Things gonna have to use that Winter Trancher. Look at the damage though. They get the Wind of Nature out. Sanford on the backside finds Ben Things. Now still on the hunt. Immortality. Yaoi! Innocent still alive, but finally gets taken out by Sanji. Here comes Carl Teasy looking for multiple members. 2 still alive. King Kong, Escalera, and Cram make it 2 now. 3 down for TNC.
I just want to say how Yaoi made that entrance move. Me and you were looking like, what's his plan here? Doing cleanup crew, that's completely Splash Island Burst.
Right now, still going to be looking to end the game if they can. Cram's quite a bit damaged onto him. Goes in with Electro, final blow, it's not enough. King Kong versus the world. Running for the hills. Still going to be able to survive long enough. Ben Things will be up shortly. What a defense.
What a defense indeed. Cram actually received a lot from that. But then again, King Kong with the decimate. Right timing. Yaoi looking for this, but Ben Things is already here. Spot out Yaoi. And look at that. Echo, the way that they found Innocent, even after Innocent tried to outplay them, Innocent just played well in that game, but the layering of skills from TNC, from Echo, I mean, that the way that they manage it, first, it's going to be Benny Cutie to go in, which is interesting because that's the COD. That's your gold name. And he goes in first, then followed up by Sanford afterwards, then Yaoi. The layering coming out from Echo. It's just so unconventional. The TNC didn't see that happening.
All right now,
How will
only
they see an
3
opening?
members for TNC here. They're going to have to juggle this one around the best they can. You can see Yaoi making his way top side.
No.
Lord
Oh,
going
no,
to
they
slightly reset here. Not a full one, but still going to be
dangerous.
going. Escalera still doesn't have the Feathered Airstrike just yet. He used it earlier. Now it's online. Going to be crucial here. Lord now less than half health. Carl Teasy still working on it in the pit.
Yaoi's so close.
Wants to
Good
contest
positioning
it.
here.
Here comes Sanford on the backside. They're gonna get rid of Escalera if they can. Still looking for more here. Rough Waves comes out. They get Innocent down. Sanji falls, and they're still going. Lord's still going to be up. The battle of the retributions here. King Kong and Carl Teasy, and it's King Kong that secures the Lord. But the rest of TNC goes down here. Cram's still going to be up. The last hope. Immortality popped. And Echo just goes for the base. Cram can't get back. And just like that, even with a Lord take from TNC, Echo takes game 1.
What a game. I can hear that, Wolf. What a game. Echo completely losing it in some minutes on that first game, and they finally made their way to win back TNC's chance of bouncing back.
I gotta say, man, it was looking good for TNC at a point.
Yeah.
I feel like there was moments in there, in that game, where it was the best that TNC has looked up to this point.
I
Right?
agree.
So just, you got to work with that. You know, hopefully they can continue to work with that because there's obviously something there.
Yeah.
And again, this is TNC up against a team like Echo.
Exactly. So I guess this is the formula, right? After experimenting for 2 weeks, they already know who is the main lineup that they have, or at least the composition they have. Escalera back in the position 4. You see Bentings now leading the lineup, and King Kong together with Cram, and of course Innocent just proving to be really good. Unfortunately, it's just that everybody coming out from Echo is just a counter to the Melissa. It's like you saw it. Like Yaoi is always a problem. You see that Benny Cutie starts the fight, and then eventually there's a dragon flying over, and under you there is a mermaid.
Mermaid.
There's so much that he needed to talk
An
about.
untouchable mermaid.
Have to say that they played well despite the fact.
Yeah, micro and macro positioning how Yaoi placed himself to completely have a good wraparound in most fights. And this is how TNC works. Well, answering the mistakes from week 1 to 3, maybe this is one way of answering, yeah, we have a chance in bouncing back. But Wolf, break down what happened in game number 1 on how Echo won this game.
Well, we know for sure that we want to see the biyahing tagumpay, or the path to a victory. Just really right through. Unfortunately, it will not be the case yet. Losing their 7th game in a row for TNC, or maybe their 9th. But if you're a fan of TNC, don't worry about it because they played so well in this game. The game could have been theirs. And this, like Naisu said, has been the best the TNC looked like in MPL Philippines Season 11. Eventually, they lost against Echo because of draft issues that Echo was able to do. And of course, they're the champions. They know how to exploit the weaknesses of TNC. And we'll talk about that later on. For now, Echo, you have to really put a lot of highlight on this position 4 Glue and this position 5 Kadira, that Echo just played well against TNC. And I guess that this Glue pick coming out from Echo is more of a denial pick more than it is a strategy from Echo. But the fact that they put it in position 4 instead of the 5 that we know, instead of a roaming Glue, they put it onto the mid lane. And then, of course, Yaoi just played so well with this Kadira, one of his signature picks, when we saw him perform well back in January in the world stage. Let's look at the composition of both teams, right? It's Claude and Hayabusa together with the Glue, and the Yuzhong with the Kadira. They're so between 2 heroes already. Like, Kartizi as well as Yaoi, they already have a lot of invulnerability frames to go up against the Melissa. A very early pickup on the Melissa from TNC is so much understandable because we know that it is a meta hero. But how do you counter it? One of the ways to do it is to go for nuke mages like Lilia, like Farsa, like Heave. But Echo kind of did a different route wherein they went for iframes instead, meaning to say they went through the idea that there was the bubble, the go-away bubble coming out from the Melissa. Now, let's look at the MVP of the game. 6-1-6 on his performances. The Hayabusa getting important kills in the early stages of the game. And into the last moment, when you saw Kartizi, the way that they layered their ultimates to counter this Melissa is way too good. It's very smart. And you can see the chemistry already coming out from Echo. Let's look at the highlights brought to us by Smart. The MVP himself, Kartizi. Well, Yaoi will be able to pick up the stack as well. And I guess the story of the first few minutes of the game in the early game phase was that Echo is getting the better trade-offs versus TNC. Surely there will be deaths on the side of Echo, but it will not be valuable for TNC. But this was the start of the recovery from TNC. You can see them just punish Echo with the Sansan duo just being overly aggressive and, of course, getting the pickoffs onto the top lane, eventually giving TNC a little bit of advantage in this game. You can see the hint of what Echo wants to do. They want to combine their Blazing Duet, their Shadow Kill, Rough Waves, and the Yuzhong Black Dragon form in unison at the start. But then they realize this is not the way to go against Melissa. The real way to counter the Melissa in this game with the pieces that they have is to go one after the other. So they all actually started with Benicute, which is crazy to think about, but they know that there is no kill threat onto Benicute as long as it's got the BMI, gets in. Then afterwards, you can see that there will be the Yuzhong to get in afterwards. And then if those two fail, there is Yaoi eventually, right? So if Benicute doesn't kill the innocent, I mean the Melissa, there is Kaltizi eventually. Somebody from those two physical damage dealers forces the Wind of Nature. Then eventually, Sanford goes in with the ultimate to force another ultimate or maybe a dash. Then Yaoi is the one to clean it up because Innocent doesn't have any way to prevent himself from dying from the rough waves. That was great layering of spells coming out from Echo. You understood how they approach dealing with the Melissa in a different manner. And I think that was a championship intelligence that we saw from that one.
Crazy picks. Imagine Glue mid lane, and Kaltizi on Hayabusa.
Yep.
Well, I can see from the screens, they really had a way, like, they felt that coming from TNC and had the way to prevent it back.
Yeah.
Just how you answered on what will be the right recipe to counter a Melissa.
Yeah.
I think it was just, you give up the Melissa because you have so many options to actually counter play around that. And then, we've seen that now. A lot of teams that opt for that Melissa pick, there's always one or two, I would say, heroes that are the answer for that Melissa pick. And it was there for Echo, but I still got to say, given that situation, with TNC able to actually take back that lead, it worked out really well for them, and I was excited to see
Well, what I'm excited to see here is the game face of the day. Congratulations on who is going to be our next winner for the Smart Game Face of the day. Team Shooting Gallery be the next Smart Game Face winner of the day. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your devices in a green background, just like you see on screen. When the camera is in your face, go ahead and make that game face. Just as that. Does a mask exclude them, or is a mask can make them win, or do you really want to show that smile onto the screen?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
We have a winner.
There's
we have a
your
winner.
answer.
Oh, they still need the mask. And who's the winner here? There you go. Congratulations, our Smart Game Face of the day winner. Yeah, mask does need to be in your face.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell. Who's got the best game face.
Right. I was
and
just
half the face is covered. You know what I mean? But
We
hey,
have to
safety
be safe.
first.
We
Yeah,
have to be
safety
safe.
first.
Yeah.
Next thing you can do with the people that come in the future, why don't you just draw on your mask?
Oh, that would be creative, Naisu.
Yeah. Or you get the masks that already have the faces on them. Like
Yeah.
there's, you know
I
what
see
I'm
those
talking about?
printed masks with a smile, yeah?
Yeah, or there's some masks where it's literally like celebrity faces,
Yeah.
like the Brad Pitt one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
What if-
one with the tongue out?
Yeah.
I would love to see a JC Rezabek.
Oh,
Oh,
well.
I want to have that printed, yeah.
Well,
Perfect beard and stuff.
you'd have to get the mustache.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And also the facial measurement.
Yeah.
All right, well, enough about that.
That's
All right.
Smart Game Face, everybody.
Congratulations to the game face.
Congratulations. Well, for you who's watching us right now on your screens and in your homes, wherever you are, you have the chance to be here. So buy your tickets for the next games or next matches and have the chance to be the next game face, brought to you by Smart. So now, I don't know if I'm going to ask again.
No, you can, now that we've seen this lineup of TNC.
Okay. TNC is really showing us that there's still a glimmer of hope.
Yeah.
There's still a glimmer of hope. From Hayabusa, from the Martis, is this really a good answer up against Echo? And you're not answering.
You can ask
Never mind.
again. Well,
Never mind.
No, you threw me off. You threw me off a little bit with the Martis and the Hayabusa.
Hayabusa, because what I'm trying to say is they become consistent in those comfort picks, and with a consistent lineup, is this the correct formula for TNC?
I'm gonna let Wolf answer.
Yeah, I
Go,
all
Wolf.
right. By basis of, okay, let's just say the scientific method here is let's look at the sample size.
You're
of
at
what
the
we
sample
saw,
size,
right?
baby.
So far, whatever it is that TNC did before game number 1 of today, it's not working and it's always one-sided. And this game particularly stands out. So, to answer your question, Mr. Francis, I think yes, this is the recipe. Just because of the fact that compared to other games that TNC played, this one looked really close. And they were up against a team that's really good at the game. Like, they're champions, right? So,
Yep.
I hope that answers your question, Francis.
Yeah, I just wanted it to be answered by their greatest analyst of all time.
Greatest analyst in the world.
I cannot, I just love to ask questions, and then I would love it to be answered by Wolf. And
not JC?
Yeah, because you're the analyst here, yeah. You're the best thing for this match. So, high mechanical players up in Echo. David and Goliath matchup, everybody.
Basically, he's saying I only have 100 IQ, by the way.
No. It's just that Wolf has stats and sheets, so let's leave it up to him. So maybe the numbers he reaches can be answered.
I'll say this though, like this lineup of TNC, I would like to see more of.
Okay.
Just to put it out there plainly, I would like to see them find this like a 5-man roster pretty much, and then stick with it, refine from it. Yes, you do have the ability to work with 10 players out there, but at this point, week 3, man, you got to get it together, right? You got to come up with a plan here, and it starts, I feel like, with this. And now game 1's over. Now they got to focus on game 2, hopefully bring it to a game 3, because still, I think there's a fighting chance here for TNC, especially if they can refine this playstyle that they have in this roster of 5 guys that it looked generally pretty good, right? Still, and even in the key to victory, it was what? The most chaos win, or the most... Whatever. There's like something chaos, right?
Yeah.
Basically,
chaos, organized chaos.
Organized chaos.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. They both have chaotic playstyles, but I feel like Echo has just played against all the different types of chaos in the world, literally, right?
In the world, yeah.
Yeah, and they've worked it. They worked really well against it. So with TNC, if that's going to be their playstyle, as they establish themselves, then let it work. Let it loose, and then hope that you can get one game here against Echo, bring you to game 3, huge morale boost, and the Phoenix starts rising. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think it already has, by the way. I think there's some of this
slow climb,
slow climb. The wings are raising.
That's
or maybe the embers are the embers.
Yeah, the embers, the flaps, right? Generating air, and that's how you get aerodynamics, right? That's TNC physics. We're describing how the TNC would rise from the ashes. So maybe in this way, being consistent and answering, not dwelling into experimentation, could lead them to a score for this match. Yeah, so let's go to draft. Game number 2.
So we can only guess so much when we haven't seen a roster of TNC so consistently, right?
Yeah.
So you can and we've seen this in one team that reminds me of this is back before when NXP had that 10-man roster, and they were switching every series sometimes.
Yes.
And then you're at the point where you're like, what is the game plan here? So that's the similar fashion we're seeing with TNC.
Yep. And I guess this is the best, I would say this, the best comparison, because we know that Echo during MPL Season 10, they also have a 10-man roster, but they stuck through it. It was literally Team A and Team B. Some teams, they combine some of their players together, but when it comes to Echo, the way that they approached MPL Season 10 was they committed to 2 separate teams. They have their own coaches even, like Tic-Tac takes care of the other, and then Trevor takes care of the other. And also, they started with that earlier on, and they already figured it out, and they stuck through it. But the thing is, Echo was very clear that whenever they scrim together, if it's an Echo Loud versus Echo Proud scrim, that was the proving for the team, right? Whoever wins that scrimmage will be the one highlighted in the upcoming match. There was a lot of competitiveness, and I think the system that Echo did with their 10-man roster was already just set up there. And unfortunately for TNC, it was not the case for their side.
Okay, so that's how you calibrate champions. And for TNC, in the experimenting side, it's all about consistency. Now for Echo, taking the Frederick, Carl is back in the utility jungler. Now Lapu-Lapu for Cram and Escalera. Valentina and Lapu-Lapu for TNC.
This is happening quite fast, Looks like Echo exactly knows kind of the game plan they want to go, and this is just comfort this time. Yeah, Yawi Cho.
Okay.
The Cho, okay. I heard someone scream there. Yeah, so this brings back a lot of performances of Yaoi, how he is a beast using this hero. And also, this serves up, well, he creates a red carpet for everybody who wants to get a kill for his team. So, will they prioritize a gold laner now, Wolf?
Melissa, yeah.
For
I
Echo?
think, instead, they go Yu Sanford special.
Okay, so this opens up for TNC to take back Melissa again?
Well, they might be a little bit flustered from that previous game, but I think it's still good. All things considered, you know that the Melissa can last against, there's a lot of there's a lot of crowd control already from Echo that there's no other marksman that can actually last it. So I guess you just go for it. But instead they go carry.
Okay.
Courage coming out from TNC. They are being bold here. Imagine Yu Zhong jumps with a Cho.
Yeah.
Flicker ultimate, of course, from the Cho. That's I'm telling you already, this is not a carry game.
Yeah, okay. So, basing it on facts, carry would have a bad time up against these two heroes against Echo. Okay, for me, let's give it a chance for TNC. Maybe they prepared for this in a way in their own flavor, but on us looking at this perspective, he needs to have a good time, especially early game. Yeah. So let's see how Echo responds to this. They ban out the tank. Well, we all know how Bentings gave such good performance last week, so there's no surprise that they respect this from the second phase of banning.
Yeah, might as well, right? Take out the roaming options here. Even with Bentings struggling the previous game, early kills, early deaths on that Diggy, he actually recovered really well. And that's just, again, how good of a player Bentings is individually. Yeah, so obviously you want to go ahead and focus down his choices, force him into something that will possibly have him make mistakes, right? But Echo, specifically, with just their first 3 picks, this is going to be crucial for TNC to play around with, especially when you've got, like you mentioned, Wolf, a carry on the table who is going to have some difficulty maneuvering around because, not just because of the range, but because of all the angles that are going to be thrown at you.
True. Oh, okay. Still on a respect ban for the Hanzo.
Yep. You don't want to be cheese picked here if you're Echo. You want to maintain your undefeated run. Okay, for TNC, they're looking for their roamer or their jungler now. I think Martis still is good versus the Fredrin and all of the other heroes as it stands for Echo. Maybe just last pick their roamer. I will not be surprised if something like a Natalia pops up inside of TNC. So maybe that will be their last pick for now. I think it just makes a lot of sense to take the Martis.
Yeah, I love the Natalia option, though, if you're TNC, because there are a lot of ways that they can actually disrupt Echo's formation early game. So if Bentings decides so, but okay.
Interesting ban.
They're not revealing that yet. Still on the Martis for King Kong.
0 win rate. Oh, that's not a good sight.
Yeah.
Oh, Echo, I don't know if they're interested in taking something like a Lunox and a Harith.
Gold lane, yeah.
Yep, for the gold lane, I think Harith is just a good pickup. No problem at all from 4 heroes of TNC. Instead, they go Nathan.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, we have 2 0 win rate heroes.
I think Natalia looks good for TNC.
Oh, come on, Bentings. Do your thing.
But I guess it's just between like Lolita or Natalia. Lolita just makes it so that they can defend against the Nathan. You can protect the carry for the jumps coming out from Echo.
Oh, yeah, and the setup, yeah.
Yep.
Probably right, yeah.
But if you want to go pocket strat for TNC, go for Natalia. You like it.
Okay.
We're going to preview.
Oh, yeah, we're seeing some suggestions. Perfect match. I'm seeing a glimpse here of that Lolita. But will they take it? If you're TNC, well, from Echo, they're not afraid to show something new. We have a 0 win rate for a Nathan. They're not afraid to use it. And for TNC, will it be a Grok? Will it be a Lolita?
I think Lolita.
Yeah. There you have it.
Yeah, go the Lolita. It at least allows...
Nice prediction, Naisu.
Thanks. I didn't cheat that at all, by the way. I play with the Japanese voice line, so I didn't even know that was her voice line.
Really?
But either way, I'm thinking of Lolita because it provides pretty much you have a peel. You have pretty much an on-demand peel With the stun, you have the shield as well. You can help block some of that frontal damage. And then, let's say if they make the beeline towards the carry, you can at least use that Numenon Blast, to overlay, to protect the best you can, something along that nature. And still, you've got quite a few options for tankiness across the board.
Brings me back to an anecdote, because I remember somebody asked why is the Naisu in Japan? Is that the reason why he's called Naisu?
Oh, someone asked that?
Yeah.
Why is Naisu in Japan?
Why is Naisu in Japan, and is Naisu's name because he likes Japan?
Well,
oh really?
Well, I did grow up in Japan.
Okay.
Arigato.
Arigato.
Yeah.
Konnichiwa.
I can never be more happy in my Friday nights. Wolf and Naisu on the desk. Now we're back in game number 2.
Oh my.
Can TNC protect this game and take it to game number 3? Well, we'll find out. Let's go.
I can't. Arigato? Are you serious?
Yeah, because...
Why is it always Francis, man?
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's
always the curve. Arigato. Not the response I was expecting here, right? But jumping back to the game, one thing I want to point out, too, is we've got TNC. It looks like Innocent decided to go with pretty much two. They have 2 Purifies, right? Escalera and Innocent. And I think they're going to definitely need that. But still, if Echo overlays pretty much the CC they have available to them, which we've seen them do plenty of times, I don't think that's going to be enough to keep you alive here, especially now for Innocent. You're only relying on that little dash you have, pretty much.
Yeah. Carlteasy used that Retribution to secure the Lethal Wanderer. So this delays a bit of millisecond against TNC for the first turtle of the game. Also, he rotates faster, just like this, pokes in the mid lane.
Yeah, should equate to nothing here. Still, the advantage in TNC's favor. They're going to find Carlteasy, though. Could be looking possibly for some poke before they transition to that turtle here in about 15 seconds. Everybody going to go ahead and reset for now. Trying to get that level 4 to give them that advantage.
Okay. It's not easy to take out the Naden, but once you get on top of the Naden and after the ultimate, you do. It's a very squishy hero. But because of the fact that you have the ultimate to kind of swap together, that's not the easiest to go around with. But like I said, once you get on top of him, it's gonna be easy task.
Oh, well, there's Yawi with that play. We've seen him do time and time again. Nice way the Dragon Flicker combination gives him the number advantage. Now they're going to go ahead and work on the turtle. Benthings, though, nice setup. Can they capitalize on it? Going to be looking for it. Doesn't have the damage just yet. Carlteasy securing the turtle there.
Good setup from Benthings, though, but the damage didn't show up. But it's still a ready battle from there, Carlteasy.
Oh, man. You can see that Echo just... They cover everything, right? You saw that there was already a very good play coming out from Benthings. And I think that Sanji kind of felt that he is being slowed down. That's maybe they communicated that there should be a Numen Blast incoming. So after the Numenon Blast, Yawi was prepared to cancel the upcoming follow-up coming up from TNC. Surely they cannot stop the ultimate from Escalera, the stolen Dragon 4, but afterwards there wasn't any follow-up. So Echo just covering all of their bases, just crossing their T's and dotting their I's.
Well,
as the people say.
Yeah. That's how
how they say it?
That's how they say it.
Yeah.
That's not, I didn't correct you or anything.
Yeah.
You got it, man.
Yeah.
Because you're always silent. I thought, it's not.
Honestly, I was just admiring the beautiful Yuzhong.
His voice, yeah. You're doing a good job, Wolf. Yeah, don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, right? That's how you inspire us here in the desk. So going back to the game, Echo, they're looking good on how they rotate onto the gold lane. It's obvious that TNC wants to pressure the gold lane, right? They have a Nathan previously on the patch, could be a menace from mid to late game.
Oh.
But can they prevent it? Yawi?
Are they going to be able to catch Yawi here? Yes, they do. Decimated. Able to grab that kill. King Kong. Put him on the board. Sets themselves up here. They're still going to be looking, put a little pressure like on the gold lane like you were saying here, Francis. But still, Turtle about 15 seconds away. Next objective in the eyes of TNC.
Well, with the CCs that Echo has right now, looking at 2 Purifies on TNC's answer for a possible fail-safe, move could actually make it work, but let's see how will they make it go against Echo. So if they take this turtle, they could be an advantage, but There's one. Yawi spots two.
Yeah, a lot of flickers there. Sanford there to help support Yawi. Didn't go the way he was assuming it would. So right now, Echo should be able to just secure this turtle, giving him the second one of the game here. Unless, nope, Sanford does secure it. Now the fight ensues. Feathered airstrike going to come down from Sanji. King Kong finding a kill for himself. They might decide to call it off here. Happy with a kill, but they trade the turtle for a kill.
Oh, Echo. This is a minor play. It looks really minor, but when Carl TZ let go of the aggro of the turtle, normally, so what happened was he tried to poke Benting so that they are going to make sure that there will be no Numinal Blast whatsoever. So the moment Carl TZ saw that the Bentings was there, he immediately poked him. And that meant that he will have to let go of the aggro of the turtle. I thought that it will be reset, which will not be in favor of Echo. But what happened was, it was Sanji who actually, like, what you call it, like he carried or like he maintained the aggro of the turtle.
Yeah,
in the Philippines, it's called salo. I don't know what catch. Yeah, catch maybe.
That's how Echo catches one responsibility from another.
Exactly. It's great to see.
Yeah, just imagine how they're all synergized and connected in one mind, like in a Unimind setup.
Unimind.
Yeah, Echo.
I would say, isn't it Hive Mind?
Oh, well, we can say that. Yeah, Echo.
No, Unimind.
Unimind. Okay,
Unimind.
we'll go with
Let's
Unimind.
go with that. Yeah, Unimind.
World champions, Unimind.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's the synergy play, Francis.
But that works for Echo. But with TNC's items here on the board, they need more time, especially for Innocent to pop in, right? Tower destroyed down bottom. I say Echo has great control early game, and they will just keep on setting up traps to delay forces of TNC.
Let's talk about the winning conditions here for TNC. Like, where is the hope for TNC in this matchup? Now, it is a small gold lead for Echo, right? But specifically, TNC, they don't have any objectives yet.
Yeah.
So as the game transitions, you know, we got one more turtle to handle here. But as the game transitions to that mid-game, where does TNC find these wins? Is it in Ben Things?
Oh, I think so.
Okay, well, right now, that's not going to happen here. Gets punished. Yawi says, you can't wait in that bush. Ben Things falls. Sanford now pushing the members of TNC back here. Makes a beeline for Innocent. Look at the damage. He escapes just barely, but another turtle secured for Echo.
Oh, bad break for Innocent. And you saw that the stolen Dragon Farm did not do well. In fact, it only gave Escalera a way out, but it didn't give TNC a way to actually start the fight, which is unfortunate. Maybe if the
again
another one.
Whew. They're not finding the openings, unfortunately, for TNC. Then Innocent comes into the middle just to get into the fight, but he caught the tail end of the ultimate of Sanford. Then eventually he receives feathered airstrike from Sanji, immediately has to back down, and he had to commit the Purify for that. And that's a lot of things that TNC did not calculate well. It's as if they're giving Echo an easier time in this game.
Yeah, with that all being said, TNC is forced to get objectives. TNC is forced to hold these resources. But at such a minimal time to get back on what was lost in trades, well, we're looking at right now how Benny Cutie goes up top and how they respond with Echo's macro game, right? So they keep on laying traps for TNC because they're hungry for objectives, they're hungry to bounce back. But at the same time, it's one of the things that TNC needs to worry about. These small openings that they could actually bounce back by not committing to any team fights that Echo forces in.
Right now, it's just a tough situation, being outclassed with itemization. Cram, though, able to get out and dodge, but they lose the turret. Yawi going to get punished. King Kong able to get a kill. Ben Thing's not going to land the Numina Blast. So they find a kill here, but still Echo feeling quite confident. Gonna wait here patiently around the purple buff of TNC. Reset. King Kong gonna know that they're there. Still has to be careful as he approaches it. All for his buff here. Now Benny Cutie gonna poke away at King Kong, making him work for that purple buff. Takes it on top of it.
Benny Cutie secures the purple, not leaving anything to TNT.
And this means that Echo will get another economic advantage. Taking out the turret in the middle, it's very important for TNC to keep because they want to farm more. And now, ranked first in the KDA with 7.9. Not dying, Benny Cutie, 1-0-1. In fact, he kept most of his time just clearing out the waves.
Yeah.
And because of that, his GPM is off the roof. I think it's, what, 7.1k compared to 6.8k of the opposing marksman. So, come the Lord fight, he's going to be packing up a punch.
Yeah, talking about achieving your goals in-game. That's Medicutie for you guys. Echo is really on the higher or upper hand against TNC. You're baiting them to take this. They're baiting TNC actually to go inside and contest this lore because openings are falling into place, and Echo wants this.
Yeah, King Kong wants it too. He's actually going to be showing his face here to come down to the Retribution battle. But look at the backside. They're going to find Cram out of the open. They punish him. TNC down a member now. So an even more dire of a situation to be in. Yawi doing work on this Cho. Signature pick for him. Feathered Airstrike does come down from Sanji. Still Lord.
Look at Sanford
for the fight. Sanford with the Black Dragon form. Benthink's charging up, does find two, but it's a little bit too late because backside. Sanford now looking for Escalera. Finds him. Carl Teasy gets the Lord, and they still fight it out for King Kong. King Kong still eventually going to go down here. It's a 3 versus 1. Gets a kill though. Sanji does fall, but still Echo in charge of this game. Now waiting for that Lord.
Oh, Innocent, another tough break for him. Because Sanford, when he jumped in, and Innocent knows that he only needs to hold his ground and pop the Purify to remove that stun and eventually just survive the combo coming up from Sanford with the Petrify. And then he wanted to fight. Unfortunately, what Sanford did was to transfer to the opposite side of the wall that you see right now, the spawn of the Rock Urza. So it was Innocent on the opposite and left side. And onto the right side, it was eventually Sanford, so Sanford wasn't punished. The plan for TNC was to punish that Yuzhong going to the backlines, but because of that wall and how smartly Sanford played that, it did not allow TNC to recover from that.
That's true. The zone out of Sanford didn't give way for Innocent to give that free hits in the back line of Echo. So if in the mindset of TNC, they would want to be in that backline defense. They want to penetrate that defense of Echo has, because right now, look at this. Poking down the Feather Airstrike down to the members of TNC.
Yawi again with the Way of the Dragon, finding the mark. It's Cram that falls. Still a member down. Echo on the assault here. Going to go ahead and get that inhibitor turret mid-side down. Now their eyes set on the top side, working their way. It's only 12 minutes in the game here, and they are punishing TNC. Can TNC hold on a little bit longer? But look at that. Again and again, Yawi finding the sets he needs.
Yeah, and the scale of Medicutie, look how fast he melts down turrets. Scary.
I think he picked up the Golden Staff and the Feather of Heaven, which means the attack speed is so high for this Nathan. And we know that he attacks twice, so yeah, there you go.
Wow.
2 attack speed items, and of course a lot of penetration from the boots as well as the Divine Glaive. He's gonna be melting down people, and that's not Festival Blood, don't worry. He went for Mystery Shop.
Can Yaoi be spotted by just having the ultimate of Escalera onto his? Did they know in the bush?
I think they just they checked that bush collectively here. Now they're going to be working on Carl Teasy. Yawi on the backside looking for Innocent. Does find him, but no one there to back him up. Gets the Way of the Dragon. Here comes Sanford, though, to help out Yawi. Look at that!
He's alive!
Sanford in the perfect position, but King Kong takes out Yawi with the Decimate. 2 down, though, for TNC. King Kong on the run. Can he get out of dodge? Escalera there to help him out. Medicutie, though, comes in with a killing spree, and that could be it. TNC holding on the best they can, but it's not enough. Echo still loud and proud, ending the series in a sweep.
They're just way too good at this game. You can see that only Yawi was the one that constantly dies in this game. But before he falls down, he makes sure that he gets a lot of kills for his team. 4, 3, and 3 for the Cho. Out of the 12 kills that they got. And Carl Teasy just played this so easily. 2-0 and 7. No worries at all for the jungler.
A clean sweep, loud and proud, as you hear the drums in our microphones. That's just the world champs completely on a streak. Well, they never lost this momentum in week 3. And completely answering all the mistakes. There was a glimmer of hope, but they did not let that happen and taking that to game number 3. But the sportsmanship still lives on against TNC.
It's kind of weird, right? Because from game 1, and then you see this game 2, it seemed very grim for TNC in this one, right? And this was against, I feel like, the comfort of Echo. And we especially you give Yawi a Cho, you kind of have to expect to not have a good time, right? Yeah. So very tough game 2 there for TNC, but still, if they go and look back at game 1 and then even game 2, I feel like they can take a lot of that information and then learn from this series. The quote that Wolf had.
Yeah,
Can you say it again?
I look back at it every night I go to sleep because in every time that you lose, you learn. Yeah, that inspired me the most in most of the things that I do in my life, in games, in everything.
Yeah.
Kaisam is a blessing to all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
I thought you were talking about crossing T's and dotting I's.
Cross your T's, dot your I's.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kaisam, but that's just Echo. Echo is not stopping on the Express. No point that they want to stop their momentum, but on the side of things, we're hoping for TNC to bounce back. But again, this is not like week number 3. This is the biggest struggle that you're facing as of this season.
I think that this particular series, you just look at it at the positive. Surely they lost, right? But particularly game number 1, they almost got it against the world champions. They almost got their first victory, and I think that's a big confidence boost. And also, this lineup that they chose, this combination of players, I think it works as well. So there's a lot of positives that you can take away from this series. Maybe that is where TNC needs to focus at and utilize that heading to their next match. I believe that they still have one match all throughout the weekend.
For this weekend,
For this weekend, so that is one thing that there are many things actually that they can take away from that previous series that they should focus on.
From what I see, they need to focus maybe on consistency. They have the lineup working, right?
Yeah. I mean, so here's the thing. If they stick with this lineup the next time they play, that's that first step of consistency, that a lot of people want to see from TNC. But again, you can't argue that it's not beneficial for them to experiment. The first 2 weeks, they pretty much experimented. Now, is this the week where we see TNC actually settle in and then build that consistency and then start to refine from there? Because the pieces of the puzzle are there. Even King Kong, man. King Kong relatively had a decent game in the jungle, right? Especially you're going against people like Carl Teasy, right? And he did a pretty good job. I mean, he had at least a positive, KDA there for his Martiz. But even if you just look at the way he plays, the way that he prioritizes those objectives like he should, and, he might be settling him in himself. Yeah. But I would like to see more, of King Kong in the jungle.
Yeah, me too. And for me, if they take this as more of a learning curve or a learning stage, we all want to Echo because from what we see, this is just purely stats. But now let's call on Mara on stage together with Echo, the winning team of the last match of the night.
The ecosystem, Echo Express, it's working perfectly fine because Echo is now enjoying their win streak. Congratulations! Balikan natin. Ba't ka tumatawa ka agad? Di pa tayo nagsisimula eh. Alam niya kasi na siya kaagad i-intervene ko. It seems like na sobrang komportable nyo nung game number 1 dahil naglabas kayo ng bagong hero. You've never used glue before. What's the concept behind that na mid-lane glue? Anong nakakatawa?
Para po sa faster sa mid, tapos dalawa agad sa bot para papatay yung Digi. Tapos para mawalang bisa yung baby time.
The baby time? What is the baby time?
Yung Digi na nasa gold lane.
Okay, now, bakit ngayon mo siya nilalabas versus TNC?
Wala naman po sa drop talaga namin, wala po talaga sa plano. Bigla na lang naisip.
Would you say, Yawi, ikaw, na overconfident kayo nung game number 1? Kasi parang naglalabas tayo ng glue, naglabas tayo ng Hayabusa that we haven't seen in a long time.
Hindi naman po kasi pinapractice po nagagamit po namin yung glue tsaka Hayabusa sa scrim. So, yun po. Hindi naman po kami naging confident.
Speaking of, okay, naglalabas kayo ng Hayabusa. How is it now, Carl TZ, na Hayabusa balik assassin, MVP? Game
Chamba lang
number
po.
1? Chamba? Okay, other than, okay, lagi mo sinasabi kasing Chamba eh. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin Chamba. How is that like, balik assassin at MVP ka pa?
Ano po, masarap po sa feeling.
Ayun. Oh, hindi Chamba, masarap sa feeling. Now, what can you guys say about TNC's performance? Dahil, if we take a look at the game, you guys kind of struggled in game number 1 compared to game number 2. Would you say that they're getting their form?
Siguro po, kasi habang tumatagal, lumalakas po sila. Siguro, konting oras na lang po, parang mas magiging solid yung chemistry nila.
So what do you guys have to say about, what was it that made it really hard for you? What did you see na bago sa TNC that made things a lot more challenging?
Siguro ngayon po mas nalalaman na po nila kung ano po talaga yung mali nila nung past weeks, tsaka yung struggle po. Kaya feel ko ngayon naman po, mabubuo na po nila yung chemistry po nila.
And it seems like the chemistry really is going strong. At ikaw parang may chemistry ka, in love ka. In love ka, no?
Di po.
Okay, once again, everybody, congratulations. Another win for Echo. Go ahead, you may now take your bow and take your walk. Echo refuses to lose. They are strong and proving why they are the champion of the world. Hihimayin natin ang ginawa nila sa laban na yan, kaya babalikan na natin ang ating casters. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. Truly, there's no secret to success as the world champions maintain their winning streak. Not stopping loud and proud as always. That's how you beat them, boys.
That's how you beat them.
Yeah.
That's how you beat him.
Yeah.
With 3 T's.
The three yeah,
Yeah,
3
3 Ds.
Cross
Yeah.
your T's, dot your I's.
That's correct. What I what I wanted to say though is that you look back. I just look back through the mind palace that you have when you're looking at the games. I think that TNC that there were some mistakes, fundamental mistakes in game number 2, which kind of tells me that game number 2 was rather an effect of game number 1's loss, maybe.
Yeah. It was just purely momentum for Echo now on that dominating match. Wolf, break us down what happened with Echo's sweep.
All right, so we kind of introed about like the fundamental mistakes that happened in game number 2 that might be a result of the loss of game number 1, because what we saw from game number 1 was totally different version of TNC. In game number 2, yeah, King Kong was actually just so insane, but the other members of TNC were committing mistakes that they shouldn't be doing. Like, for example, when Innocent runs through Echo, as well as like Bentings just committing with the ultimate and not having the flicker, or them combining together and not really just landing the essential kills onto Echo, that maybe is a result of what happened in game number 1. For example, if you're looking at Cram with 0, 5, and 3 and prioritizing the Radiant Armor, which is good, by the way, because there's a lot of like magic damage from Echo, but all throughout this game, you did not find a good break coming out from Cram. After playing so well in game number 1, there's a lot of like mental fatigue that happened for TNC, especially when they already gave everything they have in game number 1, while Echo, it was very comfortable for them. In fact, Ben Cutie, who dealt the most damage while also being very well farmed in this game, 837. Looking back at that game, he just literally just farmed all the way through. But when he went to the fights, because of the AoE damage and the nature of the Nathan, just with all those attack speed items, it allowed him to actually give so much damage to against TNC. That's the reason why he eventually got most damage in this game. If you're looking at the members of TNC, why was there no damage at all from the other members? Like, surely King Kong was there. 6 out of the 6 kills, he was there. But the rest of the gang, they weren't really chiming in. And we cannot blame TNC for not playing that well in game number 2. I guess it was, for me at least, when I look at that game, it's not about the draft, it's not about the heroes that they're playing with. It's more about the mental effect of game number 1's fatigue that actually allowed them to, or disallowed them to play well. In fact, it was Yawi who played well in this game. Despite having 3 deaths, he still is the MVP just because of the fact that he was able to find the good openings. And whenever he dies, there's always a good trade on the side of Echo. And we are going to see it again through the highlights. So in game number 2, we can see that Yawi already snagging Cram. That's the first death of Cram and get a cover afterwards. Yawi eventually being taken out here. So he tried to go for a play. He went back Then you can see like Bentings being isolated. There was a time where Naisu asked if Bentings will be the win condition, and I said yes. Unfortunately, was shut down so many times, and that's also very true with Cram. Innocent not having a break in the, positive break in this game as well. See Bentings committing the ultimate just 5 seconds off of the flicker because Echo didn't allow him to actually use the combo. It's just he's being shut down here inside TNC. And then eventually, there was really no opening at all. Bentings just whiffs the ultimate while all the rest of Echo just connecting on their ultimates. King Kong was phenomenal in this game all throughout the series, but he didn't have anybody with him. And we are not really just saying that the rest of TNC are playing bad. It's just that they were mentally affected by game number 1's loss, that they look really disconnected in game number 2. While Echo, for the third time, we're going to say it, they crossed their teeth and dotted their I's. That meant that they were so diligent in this game and were on point.
Yeah, totally right, Rule. Because for me, rather.
For me,
For me,
For me,
because we can't speak for the teams, we can't speak for the players. What they're going through right now is a bit of a challenge, right? You've mentioned that it wasn't a bad game. It was more like there's always a mental preparation on how they will go up against the world champs. Man, this is the world champs. Even me, I got cold feet. Right?
Yeah.
If you played against the world champs.
Yeah, by just myself, yeah, I would.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
See, we all get cold feet. But what I'm trying to say is, this is just TNC would really want to refine or to iron something from this learning, right? We all want them to see bounce back. We all want to see them rise, and this is one thing that TNC is known for, right? And once they have that groove, as the interview said, they will have a grip on this.
Yeah,
like they always do.
I agree.
I mean, I'm so glad you're talking about how you get cold feet going against the world champs. I think anybody would, I agree with that, and also
did that, yeah.
Especially with their casters, right?
Especially with their especially when they're casters. Hey, but I also want to point out what you said earlier, right? Now you called it the uni mind, I called it the hive mind. The fact that Echo, what we see them do is literally play as one across the board.
Yeah.
And sometimes it does seem like sometimes you're sitting there thinking like, how do they pull some of the stuff off that they're doing?
Yep.
And I love that you talked about before Echo. It was that Echo loud and proud kind of roster, the changing that they were doing, because any teams looking to kind of I wouldn't say incorporate that in their own 10-man roster, right? It really depends on how they want to play around with that. But still, the fact that they did that and then the end result was a world championship team, that's not to say, down the road TNC doesn't get to the point where, they are what we saw, what was that back in season 9 where they really started to like rise and people were like, holy moly, But now I just feel like the foundation is there for TNC. They just have to build upon that, and then hopefully, as the season progresses, we get to see that refined version of TNC where, they start to develop the chemistry they want. The only sad thing is, like, you see this struggle for a lot of the teams, and sometimes they don't go forward for the next season, right? I'm hoping that TNC, it's only week 3, but I hope they find that synergy that they need to build up to the future for TNC.
I agree. And I think that it will be a very big struggle now. I think that they're now past the point where they can experiment.
Yeah.
Their next match, their 5th series, they need to really win everything.
Yeah, we all want for TNC to rise. Once again, my name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Wolf. We're throwing it to Mara for the action for the last day.
How about those matches to start off another MPL weekend? We started off with Blacklist International securing their 3rd victory, with US Farsa and Wisest Fredrin leading the Code Breakers to reverse sweep ONIC Philippines. Meanwhile, TNC, they're looking like they're getting their old form back, but the world champs are just way too strong, securing their 4th win, and that's the 3rd sweep of the season. Bukas, 3 serye ang dapat natin tunghayan. Kaya dapat huwag kayong mawawala sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Once again, I'd like to thank superfan and designer Jan Joseph Laida for this outfit. And I'll be expecting you guys tomorrow. Muli, I'm Mara Aquino na laging nagpapaalala. Sa harap man ng pagsubok or tagumpay, huwag kalimutan, itaas ang lakas. Keep it good, guys, everybody.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.